Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 11th of February. And it is Hump Day, ladies and gentlemen. Hump Day all the way. So for all you working people out there with a standardized work week, I guess you could say, welcome to the start of the descent into the weekend. By the end of the working day today, you should be flying towards the 2 days of freedom that you get granted every 7 days. And I hope you are feeling those hump day vibes. Oh yeah. Oh shit, just in time. Just here to watch a trash fire. How you going? Hobo Joe. Yo, yo, yo to you. I hope you are doing well. And for anyone else who's tuning in today, if you can, say hi if you're just lurking. Fair enough. If you're watching this on the Ubis Tubus, then make sure you hit the like button. It helps with the algo and such. So yesterday, if you joined us, we were critically analyzing what had gone down the night before, being Monday the 9th, in relation to the anti-Herzog rally. That's a rally that went down on Monday, and pretty extreme response from the Popo in regards to that. So we spent a bit of time yesterday analyzing that. I want to say we spent hours looking at that situation, and guess what? We're going to do it again today. So sucked into you if you're over it. We're going to do it anyway because there's more stuff to talk about in the wake of all of that drama about people's reactions to things. We want to have a look at some of how the politicians are reacting to things, and kind of some of the fallout outside of that. There was another protest yesterday outside Surrey Hills Police Station, which is kind of just outside the heart of the city, and protesters rocked up there to protest about the police brutality that had taken place. So another day of great debates. Yeah, well, we'll see, I guess. We'll see if there is points of contention, actually, that we need to sort through today, because it was a day of debates yesterday. I do believe there were debates going on here in the stream directly, and then stuff going on in chat. So always welcome. It's something that we try to encourage here on the stream, to be honest. And we're going to be covering kind of the fallout still of Sydney. We're going to have a look at Cuba. So last week, I want to say, we did a day of investigation into Cuba and what's going on there, and like why not only the US has interest in it, but why people are saying that it's gonna collapse. Well, it's gonna collapse because the Cuban people didn't wake up one day and not want to go to work or be productive anymore. It's more along the lines of they've been under incredible pressure from the world hegemon, and all of their affiliates and their associates for a long time. And we're going to see how that is unfolding. It's been, like I said, probably a week since we talked about this, and things have changed. The situation is more dire, so we're going to unpack Cuba. We're also going to have a look at stuff relating to the tech bros and techno-feudalism. If you're across those topics, these were big topics that we covered in 2025. Massive investigations we did into this stuff. And there's a gentleman by the name of Gil Duran, who is kind of a tech bro chaser in the US, and he brings out content. The Brothers of Tech. Sorry. I do apologize if I have offended anyone. I did not mean it. I will tell you when I mean offense. You can know. Jordan in the house. Morning, chaps. How you going? Jag, how are you? Keeping me in check. Thank you very much. Yes, our tech overlord. So Gil Duran, we're going to check out some of his work. It's reportedly will put some to sleep. So Gil is as good as a lullaby, some would say, but not his content. It's just that he's got a very relaxing tone. So we're going to have a look at Gil and unpack some of that stuff too, among other things, etc., etc. Give up your crack up capitalism. Yes. And so like he's got a particular author on, I believe, who's written a book of that nature, Crack Up Capitalism. And we'll I guess we'll hear about it. We will hear about it. Yeah, first on to the topic that's kind of taken Australia by storm, the whole Herzog saga. I think we're going to start there. I'm asked, do you have book recommendations? I have 10 Audible credits that I need to use up. Fair enough. I don't like I've given recommendations recently. Like, do you want me to walk over the bookshelf and get something for you? I would honestly, if you haven't read it or you haven't it might be a different experience hearing it actually. Um, you know, I would say, listen to Das Kapital, like volume one. You don't have to go to volume two or three if you don't want to. It's pretty technical and it's fucking dry as fuck. But I would suggest volume one of Capital. It's Marx's finest work. Like you can really argue for days over whether Marx could predict the future. Like, oh, the communist revolution is going to happen, the socialist revolution is going to happen. I don't know if you can really argue that Marx was was Nostradamus or something, but his critical analysis of capitalism, he's second to none. Like it really is just the best analysis we've had of our economic situation ever. And so dry like the Sahara? Yes, absolutely. Dry as. So I would suggest doing that. It's going to be difficult. I'm not going to lie to you. But it's rewarding at the end of the day. But it depends what topics you want. Like suggest me a topic and I'll hit you up with something that I might have read that's in relation to it. Ninja Knows protesting Jenny's side and police brutality. Good work, Sydney. Yeah, fair enough. Jenny's side and police brutality. It's a fair thing to want to protest against. Mystery, have you ever considered writing a book? If you had asked me that a few years ago, I would have laughed. But I'm not going to lie. I have put my mind to it, writing a book. It's just once you start to, I don't know, engage so much and then in a particular topic area, and you become immersed in it, you kind of feel like doing it. The amount of stuff that I say, the amount of scripts I used to write, there's just a body of work there already that could be translated into text easily. Whether it'd be worth reading is another question, but you could definitely fill up a book, that's for sure. The Avoidable War, Kevin Rudd, Techno-Feudalism, Yanis Varoufakis. The Avoidable War. I've got that on the bookshelf over there. It's not bad. Have you actually read it? Have you heard or listened to it or whatever? And Techno-Feudalism is pretty good. I would suggest that too. Yeah. Book, The Life of Mystery. Yeah, fair enough. Shoshana, baby, please. And that is, I recommend The Age of Surveillance Capitalism or Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism. There it is. The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, Shoshana. It's a good read, that one. Very complex, though, as well. She gets very deep and philosophical in her academicness. But, it's definitely worth it. These are all perfect for what I'm looking for. Oh, really? Oh, well, then, the chat's got you covered. The chat has got you covered. Surveillance Capitalism by Shoshana Zuboff. Techno-Feudalism by none other than the Yanis Varoufakis. That'll set you straight for a while. Any Department of War update? I don't know. I'll keep my ear to the ground and I'll try and get as excited as I should. And Pete Hegseth has something to say about the woke university system and why the Department of War is not woke. Anyone thought the Department of War was woke, but whatever. Thanks, Pete. I flew through Surveillance Capitalism because it was just so good. Yeah, well, there you go. It wasn't. It's an interesting read. It's a hefty book as well, if I remember. It's 300 or 400 pages long, maybe more, 500 pages. But like she has a lot of territory to cover. So, fair enough. Yeah, it's 500 plus. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Got to keep the woke army at bay. Got to do it somehow. And who's going to do it but Pete Hegseth? Listen to the avoidable war, but it's intense. It's a bit intensive, but King Kev provides some really valuable insights, doesn't he? Doesn't he? And like it seems like he just has an absolute encyclopedic knowledge of like just anything to do with China and China relations with other countries. It's absolutely incredible, actually. The stuff that he details, remembers like policies and things that happened historically, and yeah, he's got a pretty good knowledge of the whole China situation, and apparently he's got a great knowledge of booking dinners, hey, with uh, nefarious people and the Prime Minister of Mongolia. Remember that, folks. Remember that. And actually, it's questionable relationships with the ex-Danish Prime Minister too. Something to think about. All right, let's have a little look-sees here. Like I said, we're gonna go through some of the fallout of what's happened after Sydney, the anti-Herzog protests. Like I don't know if you've heard, but like Herzog has been in Sydney doing events, like going around seeing people, shaking hands, kissing babies, supposedly just meeting with members of the public who have been affected by the Bondi attacks. And yesterday he went to a like a Jewish school in the east, on the east side, and it's a complete media lockdown situation for ye old Hertz dogs. And yeah, no one can actually see what they're up to. And Albo met him yesterday, supposedly at a synagogue or a school yesterday evening. So Albo hadn't seen Herzog yet. He's been here for a couple of days almost, and Albo hadn't seen him. I don't know why that's really crucial at all, but yeah, Albo met him in a synagogue, I believe. And again, media blackout. And this isn't media blackout, from what I understand, on Albo's terms. This is media blackout as per the request of Herzdog. The Is Not Rayleigh state has decided that his visit is to be largely hush hush. They don't want any media attention around it. I'm assuming because they don't want scrutiny, maybe. They don't want to know. Don't want people to know what happens in Australia's Jewish community. I can't put my finger on it exactly, but like it really kind of speaks to the broader conspiracy that it's this really walled off private community that no one's allowed to have any transparency over or any idea what's happening. So it doesn't bode well for social cohesion. And if you remember, social cohesion was the big ticket after what happened in Bondi. Like the laws that were being brought in was all about social cohesion, and now we have like basically a secret society that is becoming more and more apparent within the confines of Sydney, and specifically the eastern side of Sydney. So it's an interesting situation if you think about it like that, and especially in the context of what happened on Monday. We heard it from the horse's mouth yesterday. We heard it from Chris Minns himself that there was a special event in the convention center, and it would have been awful if these two people clashed. And then we saw, and there was footage of the event at the convention center, and at the end, the police stood up and told the crowd not to leave in a hurry because we're still clearing out the city so you guys can go home. I think that is absolutely extraordinary, because what that is an admission that any of the stuff that you saw on Monday, where the police were using excessive force, let's not call it police brutality, let's just say it was excessive force. Any of those situations that you saw the police using excessive force was just because they wanted to clean the mean streets for the people that had attended the convention center. It had nothing to do with public safety. It had nothing to do with responding to violent assaults on police officers. It had nothing to do with serving the broader community. It was basically, as you would fear from the police if you were a conscientious citizen, they were being used as a private militia, a private army to clear the mean streets of Sydney, apparently, the mean streets of for a particular interest group. One interest group obviously has way more influence over the state government than the other, and the one that doesn't have the influence was violently suppressed and taken out of the public realm. And that is the long and the short of what happened. Now, everything in between that, you could drum up to culture wars if you really want to. But like at the end of the day, materially, that is what has happened. We had a police force used as private security to contain and then clear out members of the public in the interests of a small group of individuals. It's pretty daunting, to be honest, when you think of it along those lines. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we've gotten to this stage. And it is an experience of police brutality that Sydney is not used to. I'm not saying that this has never happened in Sydney streets before. It definitely has. Definitely has. People are kind of saying, oh, it's unprecedented. But like if you listen to stories of people who survived like Stonewall type of stuff, like the emergence of the gay and lesbian Mardi Gras in Sydney, like when those people first started protesting and wanted their voices heard, they were severely beaten by the police. Severely beaten by the police. But there's all water under the bridge now. But like, we haven't seen this type of stuff for a long time. But I would say this is quite unique in the sense that we had the police being used, like I said, as a private army, private militia for a particular group of people. And I'm not suggesting even that the police themselves knew what was going on. I think some of the coppers that were there, and it's quite evident, just wanted to go and beat the crap out of people. And so they're happy to do it. But like, why were they really being used in that way? Are they being given the license and special police powers to do so? Well, now we know why. Bravey baby, oh, hello. How are you going? Ninja Nurse booking dinners he didn't show up to. What a dog. Yeah, that's Kev Dogs for you. Yeah. Imagine if Herzog went to Lakemba in a gesture of forgiveness. That'd be a great move by a great man. It's a shame that greatness is hard to come by. Could you imagine that hypothetical though? Ninja Nurse, like Herzog rocking up to Lakemba, going to the mosque and be like, we need solidarity. Yeah, sure, Herzog. Thanks. Jordan, Ho Chi Minh, so good. I'll tell you why there's a media blackout. Labor doesn't want its supporters watching Albo smile and chum it up with Mrs. Uncle, eh? And biting cops' fingers. Yeah, interesting. We'll get to the bitey stuff, for sure. We'll get to that. He was nibbling on their toes as they were crushing his face under their boots. But yeah, the media blackout is actually not got anything to do with Australia. Can I just clarify for you their dilemmas? Unless you're just being completely sarcastic. The media blackout is at the request of the president of Is Not Rail. He doesn't want any media present. The media has been banned. The Australian media has been banned. They can't talk. They can't follow him around. So like our media is being silenced too, which is interesting. Very interesting. I wish they cleared traffic like that on Parramatta Road after 5. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like they're not here to serve. All right. They're definitely not here to serve. They are as traditionally conceived of the police force in industrial society. The police force, not like individual coppers in your local hometown, but like the police force. And we saw it on display in Sydney as they were running through the streets. The police force is used to protect private property and thus private interests. It's not there for you. Like it's an afterthought. It's secondary, potentially. but primarily they are there to control you fucking plebs. That's for sure. The culture war or government blatantly putting the citizen last. Melbourne's gonna pop off. Well, apparently we got something going on in like less than an hour in Canberra today. So I'm not sure if Indoctrination's in the house. Oh wait, there he is. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. As long as there is historical connection between the current police and the colonial forces, they will always be our jail keepers, not our protectors. Hell, the AFP was formed after Billy Hughes was egged. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that like mentioned a couple of times recently. That's a very interesting one. Are you streaming today, Indoctrination, by any chance? He's in Canberra today and Melbourne tomorrow. Yeah, let us know. We'll tune in, see what's happening. 4AS, the original Mardi Gras activists would have been smashed by the coppers. Yes, and they were. I've heard their stories. It's absolutely incredible. 4AS, yo, what's up, what's up? Hope you are well. The ICC was such an inappropriate place to hold this event. It was only 7,000 people. Yeah, and not sold out either. Let's remember. That's the funny part. I'm pissed I can't go. Support the Melbourne protesters. Cops don't need fingers to suck off the government. No, not when you go full deep throat. You don't need hands or fingers. Yep, I will be live in half as or so. Oh, great. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on it. It's good to know. Yeah, no one does police brutality quite like Melbourne. Interesting. All right, let's do that. I wonder what you're talking about there, Dilemmas. I'm assuming you're referring to a specific event. They must have had some tight background checks on invitations. Out of 7,000 people, not one got a photo, audio, video of the event. I'm just asking you questions. Yeah, like the only thing I could see was actual media, like mainstream media footage of the event itself. But like, did you see the crowd when we looked at it? It was all just like the elderly, basically. So I didn't see them, putting stuff on TikTok to show us what was happening inside the ICC on that event. I think there's a few young people, but like probably not the majority. COVID is the main one. I suspect this protest will have a similar response. Yeah, I thought you might be speaking about the COVID stuff. Yeah, fair enough. All right. So, like, just to start us off nicely, I want to hear what he has to say for himself. I must admit, I really want to see what he has to say for himself. And so this was the Prime Minister in question time, I believe. And like, I had to get it from fucking Sky News Australia, by all things. But yeah, let's have a listen to what he has to say for himself, shall we, on this situation, on the whole Sydney protest. Because, like people have already mentioned, this is going to continue. There's going to be stuff in Canberra and there will be stuff in Melbourne in relation to this. And is it going to be the same type of stuff? They could handle it much better. I think they didn't handle Sydney very well. By declaring the place a no-go for protests, because that set them up for being able to be like, oh, well, it's a no-go zone and it's illegal anyway, so let's beat the crap out of people. Like they actually wanted to move people out so the people that went to the ICC could, walk around the streets and disperse safely and not be inconvenienced by people that don't share their opinions. And so that's probably why the court didn't uphold, or sorry, the court upheld the decision that the protests were illegal, because they did actually want to have a license to clear the streets. They couldn't have done that if the protest was okay. But like, I think they handled it poorly because they could have let the protests walk away from this general location. But it wasn't about that. This was about like, using the state to suppress and control the population. Now, I don't know what they're going to do in Melbourne. I wonder if they'll let them have a structured protest situation there. It would make sense to have a structured, because you can, keep it If they really care about it being peaceful, they can keep it peaceful much better. But who the fuck knows? Eh? Did you see West media asking about Popo using slash testing sound weapons on processors like some sort of inferior Salneshi noise marine? No, I haven't. We saw someone talking about them actually with the sound weapons, like the acoustic weapon, or the crowd control. But like, I didn't know they used it. Are you saying they actually used it? They deployed it and used it? Heard about the Bunnings facial profiling case? No, I haven't. Link us, Jordan. Good old Sky News. Who would have thought that Credlin and Bolt would be the bastions of free speech in this woke world? Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. In this woke world, who else is going to do it?
Question to the Prime Minister. In response to President Herzog's visit, who was found by a UN commission to have incited genocide, peaceful protesters were last night subjected to horrific brutality by the New South Wales Police. Your invitation has fundamentally undermined unity and social cohesion in this country. Will you condemn this police violence and at the very least send President...
He was asking on FB, cops on the roof had some devices. He was asking if anyone knew or heard anything. Interesting. Well, we saw someone speaking about it yesterday, a content creator on TikTok, I guess. And he was like, I don't know why he didn't show it, but he was standing there. He was like, just behind me over there, they've got like a sound cannon kind of thing. And he's like, this is what they can use to disperse the crowd. And he goes, it does incredible damage to your ears. It can do incredible damage to your ears. It can come out as 160 decibels and can cause permanent ear damage. And he's like, I wonder why they've got that here. But he didn't show the device. I thought that was crazy. So from accounts, the device was there. But like, I don't know if they actually used it or not. My RW mate was saying they did the same during the Aussie Day rallies. Don't know if it's true. I don't know. Like, I haven't seen the device myself. I've been to a few. They look like speakers that aren't large. Okay. Yeah. I haven't noticed it, to be honest, myself. Could happen. Could have been there. I don't know if they would have used it. I'm sure we would have got reports of it. Like there would have been another thing on the agenda for these woke independents questioning the PM. They would have talked about it.
Will you condemn this police violence and at the very least send President Herzog home?
Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
AB News article, Bunnings wins legal fight to use AI facial recognition tech to supposedly combat store crime. Will other stores follow suit? I just want to know what AI facial recognition means, though. Like, all I can think of is more and more of these huge Australian corporations turning to Palantir, using Palantir's technology, like Foundry or something like that, to process huge amounts of data and facial recognition. So yeah, pick up people that are like, I don't know, opening up boxes and checking things out before they buy them. Facial recognition, seriously. 100% they test weapons on protesters. Yeah, they do. And we saw the footage of it yesterday as well. Indoctrinathan shared something that was interesting and showed it in Serbia, actually. But like, did they use it the other day? I don't know. Oh, also, we're going to cover the Discord rollout today. Oh, holy shit. Yes, thank you. This is just a housekeeping call, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure if you are aware of this. This is another housekeeping mission thanks to Indoctrinathan here. This was on Discord. I don't know if you've seen this. Jag mentioned this the other day as well. I think you put it in the general chat as well, Jag. But like, here we are. Discord launches teen by default global settings globally. The press release was last updated on the 10th of February. Teen by default settings to roll out for all Discord users, enhancing age appropriate protections while maintaining privacy, community, and meaningful connection on the platform. Discord is announcing enhanced teen safety features rolling out globally that reinforce its long-standing commitment to creating a safer, more inclusive experience for users over the age of 13. As part of this update, all new and existing users worldwide will have a teen-appropriate experience by default, with updated communication settings, restricted access to age-gated spaces, and content filtering that preserves the privacy and meaningful connections that define Discord. Beginning with a phased global rollout to new and existing users in early March. Users may be required to engage in age verification to change certain settings or access sensitive content. This includes age-restricted channels, servers, or commands, and select. Like, can anyone decipher this language for me? Like, what the fuck does this mean for our, like, really all I give a shit about is what's going to happen to our Discord server itself. Is this going to impact it at all? Like, are we all going to have to log in and provide, facial recognition, technology, biometric data? We're going to have to provide ID of some sort before we can get back into the server? Or are there going to be things inside the server that will come up with like a, restricted access on this piece of content now? Is that what's going to happen? Oh my God, Ring have just released disturbing feature on their doorbells. They are using a surveillance network of cameras. Find lost dogs, just replace dogs with people. What's this? What are you talking about? We don't have knives in our supermarkets. Where am I now? Because of youth crime or something? Are they saying communism isn't appropriate for young children? Yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question. Is communism not okay? Key privacy protections for Discord age assurance approach include: 1, device processing. Video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to our vendor parties are deleted quickly, in most cases immediately after age confirmation. Straightforward verification. In most cases, users complete a process once there. I put a post in the stream chat. Okay. Give me a second. We're bouncing all over the place here. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. We covered the Flock safety issue last week. Ring gives their data to Flock last year. Flock, yeah, I remember Flock. Those cameras that are just stationed everywhere, like all over the place in certain counties, in certain areas. And like people were kind of trying to figure out. So they use what were they using? Plate recognition information, and that was being provided for what? For people that are speeding or something like that, maybe. But like, it's just scraping everyone's data all over the place. Pretty much, if you don't identify, you can't use it. They will claim that it's just restricted content, but I'm sure it will go to everything. It was only last year that 70k people's IDs, credit cards, and details was leaked. Okay, so it's just everything, most probably. The vast majority of people can continue using Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. For a majority of adult users, we will be able to confirm your age group using information we already have. We use age prediction to determine with high confidence when a user is an adult. No, the vast majority of people. Sorry, will I need age assurance to continue using Discord? No, the vast majority of people can continue using Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. In a minority of cases, when additional confirmation is required, we offer multiple privacy forward options through trusted partners. When do I need to go through age assurance? You must be a confirmed adult to access age-restricted content and experiences such as age-restricted servers and channels or to modify certain safety settings. Okay, fair enough. Probably also being used to shut down bots. Hey, welcome to techno feudalism, baby. Yeah, interesting. Forget national borders, it's digital borders. Yeah. Bunnings AI recognition is using Hitachi, big Japanese company. I went to Bluey's big play on the weekend, had to use the paid parking in the CBD. I freaked out when I drove to the bottom gate and a camera takes a photo of your license plate. That's funny. License plate recognition. Yeah, I think they've been using that in shopping centers for a long time. But fair enough. What a world we live in. What a world, isn't it? So, like, how do you even know? I'm assuming we're not a restricted server, so I'm guessing that's not a problem. Ring, search party from Ring, be a good hero in your neighborhood. What are we looking at? So this is like the flock stuff. Am I hearing this correctly? They will probably use the account age determination like Meta did. I didn't have to do anything, but some others had to put in their age. Yeah. What justifies restricted content? Or you have not safe for work memes or swearing or controversial opinions that is restricted content. What about personal servers that's just mates talking shit? I don't know. It's a good question. Lots of questions, not a lot of answers. I prefer giant ant overlords to AI overlords. Also, lots of not safe for work accounts on Discord. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there
This
are.
is Milo. Pets are family. But every year, 10 million go missing. And the way we look for them hasn't changed in years. Until now. One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs. Since launch, more than a dog a day has been reunited with their family. Be a hero in your neighborhood with Search Party. Available to everyone for free
Search
right now.
Party.
Join the
What
neighborhood
the
at ring.com.
fuck? What are we watching, bro? What is this? Ninja knows what the is this? It's just gone from surveillance capitalist nightmare to
ABC
surveillance capitalist
listen.
nightmare. Hey? First, we're talking about like age verification to shut down Discord communities. Okay. And now we're talking about an app that conglomerates the use of people's personal security cameras and devices all over the place, converges them into one area to use as a large-scale surveillance tool to find your lost dog. A search party, god damn. See, this is the thing. There's so many people out there that use this technology as well. They're just like, I want to be safe. I'm going to put one of these cameras in my house. And the camera isn't wired like it used to be to some type of receiver inside the dwelling which records, and it's all locked down as your private information. It wirelessly connects to your personal device, transmitting all of that information and watching your neighbors, watching the public domain, and that is freely accessible to some tech bro and surveillance capitalists who will pay other surveillance capitalists to get access to all of their information so they can start profiling your entire neighborhood and getting a snapshot of the entire world. When we started looking at surveillance capitalism and techno-feudalism last year, and there was this idea of the internet of the forest, and they're going to wire up every tree in the Amazon. This is an actual project, right? An actual project. Because they want to get biometric data and information on the entire Amazon rainforest. Everyone laughed. But like, just like we all have kind of little computers in our hands that can track us, we also all seem to have this weird obsession with putting up security cameras all around where we live. And so like that provides a nice map for surveillance capitalists to watch everything we do and triangulate your movements. Oh, sorry, to save your dog. The It's actually crazy. This is the official Ring YouTube channel, so it's not fabricated to the best of my knowledge. Imagine inviting protesters into your home to protect them from the authorities and being snitched on by your doorbell. Mass production does kind of spread through people's fears. It's clever marketing. Oh yeah, it is. Hey, do you have a young child who would be traumatized by losing their dog? Hey, you don't hate your child, do you? Hey, do you hate your dog? Well, not only should you get yourself some surveillance equipment, but you should connect up with us and join our comprehensive surveillance network. Fucking mental. What a time to be alive. This is the thing. This Ring's new commercial for the big game. Yeah, so you can see that probably. Has transformed how we think about home security. It goes beyond reuniting lost pets with their owners by offering real-time visibility that helps deter crime, document incidents, and keep neighborhoods informed. From keeping an eye on deliveries to capturing movements that might otherwise be missed, Ring adds an extra layer of awareness and peace of mind. It's more than a doorbell. It's a smarter way to stay connected to what matters most. Interesting. And it connects everyone together. Absolutely crazy. Well, we saw protesters being held in a database, being identified via face scanning software happening from ICE. And we are just America 10 years behind. So, yeah. This is the world that we're going into. This is the surveillance capitalist world. The scary place, ladies and gentlemen. It is a scary, scary place. Because like all of this stuff, this is the real problem with surveillance capitalism, right? Not that it's like an egregious attack on your privacy and your security, which is sold to you as enhancing your security. Not only is it that, which is pretty fucking important in a free society, but this technology could be used for good. Like imagine if everyone did have a doorbell, right? That was given out to them by their local council, just like your local council or county or wherever the fuck you live. Your local government authority gives you a bin so you can put your shit in it, so you don't throw your shit out the window and it ends up being an absolute health and environmental crisis in your local government area. They take your rubbish away so it doesn't become a problem. Imagine if they gave out doorbells and were like, okay, everyone put this doorbell up if you're comfortable, and we'll have a network across the city or across the area, the locality. And every time, the bin does come and they miss it, or they, I don't know, spill rubbish all over the street, it gets captured by a whole bunch of cameras, and then everyone reports it and there's video evidence of it so they can go and clean it up. Or like someone dumps rubbish in the street, then like all these cameras are like, haha, we caught you dumping rubbish, you're in trouble. Or like, yes, someone loses a dog and then it's picked up on cameras 3 or 4 blocks away, and like you just log into your local government and you're like, I've lost my dog, has anyone picked this up on their cameras? And then they can kind of, use that information. Like this stuff is really useful. Like it could be something that actually is there to help the community. But like in surveillance capitalism, and that's why it is a form of capitalism at the end of the day, this stuff is used primarily for profit. And so like someone is profiting off this, and they're profiting off something that is surveillance specifically. So they're profiting off something that is nefarious anyway. Like industrial capitalism, if they were making you stuff like clothes, like yeah, it might be wasteful, but like they're your clothes at the end of the day. You get them. Like this is trading in on your privacy to make profit. It's another form of profit making that just turns down a dark avenue that humanity doesn't have to go down at all. But like, it's just the way it's going to be. See you soon. indoctrinating, good luck. We'll log in. Hopefully someone can remind me just in case I get carried away. But like, yeah, it's just a dark form or a way of making money. Someone like, what's their name called? Ring. Someone like Ring, encouraging people to buy their technology so they can conglomerate and surveil you for their own profit. And like, they're not just going to surveil you. Like, their profit isn't just selling doorbells so you can find your lost dog. They'll sell it to third parties. They'll sell it to the government. They'll sell it to other private figures, other surveillance companies, people that contract out to predictive policing organizations, and companies like Palantir. And then they'll be profiling you. They'll be watching all of your movements through this technology. It'll be in the fine print in the terms of service. And like, if you thought they had a good profile of you anyway, they'll have an even better one, because, you know, it'll be from cameras that are constantly surveilling the public domain, like just a non-stop around-the-clock surveillance system. They don't even need governments to go out and be, you know, surveillance states anymore and set up all of like these crazy networks of security cameras. That stuff costs too much money. Just sell it to people and get them to do it for you. Problem solved. This is it's a crazy world, man. Crazy world. Breaking news: Trump has officially opposed Israel's annexation of the West Bank. Officially? Sus. Yeah, officially is a bit sus. What's going on there? Was good to know my family okay at night while I worked night shift for 10 years. Yeah, it's great. And that's how they sell it to you. That's definitely how they sell it to you. But like, you know, why can't that happen in the public sphere? Why does it happen with a company who's probably also watching your family sleep at night dilemmas? Eh? Some strange thing going on there. My dog won't let anyone get near our door. Big 50K baby who wants to meet everyone. Dilemmas, are those black guys were just Jehovah's Witnesses, bro? LOL, no. Hobo Joe, sorry, I was on the phone, so if it's mentioned, my bad. Discord claims that they will delete your ID or facial recognition after verification, but will they really? Yeah, that's what they claimed. What they actually said was, Hobo Joe, they said they're vendors. Now, this is the case with a lot of this stuff. You see this happen in the UK. You've seen it happen here. All the social media giants that have been required to provide or forced to use age verification and digital ID, they don't actually do it themselves. They go to a third party whose job it is to collect everyone's information and verify someone's age. So like, you know, Discord might not do it themselves. TikTok won't do it. You know, Instagram, Meta, Facebook, they won't do it themselves. They go sell it to a third party, that service to a third party, contract out to them, and they do it. So the vendor is supposed to be assuring you that they're going to delete this stuff and not use it nefariously. But like, good luck. Good luck. Like you said, how do you know? And then they can stay at arm's length as well. So like, Discord can be like, but the vendor told us, the third party said that they would delete it. They didn't? Oh my God, that's outrageous. But like, you know, Discord didn't do it, so don't stop using our service. So like, that's, you know, maybe they will stop. Maybe they will get rid of it. Maybe they'll just sell it to somebody else. And that's how they get rid of it. Who knows? Half-truths, exaggerating their achievements to suppress the negative consequences. Clever marketing, classic win. Fun fact, the founder of Ring originally pitched his doorbell on Shark Tank and was rejected. Hey, what do they say? Hey, never give up. Never give up. There you go. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. You know who you are. Yes, is so scary and loud, but she literally just wants a cuddle and a facelift. LOL, yeah, one of my posties knows our dog just wants a pat and attention. Why can't I have a firearm for home defense? I guess it depends. Are you going to be out on shift or not? Or are you going to be home? Boring is owned by Amazon. Bezos watching your dog. No one is safe, especially now Bezos has been implicated with the e-files. He's not only watching your dog, that's for sure. Because you touch yourself at night. No, we aren't doing firearm talk again. And also, you're on a watch list by now, like the rest of us. Ring cameras and the like are the next best option. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sure they are. All right, let's get back to this. What's he gonna say? How are you gonna respond to this, Albo? To the police brutality suggestion? How are you gonna respond?
Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Prime Minister will just pause. Order. We will deal. Yes, we'll deal this in a respectful way.
Oh, we
That's
didn't
our
like
point.
that. What
We'll
did they
deal-
say?
Yes, we'll deal this. Order. The Prime Minister will.
He sat down.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
What did they yell out? Bully? I think they yelled out. No.
Order. The Prime Minister will just
He
pause.
didn't like getting
Order.
disrespected,
We will deal-
did he?
Yes, we'll deal this in a respectful
Way, please.
That's our points of order.
I have become very conscious of my personal data. Taking as many steps as possible to prevent it getting out. Most of my friends just think I'm being paranoid, but to them, I say, why should they make money off my personal data? Fair enough. It's a fair question. At the end of the day, if it is your personal information, and let me just put this to you, put it to your friends as well. If it is your personal information and it's valuable, why don't you get a cut? Ask yourself that question. They should ask themselves that too. If it is so important for them to get access to, and you can't have your privacy, they want your personal information, why are they making money off it? And two, where's my money? I want to cut. I don't care. You know what? Take my personal information if I get a 50% share in it. I want 50%. I want everyone to have a 50% share in it. Because that's partly how we will seize the means of production, because people will start to have a say in what happens when they understand how all of this stuff works. Now it's in the shadows, or because it's in the shadows, people don't think about it at all. Once they start to see how things are made, like there is some statistics that we've heard, like investigating this topic, that like in the US, there are these places, these like data auction houses they have, where they basically data mine people in clusters, though it's not as individuals, but in clusters. And there's these data auction houses that exist where like companies will buy clusters of people's information online. Now, according to this one source, your information, if you're American compared to a European, your information gets traded in these auction houses 700 times a day. Your information is transacting 700 times a day. If you're American, I think in Europe where there's more protections, it was like 400 or something like that. Don't quote me on that exactly, but it was like significantly reduced, but not eradicated. And so like, you know, if your information is being traded in auction houses 700 times a day, your personal information, what the fuck are they doing with it? And where's my money? Hey, I wonder how much money is owed to you somewhere. I want to collect my check, and I need to buy some new equipment for filming and stuff like that. I got shit to do with that money. Legit, I've had an income in over a year since my health decline. I'll sell my soul. Let's go, baby. Look, they're getting information of you. You might as well get a cut, right? Want to protect your data? Go back to cash. Think about how many data points they get every time you tap your phone. Location, item purchase, how much you spend, how much you make, and more. Yes, it's a really good point. I don't have any of my banking information or apps and stuff on my phone. Like when I go to the bank and stuff like that, and like I need to update something, like I don't know, details, whatever. They're just like, just get the app out and do this. I'm like, I don't have the app, and they just look at you like what's wrong with you? You tinfoil hat douchebag. Just get the banking app. And I'm like, I prefer not to. I don't want to share that information. And they're just like, oh my God. Stop making my life harder. All right. Douchebag. Remember socialism is when you make that bag and get that cut. Absolutely. Palantir are also in the USA Medicare and Medicaid as well since 2010. There you go. Data is the oil of the 21st century, and the more data you can get access to train your beasts with, and the more your tentacles go out, like the more control you have. Palantir is just what an organization, and it's just the one that everyone knows. Imagine all the Palantir types that exist out there. Ring, that's a name to remember, isn't it? All right, let's listen to what Albo has to say about the recent stuff. We can get more into surveillance capitalism if people are interested. But that's what all this is about. Heaven forbid the bank does some work. It's pretty much like that. When I speak to the people that are there, they're just like, oh man, like I have to actually input your information for you. If you just went on the app, you do it. And I'm like, well, yeah, but like then if you do work, you can justify your job in this organization and they'll pay you for that. That's a good thing, right? Because like the less you do, the more reason they have to phase you out. Yeah, shut up. Just download the app. What do you mean the bank's out of money?
Will be taken, and I'm giving the call to the member for Curtin on a point of order.
I'm seeking a ruling on whether the member for Colin Boyce, Flynn, is breaching Standing Order 90 by saying rip her apart.
Order. Order. Members on my right are going to cease interjecting immediately. I'm unaware of what was said, but I remind all members to treat each other with respect. If the member for Flynn indicates that he wishes to make a withdrawal, I'll allow him to do so.
Imagine all the tech companies fused into one giant monolith. It's common, man. That's the point of surveillance capitalism. Yeah. Or like capitalism just generally leads to a lot of monopolization. Like whether or not they'll actually turn into one giant monolith or not, I don't know. But like, will they turn into a cartel? 100%. Like they will capture the entire market and concentrate it to such a level you'll have like 5 people controlling everything. Like for argument's sake, Amazon, Google, OpenAI, and Meta controlling everything. And then you'll have like one massive conglomerate telecommunications provider that controls all telecommunications infrastructure, the physical stuff, and all the software and the cloud capital will be controlled by another conglomerate or two. And then they'll just set up shop as a cartel and protect their interests. They might fight around the edges with one another, but they will fight to protect their group, and so they can maintain complete control over everything. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is smelly. I love how much they bother the children in trailer. Sir, he called me names. Yeah, it's pretty much like that, isn't it?
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for Flynn. Order.
Order.
Prime Minister will now be heard in silence.
In silence.
Thanks, Mr.
It is
Speaker.
like a school classroom, isn't it? Everyone, silence, please. Let the speaker talk.
President Herzog is visiting Australia at the invitation of the Governor-General as her equivalent head of state. The Australian government supports the invitation, and I'll be meeting with him later today and with victims of with families of the 15 innocent victims whose lives were tragically cut short on the 14th of December. That is what this visit is about. And I would say to everyone in this chamber and outside, as I have said repeatedly, we need to turn the temperature down in this country. We need to turn it right down, including in the rhetoric that just took place in that exchange in this chamber. President Herzog is here in Australia to offer sympathy and solidarity to people who are mourning, and to offer...
Why him? Like, honestly, why him? Why not some superstar rabbi or something like that? Why do we need the president of Israel to come and console everybody? Hey? Come on. Wookie, hey gum. They have spoken, the ovens have gotten hot, and people are getting flashbacks. Like, you know, turn the temperature down. What does that mean? Turn the temperature down. Like, what does it even mean? Honestly. Well, because people are protesting and because the police were pretty fucking heavy-handed. Like, there were similar protests. And this is why it's a really good case study. There were similar protests on the same issue in other states and cities, and there wasn't any violence. Eh? Well, why? Because the police didn't put hands on people. It's very interesting. Morning all. How you going, Wookie? Welcome back. Hope you're well. And if you're lurking today. Do note as well, Peter Thiel also co-founded PayPal. Also, his lover is the vice president of BlackRock. Friends in high places. Really? Oh, that's interesting. What a power couple those guys are. It means stop talking about me negatively. Look at all this money I'm throwing at you to buy votes.
His support to members of Australia's Jewish community. He has said, to quote him, that his visit is in the spirit of solidarity, friendship and love. Not enough of that anywhere in the world, not the least here in the past couple of months.
Not the least in is not rail, honestly. And the former territories of Palestine. Wow. Turn down the temperature, but keep calling everyone on the right extremists. No, far right. It's better.
I know people have different views and very strong views about the Middle East, and they're entitled to express those, and they're entitled to do that in a peaceful way.
Yes. Just don't do it when Herzog is visiting, because we have high security detail and we will move you the on. You have rights when we grant them. Really, they're privileges, actually, and privileges can be taken away. That's the thing about rights. You don't get to choose when people have them. They are awarded them. They are, for lack of a better description, they are inalienable. What he's describing are privileges. Sorry, dumb question. But what is the BB? Sorry, what? What is? But what is BB? Is not rail? Should really know this. Can you rephrase that? I might be missing something there about the Middle East. Oh, two. What is BB to is not rail? Should really know this. I still don't understand the question though. Please rephrase.
The Australian government does that as well. We have recognised Palestine. We support two states. We have spoken out about the devastation and humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
I thought he was PM for so long. Right.
In addition to our unequivocal condemnation of Hamas's atrocities on October 7. We will continue to understand that there is a need in this country as well as globally for some nuance in this debate, and that the debate is not advanced by people thinking it's like a football team where you have to support 100% one side or the other. That does not advance peace. There are two roads in the Middle East. One is for Israelis and Palestinians to walk the path towards a settlement, which does require, in the Australian government's view, very strongly.
How do you feel about that analogy? That was an interesting one. He's just like, this isn't a football game. You can go for both of them winning. We can go for the draw, guys. We don't have to go for one team winning and the other not. It's an interesting, like, hypothetical, I don't know, analogy or something like that. It's interesting, but like it just assumes in the game style situation, that they're equal sides, like as in like, you know, maybe one side's better than the other, but they all have to play by the same rules. And there's a referee, and the referee makes sure that people don't cross the line and do outrageous stuff. Because we know in this soccer game, like the real football game that's going on between Israel and Palestine, that like there is no adjudication. There's no referee. You know, there is a referee somewhere. There's the UN that's called out one side for committing like one of the most heinous crimes that like you could do ever, which is like the eradication of an entire culture. But like that referee sits there and yells that from the sidelines and no one listens to it. So like, you know, do you have to pick a side? Like this is a sporting event? No. But like, are both teams even playing the same game, let alone following any of the usual rules of engagement? Fuck no. Come on. So like if it's come to a point where people feel like they have to support one side and do it thoroughly, then like you gotta ask, is this a situation where usual standards and rules of engagement have actually been followed? And that's what people are upset about. Now, this has broken down every single measure of principles and virtues. There are absolutely atrocious, abhorrent things going on in this situation. And like, yeah, there's a bit of tit for tat, if you want to call it that, but it's like so far out of balance. It's not a game anymore. It's not a fair context if you want to stretch out that game mentality. Like when I used to play football back in the day, and when we used to lose to a team because they were so good, we'd be losing by like 50-0. We couldn't get over the line at all. They had something called the mercy rule, and they'd call the game off because we were being slaughtered. I don't see the mercy rule here. I don't see it at all. There are not two sides in a Jenny side. Yeah, fair enough. That's got a nice rhyme to it too. It's got a great rhyme to it. He's not handling having his commie fans turn on him, lol. He's Rothschilding to trying to play both sides. Weak shit from Albo. Dilemmas. He should stand on his convictions and maintain his views that he had 30 years since uni. He was in the Communist Party and he was called the Trot. I looked it up. I didn't realize Israel had a prime minister and a president. Oh, that's what you were asking about before. Apologies. Okay. Bro, in rugby, people do try to pull your pants down in a tackle. Yes, they do. And like, even that's okay compared to some of the stuff that's going on in the football game between Palestine and Israel. That's for sure. I might not be a smart man, Jenny, but I know what a Jenny side is. Hey? All right. Anyway, that's because it seems kind of convincing when you hear it on face value. You're just like, yeah, I guess it's not a soccer game. Maybe there's more nuance to it. I shouldn't just pick a side. It's like, yeah, well, at the end of the day, Jenny's side is a good reason to pick a side on this one and be on the right side of history, as they say. Yeah, my bad, painting and typing at the same time. Got it. It's called hopate. When you use your thumb for tactical advantage in the scrum. Oh, hopawati. Oh, okay. Lovely. Oh my God. Thank you.
Two-state solution. In order to do that, you need to engage constructively with Israelis and Palestinians. That is one path. The other path is that a powerful state, the state of Israel, is in a position which we have seen for 7 decades, and the Palestinians remain an oppressed people. Now, I believe very strongly that we need to engage with both Israelis and Palestinians as we go forward. I've consistently said that every life matters, whether Israeli or Palestinian. And the violence that we saw last night was devastating. And I know all Australians would have found those scenes very confronting.
Bet he didn't say that to Herzog. Yeah, I know, right? We've heard Herzog's opinions on this. They're all implicated, all of them. They've all got rocket launchers in their kitchens.
New South Wales Police have said they will examine the footage which was taken place last night, including, I note, that many people who saw the footage, particularly of the people who were praying, and then action was taken, will.
It is kind of funny, the juxtaposition, though, isn't it? Like, you have the police, and we saw the footage of it as well, the police guarding the ICC, the convention center, heavily guarding it. And like, you know, all cordial and like, hope you have a good night, enjoy the conference, you know, enjoy the event, blah, blah, blah. And then on the other side, you have Muslim men praying and being like thrown around like rag dolls by coppers because they've been told to clear out the public sphere because the other group of people want to leave their event and they want to do so and not feel uncomfortable. They don't want to be inconvenienced slightly. And so like you have, again, the double standards in society is what kills society to the max. Like you have the double standard, a special security detail just to elevate one community and literally suppress another. And they're both religious communities as well. So you're effectively saying, as the state, that our values and our resources as a society should be thrown towards one group and protecting one group while crushing another. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And he's like, has to address it. He's like, yes, and those people that were praying and were manhandled, we'll look into that. We'll get back to you, Barry. We'll get back to you. Oh, man. Say the liner, but it's context. Yeah, the C word, I forgot. Let's be fair. He has got it up and said these things in Parliament while the president of Israel is here. The other side, as politicians, would have said as much as he did just now. Where's Susan SS's tears? Any comment, Pauline? Yeah, fair enough. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. Yeah, double S Susan won't be saying this. No fucking way. He's between a rock and a hard place. Not denying that. Not denying that. But like, you know, we've all seen the footage. And like the way he's addressing it, like the violence we saw last night. The violence that was completely triggered by the police who were given a mandate at the end of the day. We've heard Chris Minns talk about it now. They were given a mandate to clear the city. So when people came out of the convention center, they were not disturbed. And so people were brutalized by the cops for that reason. They weren't contained and held peacefully or dealt with in an acceptable manner. They were broken up and beaten so they didn't stick around. And he's just like, oh, the violence. Where did it come from? Of course, he can't criticize the cops. That would be an absolute death sentence for someone like him. But yeah, I get it. Rock in a hard place. Lee's days are numbered as opposition leader. No point bringing up the Liberals. They are done. Yeah, Pauline is pro-Israel. But at least she stands on her values no matter what, even if you don't agree. Yeah, well, looks like we'll be criticizing her too in the same way.
Want to know all of the circumstances around that, and I'll allow the police to do their job. But I also know that there were systems put in place to make sure, which is pretty sensible, frankly, to separate where President Herzog was and where the demonstrations were, and that people sought to break that separation.
Like, I still don't know if this is true. I think this is just the narrative. You'll have to tell me. But like, I haven't seen anything or actually like footage of protesters trying to break police lines and get to the convention center. Has anyone seen this? Has anyone heard about this? Has anyone really talked about this apart from the media, Chris Minns, and now Albo? Like, the insinuation is these people, these bloodthirsty protesters, were trying to get to the convention center. Again, if you know Sydney, it's not like they could just cross the line and they'll be there. Like, it takes a while to get from town hall to the convention center. It's not like a 100-meter sprint or something like that. And so, like, if this is what this is circulating, if this is what these people are telling you, that these protesters were trying to get to the convention center because they wanted blood, like, it's just wrong. Like, I don't know if there's any evidence to suggest this. Ninja knows, don't get me wrong, I'd love to hear him say more. And I know that there is more he probably wants to say for everything that he has said. He did mention the right for people to speak out at the beginning of his speech. Yeah. Another room temperature take. Taggart in the house, how you going? Pauline and Hans Herzog in a tree. Turn down the temperature, it's too hot. Yeah, Australia's so hot right now, bro. In many ways. Canberra's hot. Actually, it is a hot day today. Actually, it's fucking hot. Yeah, Pauline may be shit, but at least she's consistently shit. I was wondering where you're going with that. That's hilarious. Police lines could be the area they deemed illegal to have the protest. Yeah, but it's not just that. Like, they're saying they're trying to break police lines to get to the convention center. And it's far-fetched at best. Although a couple of weeks ago now, but we are also seeing more shark attacks in Australia. Is that just another fact that you're dropping there, Jordan? Or has it got relation to something that we're talking about? It being hot, so hot. And they broke lines by going there. They broke lines by going what? Like going out into the street. That's the thing. Like, you've seen a lot of the footage as well. Like, breaking lines insinuates there's a barrier that people are trying to jump over. What we have seen is there were barriers up and the police were pulling people over barriers to arrest them. The point of protest is to let people march and yell and chant and say their piece, and then they move on after the demonstration is complete. Unless you don't like the feeling of guilt, or yeah, you restrict them and then start poking the bear.
Therefore, to create a circumstance which was not going to be peaceful, that saw what occurred there. Now, in Australia, we can disagree peacefully and with respect. I will treat President Herzog with respect. I've known him for a long period of time. He is someone who you can have a respectful discussion with, whilst examining differences which is there. But he is here primarily to provide comfort for people who not only need it, but they deserve it at this time. And I will not, as a number of the crossbenchers have suggested, walk away from my support for his presence here. Because it is appropriate that he be here at this time, and it's appropriate that people understand the context which is there. A community which is hurting.
He said the word. He said context. He didn't say it in relation to police violence, but he said the word context. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, man. We need that bingo card. Fuck, we need the bingo card. Is it true that it was not Anthony Albanese who invited Herzog to Australia, but the Governor General? He said that before. And that is not the claim that we've heard from anyone, like anyone in the media speaking about this. Yes, it is true. The formal diplomatic invitation to Israeli President Isaac Herzog was issued by the Governor General of Australia, but that happened at the request of the Prime Minister. Okay. Interesting. In Australia, state visits by foreign heads of state are formally invited by the Governor General. Anthony Albanese initiated and requested the invitation. So he did request it. It wasn't just the Governor General acting alone. I was saying, we should invite Herzog over, eh? And then Albanese was like, I support that. It was his initiation. Interesting. Bingo, baby. Yeah, I know, we got it. We got the word. Eh? We got the word fucking context. I use the word all the time as well. Context. And now, like, it'll never be the same. It'll never be the same. Albo sleazy. And again. Oh, man.
That is reaching out and just asking for some understanding. I've said before, and I'll say it again to conclude, we need to turn the temperature down. And the Greens political party need to be a part of turning that temperature down rather than up. Australians want the killing to stop. They want innocent lives to be protected, whether they be Israeli or Palestinian. And the other thing that they want is for conflict to not be brought here. That is overwhelmingly what they want. That's the government's position, and we'll continue to advocate for it.
Interesting. Context, baby. It's so hot. Hey, it's so hot. It's so hot, bro. It's so, isn't it funny? Like, we have in the Americas, we have the head of state who's constantly saying how hot everything is, how hot their country is right now. Everybody says it's so hot. It's the hottest thing. And then we have our head of state. It's like, we need to turn it down. It's too hot. It's time to turn it down. I'm looking at you, Greens. I know you like your global warming, but this is too much. This is too much. So hot. More than Aussie bushfires. Turn down the temperature. Asking for the temperature to be turned down on Sky News. Hey, ha ha ha. Oh, man. All right, so last night, the boys, Big Josh was at it again. Hobo Joe, Big Josh was at it again. Josh Lees. So what happened was, we saw yesterday, he was asked for his comments, I guess you would say, in relation to what happened on Monday. And we heard him interviewed by Channel 7, I'm pretty sure. And he was just like, it was outrageous, police violence, never witnessed anything like it. They came down hard on us out there. And for what reason? We were trying to disperse. It was difficult. They didn't listen. And they basically caused a scene. And, like, you know, let's be honest, the footage that we have seen, and like footage that was being seen from the mainstream media, this isn't just footage that you're getting from TikTok or something like that. It's coming out from the media themselves, because they love a bit of sensationalism, because it gets eyeballs. And like the footage does all look like people are being just taken by the coppers and just and beaten arbitrarily by police. And so yeah, Josh Lees, if you don't know who Josh Lees is, he's a dude with a man bun. Enough said. And he's kind of the spokesperson for the Palestine Action Group, but he's also one of the main players, I guess you'd say, in the Socialist Alternative, which is a large-scale socialist organization in Australia. He's from the Sydney chapter, and so like he's just in the news now. He seems to be a go-to for the media to get comments. Now, he mentioned yesterday that there was another protest that was going to be taking place, and there was a protest that took place in Sydney last night at Surrey Hills. So there's a police station in Surrey Hills which kind of services the greatest, like, kind of the Sydney city area. And so like they met up there yesterday, and they were protesting specifically this time about the police violence. And there are people that have been arrested. I think there's been 7 people out of 30 people that were arrested on the scene and kind of let go. There were 7 people that were actually detained and kept by the cops. So these guys were out there protesting the police brutality from the night before and asking, I believe, for those people to be let go by police. Let them be released. Let my people be free. And so like you're going to see a lot of loony lefties yelling abuse at coppers here. So strap yourself in. This is what woke snowflakes look like challenging the cops in all of their woke glory. So you're going to see a bit of that footage now. The boys at it again. Hey. Did I hear Sky? Hey. Hey, Love Jeff in the house. How you going? Yoshi boy. Hey. Yeah, Yoshi boy. Is that what we're going to call him now? Josh Lee. Probably Mystery's big brother. We know Mystery. We know. Hey, don't tell anyone, please. Keep that to yourself. Oh, big Josh. What have you gotten yourself into now? Well, like I said, he's there now. They're going after the coppers now. Herzog is left the building. It's time to seek retribution from the cops. Hey, this is Sydney's finest, loony lefties. What would Sky News be saying now, Love Jeff? Better get the script out. Hey, oh, these lefties are losing it. Hey, Mystery, one day you need to do a case study on Vietnam and their economic growth. Worth a read. Yes, their economic success story is very interesting, isn't it? But yeah, we can do an investigation of that. I'd love to know more. Hey, there's your Thomas Sewell mustaches there. Who were we talking about this with yesterday? There's a particular type of Thomas Sewell look going on, trending with the coppers at the moment, because, you know, some of those that work forces. She's got her goggles on. She's ready to go for a swim after this. The lefties at it again. Sky News. Vanguard against the workers. Get 'em. Hey, Sky News all the way. I wonder if we got any more gold coming out of Sky News today. Man, those chants are out of time. They need the rhythm. They need the rhythm of the night. There he is. There he is. It's Big Josh, my man. Guys, just saying cover your face. It's a good idea. Someone said I thought it was the same cop running around doing this shit, but it's just the mo. Yeah, it's not the same cop every time. They just all have the same mo.
Wales. This is Chris Minns, New South Wales.
Yeah, so we're rallying tonight to get everyone together who was part of that rally last night and in shock and so on. We're calling for a proper investigation into the police violence. We're saying that, you know, genocide is the crime here, not protesting. If anyone's going to be arrested, it should be Isaac Herzog for inciting genocide. We're calling for the resignation of the police commissioner who oversaw this violent attack on protesters. We're calling for the resignation of the premier who laid the whole legal and political basis for this attack on peaceful protesters, and we're calling for all the charges against protesters to be dropped. I mean, I've been to many protests over the years. I have seen police be violent before, but never anything on this scale or that sustained. The police just repeatedly attacking people, you know, riding horses into people, mass use of pepper spray, punching people, and huge like lines of riot police just charging the crowd again and again and again. So yeah, it's on a scale I've never seen before.
We have been fighting for Palestinian rights and justice for a very long time. Palestinian people were...
She's actually 26 years old. Can you see how much the fight has aged her? Bro, I wanted to play the 1970s song Protest. War, what is it good for? It's a good song. Yeah, where's the Arab? And with the tom-tom, turn this bee into an Arab wedding. In the trenches with the boys for freedom. Oh my god. Now, what does old mate Josh do for a living? I was waiting for that. Like, we've been watching him for a while now. It seems to be his main occupation, doesn't it? Dilemmas. So, well, it is an organization at the end of the day, and they do get funding. So I actually get calls on a yearly basis from the Socialist Alternative asking when I'm going to start providing donations. So yes, I would assume that he's probably on the payroll of his own organization and does this professionally. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Were dispossessed from their lands. Before 1948, the first massacre was Haifa in 1938. I've been a lifelong supporter of the PLO and Palestine rights. It's
an organization. Lots of NGOs get funding. Yes, they get the funding from private individuals, and they take donations as well. I bet she's fun at parties.
Police said they had to leave. The protesters had to leave after a couple of hours of speeches and peaceful protests. The people could not leave. They were hemmed in on all sides by the police and buildings. And so as people started to find a gap and go through that area, the police attacked them. My friend, who's 80 years old, was pushed over and pepper sprayed. They were indiscriminate in the brutality towards people.
Fuck. Pushing over 80-year-olds. That doesn't look good, does it? Eh? And then you have, like, you know, heads of state saying things like, oh, well, it got violent. Don't know how that happened. And it's unfortunate when that happens, isn't it? Remember all the gays the cops murdered in the 70s, 80s, and 90s? Yeah, bro, all eyes on the popo. They have a history of violence. And like any abuser, they often re-offend. At least he's not on welfare. Could you imagine? Like, he would be the apex of, like, he would be the conservative antichrist, wouldn't he? Dilemmas. If he was not only like the head of some evil commie pro-Palestinian organization leading these Antifa types in the street, but he was also on the public purse while he was doing it, taking welfare and doing all of these things. God, that would be, he'd be the apex. He would be the conservative antichrist for sure. That's so good. Sky News, she's a woke grandma. Come on, we know he's on welfare. It's Australia. Oh, man. That 71-year-old lady who got pepper sprayed. There was a few people that got pepper sprayed. We saw the cops getting pepper sprayed. Getting caught in the crossfire. They're pretty loose. Pepper spraying their own people. Oh my god. Oh. Alright, let's see what Channel 10 has to say about this, shall we? Shall we get a mainstream media view on this one? We have so many young, articulate, and well-educated protesters. Where do we find these weird crystal aunts to interview? It's crystal aunts. They're the ones that, you know, they're the backbone of these movements, aren't they? God damn, the dole bludgers are at it again. Yeah, fucking dole bludgers. It's the worst, eh? You wouldn't know anyone that takes a bit of social security, would ya? Anyone in this chat? Or benefits from the social safety net? But it's okay when I do it, not anyone else. New South Wales is not a police state. All right, so protests rally against police. Protesters rally outside police station after clash at anti-Herzog protests. Channel 10. Let's see what they have to say about this.
Good evening. First to Sydney, where there have been tense scenes for a second night in the city. Protesters and police again squared off outside the main police station. Demonstrators venting their anger and outrage over what they've described as police brutality at last night's rally. Straight to Zoe Martin in the newsroom. Zoe, what were demonstrations like tonight?
Ursula, scenes were a lot calmer compared to what we saw at Town Hall last night. Hundreds of protesters gathered at Harmony Park in Surrey Hills, many holding signs. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns copping the most backlash, the crowd chanting, "Chris Minns in the bin." Police again were out in force with a riot squad, the mounted unit and general duties officers outnumbering the crowd. At one point, protesters and officers came face to face as tensions continued to simmer. The demonstrators voicing their anger over the charges laid against the people over last night's rally, 6 of whom are facing assault or attack charges. All up, 27 were arrested last night, with police revealing a further 6 are in the process of being charged.
So let me just get this straight. Everyone's surprised at the moment that this one last night in front of the police station was peaceful and the other one wasn't. Now, this isn't an organized protest, and so technically you do need a permit to protest. And so, like, let's just apply the same logic as before. If these people weren't meant to be in Town Hall on Monday night, then the police were able to use powers to get rid of them. Now, these people weren't supposed to be here. Like, it's not a formal protest, let's say, in the park here in Surrey Hills. The police could have used violent tactics to move them on. Same sort of logic, right? Why didn't they? I would say to you, and this is what I'm trying to ram home here, is that the only reason there was police violence at the Monday night affair has got nothing to do with any part of the culture wars exactly, is because there was a group of individuals at the convention center and they have incredible influence over the state government, so the state premier and thus then the police commissioner. And those people said, we are having an event in the convention center. We have paid for it. It is a ticketed event and we don't want to be harassed by these plebs out on the streets. Would you like fries with that? And the order went out at 8 o'clock to make sure the streets were cleaned before these people left their nice event at the convention center. That's why there was police violence. Now, there might have been a few scuffles, a little bit of jostling, hey? A little bit of jostling, which happens. But like not to the scale that we saw. The reason there was the scale of violence that we saw was literally because there was a particular group that has influence over the state, a disproportionate level of influence over the state, and so they cleaned up the mean streets for them. Last night, they actually protested about police at the police station, and it was a peaceful affair because they didn't have a mandate to move people on, because everyone was safe and back in the eastern suburbs. Eh? Interesting. Advance Australia did the same thing on Anzac Day. Jostle, eh? Jostle? A little bit of jostling. What did they do the same thing on Anzac Day? They jostled? Or they bit some fingers? I saw the new Thai PM. What a happy guy. Yeah. We didn't see his win coming, that's for sure. Jostling, whoever said jostling with a poo, that's all I think about it when hearing jostle now. Yeah, I think that was Dilemma talking about his bowel movements in relation to jostling yesterday. You're welcome. Yeah, see, there you go. He's taking fucking credit for it. He's taking credit for it. I wonder if I can find out if we can do this. Let's have a look here. I'm going to see if we can crash Indoctrinathan's stream for a little bit. Oh yeah, Indoctrinathan. What a legend. He's out in force today. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. There you go. There's our boy.
Continue standing for Palestine, no matter the intimidation from our governments.
Indoctrinathan in the house.
And that's not to mention the shameful actions of the Queensland government in criminalising our slogans, in trying to make it a criminal offence to chant, which we have always chanted the last 2.5 years, and long before that as well. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
You can't say that in Queensland anymore.
Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. I'll invite up next speaker now, Musa Hajazi, executive
If
member
you're watching
of
on
and
Twitch,
member of
by
Palestine Action Group Canberra. Please make him welcome.
By any chance, make sure you go over and follow Indoctrinathan. Hey, brother. There it is. We're gonna dip in and out and watch this at various points tomorrow. Today, sorry. Is that mine? Or is that his? No.
I'll start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people.
Duty calls. If you visualize my jostled poo in your mind's eye,
I pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Thanks for being here again today to welcome to country. Sovereignty was never ceded. This always was and always will be.
I wonder if that's me dropping out. My connection's not great. No, my connection's not great.
I speak enough at those rallies. I'll try and keep it brief because you're going to hear from a lot of other speakers. But I thought I'd start with something light to start with. I'm wearing a green shirt. I'm not a member of the Greens. That's not to say that I will not forever be grateful for what the Greens have done in the last 2.5 years in standing by us for the duration.
So it's a Greens rally.
And it's
like
everyone from the senior members of the Green and
all the March for Australia rallies that we've been to and streamed from. Like they're all like basically like One Nation, I guess you'd say, promotion rallies. Especially that Put Australia First rally that we streamed from. That was just One Nation. Like a One Nation drive, basically. So this type of stuff, in Canberra anyway, seems to be supported by the Greens, and they're the spokespeople. We've seen that, I guess, in other arenas. We saw that at Sydney. We saw that like just before out the front of the cop shop. It was all the Greens that are there. But we have to turn the temperature down when we jostle to keep it in context. Dude, the bingo card is going off. Calm down, dilemmas. Calm down. All right, let's see if this... I wonder if they're going to be marching at all. They're just going to keep it like that. All right, let's finish off. Let's see. Here's another Greens person. Let's hear what she has to say about this.
A further 6 are in the process of being charged.
We want every charge withdrawn from every individual who is facing a charge.
Now, last night was by far the worst case of police brutality I've seen in my life.
As the state's top cop and the Premier today defended
Operation
the actions
Midnight
of
Jostle.
officers at the protest last night, which was in response to a visit to Sydney by
I didn't
Israeli
even read
President
that was
Isaac
you.
Herzog.
That was you,
Authorities
Ravy
denying
Baby. That's
claims
hilarious.
officers created...
I was thinking to myself, Ravy Baby, she would love that. She'd love that call, but it was you anyway. It's you. Operation Midnight Jostle. Almost as good as some Midnight Hammer.
A pressure cooker.
Operation Hard
An
Jostle.
angry and violent mob marching on police is not a situation that I want our officers in.
The President of Israel, alongside 7,000 protesters, it was absolutely essential that New South Wales Police were able to keep the two groups separate and apart.
7,000 protesters? What are you talking about? We're just hanging out at a rally, bro. Calm down. Sorry, they were hanging out at the convention centre. Ticketed event. Protesters my ass.
Chris Minns cannot possibly use that event as an excuse for the sickening police brutality meted out to all of us.
So tonight's rally, Palestine Action Group organiser Josh Lees called on the crowd to disperse, telling them we don't want a repeat of last night's scenes, and that's exactly what
Yeah,
the group...
could you imagine? I hope One Nation gets in and Gina becomes our Elon Musk. Yeah, too bad we won't get like SpaceX or something cool like that. No, not at all. When we like, what are we gonna get? Like Doge? What's the Australian version of Doge? Headed by Gina. That's gonna be horrible. It's going to be like industrial relations 2.0. Going to drop the minimum wage to $2 a day so she can compete with mining corporations in Africa. Hey, fuck. The Department of Destroying Workplace Relations. Great. Can't wait for Gina to be our Elon Musk. Tagad, you're painting a horrible picture here.
Police have since released a statement confirming their operation at Surrey Hills has concluded with one arrest. An 18-year-old accused of continuously shining a torch at the face of officers. Assistant Commissioner Peter McKenna described it as his officers showing enormous restraint.
Thank you.
They're shining a light in an officer's face. Must have really pissed him off. One teenager arrested for shining a torch in a police. Do they think about this stuff before they say it? And there was one arrest, mate. There was a teenager shining a torch in a police officer's face. Mate, listen to Albo. He said, turn it down. Turn it down. That means stop using your torches, children. Please, for God's sakes. We need to turn it down. Gina, as our Elon, would end up like Lord of the Rings. We'll all be underground mining for the Queen. Only $2 in the Northern Exclusion Zone. We all have to sit around and feed Neapolitan ice cream. Oh, man. They don't actually expect you to pay attention when they speak. Turn it down. No high beams. Yeah, I know. Can you imagine? He was flashing his high beams, telling people that there was a speed camera in the area. Outrageous behavior. They literally have a sound cannon, but light is where they draw the line. USA's Jabba the Hutt, Australia is the weird thing attached to it. Oh, man.
Zoe. Meanwhile, the Israeli President and Anthony Albanese have met for the first time tonight since his arrival in Australia. The duo attended a service at the Chabad Bondi Synagogue in Sydney's eastern suburbs. The Israeli President paying tribute to the victims of last year's terror attack before praising the Prime Minister.
You are an important world leader. I commend the legislation and initiatives you have taken. The test will be in their full implementation and in their outcome.
Whoa. Hey, I commend the policies that you've put in place. It'll work if you implement them properly. That's a slight remark to the PM. Remember, these policies that we've asked you to put in place, we're watching to see if you carry them out to the full extent of the law. Make sure you crush any opposition to Israeli legitimacy. We will be watching. We will be watching you, PM. I've said nice things about you now, but we are watching you, bro. BB tried to warn you before. He tried to warn you, didn't take us seriously. Look at you taking us seriously now. It's the duo. Get it? The duo. Ravy, baby. I remember getting pulled over by a cop who claimed my headlight was out. I was on a motorbike and said the second light is my high beam. She argued until I turned it on and then went, oh, okay, bye. Oh, man. BB wasn't saying that a few months ago. I thought they were just a tiny little nation in the Middle East. How could they possibly have so much power and influence? Well. How could they possibly? The conspiracy mounts. Now you've seen Pax Judaica. You can't unsee Pax Judaica. I saw the right-wing people all whining about Bad Bunny's Super Bowl show. It's hilarious. Megyn Kelly is so dumb. I didn't touch that one. I looked at it, kept coming up my feed, and I was like, should I talk about this in the stream? People like to talk about this. I was like, no, I can't. I can't. I don't give a fuck about Bad Bunny, and I don't give a shit about the Super Bowl. I can't do this. Who cares if it's a woke nightmare and Trump's having a whinge about it? Who cares? Forrest Gump from hell. Pax Judea. Let's go.
The Israeli
I feel more vindicated by the day. Well, like the real test of your vindication is, honestly, how does your uncle feel about it? If your uncle's like, nah, I'm not interested, kind of thing. Like, what was the thing that I was like, oh my God, I hope your uncle's seen this. And your uncle was like, yeah, I'm not interested. I was like, man, I'm crushed. I wonder what your uncle thinks about the Pax Judaica theory. I don't know what a bad buddy is. Oh, wait, fucking don't Google it. Don't Google it. All right, unless you got filters on or something like that. Because I was searching, I was like, I wonder what a bad bunny is. Don't. I shared it in the family group chat, and no one said anything. Oh, crushing, bro. I feel you, dog. I feel you. Oh, it was the new Atlas. I was hoping your uncle would like the new Atlas, and he was just like, no, not interested. The Mandelson bloke in the UK was selling state secrets to Epstein, and he was the guy basically running Labour over there. Yes, we've heard. Oh, well, I don't know if everyone's heard about that, but yeah, Starmer is under a lot of fire at the moment because of Mandelson's position. But like Mandelson just is one of those guys that's in the network. He's kind of, he knows Trump and the boys. And so he was like a good pick for US relations. And they knew that he was associated with Epstein. They did it anyway. They didn't give a shit. This is also the same group chat that was cheering on recent Dem win in Texas. They are all washed. Oh well. You're going to have to look for something, I guess, in the meantime, before the revolution. Yeah. Why would you say that? Not my ADHD brain is curious. Why would you say that? Well, sorry, what did we say? Oh, about Bad Bunny? Oh, yeah, just do it in your own time. Oh, I can't do it on stream. Dharma has looked like he is perpetually shitting himself since that came out. It does. He always has that stunned look about him. Like he's absolutely fearful of anything that might happen. It's like he's shell-shocked all the time. Mendelsohn, the British Bill Gates. Yeah, I guess he kind of is, isn't he? Eh? But like they knew, like Bill Gates, I feel like everyone treated Bill Gates as like this, untouchable billionaire. Now all of this has come out. It's shocking. But Mendelsohn, I'm pretty sure everyone knew that he was just a sleazy diplomat. Permanent poopy pants. Kia is cooked. He replaced his chief of staff with 2 part-time ladies, lol. I got to go beat the woke army, not watch a naughty bunny. Yeah. Elon, Jimmy Savile, Epstizzle. Yeah. Epstizzle.
President is expected to next travel to Canberra and then on to Melbourne.
Look at him. Hey. Told you, that's what he's here to do. Shake hands and kiss babies. It's the Herzog tour, bro. It's the Herzog tour. People are not happy. I wonder how things are going over in Indoctrinated Land. Oh, is it finished? Did I miss it? No, tell me that it's so. Huh. Nah, no way. Has it finished already?
For Stone, that's the rock he is.
And opens ambulances as far.
Shipping for our posters and leaflets, if you can.
Where's your QR?
Oh, damn. Oh well. It wasn't as extensive as I thought it would be. Too bad. Hope he had a good time. I hope he had a good time. USA right now. Got to show Cuba and new idea. It's called freedom. Yeah, we're going to get to Cuba later, actually. Let me finish off. I want to kind of finish this part on... Yeah, I want to figure this out because Dilemma keeps saying this. So, like, this is the whole line that's holding down the right wing of the culture wars at the moment in the face of police brutality. It's just like, but this guy bit the police. So police say protester was trying to bite officer. So like, this is it. Police brutality, completely justifiable. This guy bit a police officer. So they just kept beating him on the floor, even while he was completely immobilized. Sky News political editor discusses the footage of last night's Sydney protest, which is sparking debate over excessive police force. I had several police email me since I commented on this last hour. They're saying to me, look, he's trying to bite the leg of the officer. That footage doesn't look great, and I think there can be a debate around excessive force. So this is it. This is the I support the cops defense is this guy was biting the police officer. So they were punching him in the head and the kidneys. If you haven't seen, this is one of the more controversial pieces of footage, I guess you would say, coming out of the whole Sydney protest scenario. This guy gets fucking pummeled by the coppers. And apparently he was nibbling on the coppers. So that's why they decided to do this one. I give you the real right-wing talking points. Well, like, you know, thanks. It's a service, honestly. You know, at least we understand, like, the culture wars better. And how, like, people justify stuff. Tis just a stretch. Minds radicalize the normies. Sky News comments, the gold mines. We're getting there. We're getting there. That one will be for Lap Jeff, if he's lurking right now. They turned me into a newt. The cop, probably. Dilemmas in the trenches. You haven't lived until you've been banned by Sky comments? No way. Bunch of snowflake Sky News warriors. Wow. I can't believe you got banned from a Sky News comment section.
Kelly Sloan said something, the New South Wales Liberal leader. I think a lot of our viewers would resonate with them, where she said people in New South Wales have had a gutful. I think, to be honest, you could extend that across the country when it comes to the weekly demonstrations and so on. The Prime Minister says people don't want conflicts brought here. We see this image last night, and I'll play the pictures because you were reporting it earlier with Laura. Josh Lee says it's police brutality. What do you make of it, Andrew? The Premier urging people don't make a judgment based on 10 seconds of video.
So here's the 10 seconds of video.
Yeah, well, there's this particular footage. I'm just trying to make sure this is the right one of a kid on the ground. And I've had several police email me since I commentated on this last hour. And they're saying to me...
Okay, so let's just say, look, he was biting the police officer. So, like, he's obviously not biting them anymore.
He's trying to bite the leg of the officer. Okay, so he does lift his head. That's inconclusive. That seems like excessive force. But it's police have also told me, and they weren't involved in the protests at all. These are just rank-and-file police who give me their professional opinion, that he's not handcuffed at this moment. He has one hand in a cuff, and that the officer needs to stop him moving so he can put the other cuff on. So
say the word. Context. Do it in context. The protesters are cannibals. He was trying to eat my officers. Not only did we see extreme violence from the protests, but they were actually trying to devour police. They were trying to ingest them. Do you not understand the gravity of this situation? If we had let them near the convention center, they would have eaten those people too. This was a Walking Dead style scene. We had a mass army of zombies that needed to be detained because they wanted human flesh. They just wanted some bacon. So good. Oh my God.
That is kind of the technical explanation, but that footage doesn't look great, and I think there can be debate about excessive force, and of course a lot of people will
I can't believe Sky News is doing this. Like, we are turning, this is 2 weeks in a row where like the people that are doing critical analysis of fucking Sky News. It's the, what world are we living in? Look at this guy. He's like, it doesn't look great. Oh, damn. And they're actually talking about the issue. Oh my God. Where did he bite him? Like, seriously. Like, I think they're saying at the start, like, look at it.
Yeah, well, there's this particular footage.
Here. There.
A video.
Ready?
Yeah, well, there's this particular
Here.
Footage. I'm just trying to make sure this is the right one of a kid on the ground.
Like when he's
and I've had several police email me since I commentated on this last hour, and they're saying to me,
boom, look at him smashing him.
look, he's trying to bite the leg of the officer. Okay, so he does lift his head. That's inconclusive. That seems like excessive.
Apparently. He bit him through his uniform. Obviously, look at the cop. His whole fucking knee is missing. Oh, wait. It's in that guy's back. Never mind. Is this UFC? That's what I was saying yesterday. Like, do you remember the old guy that was like with his hands up and the cop was just kept going? It's like the UFC. These guys with their fucking Thomas Sewell mustaches have been watching way too much UFC. They're going in to finish the fight. But you know what happens in the UFC? There's like a dude that comes in and knocks people off and it's like, all right, the fight's over kind of thing. You're actually going to do damage to this person. You've won. Calm the fuck down. There's none of that here. So are they framing this based on 1 second of footage? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I am trying to understand this one. It's the conservative defense, and they're just like, well, they were biting the police officers. So what are you gonna do? Huh? You're gonna punch someone multiple times in the kidneys while they're completely immobilized. It's the only thing to do in that situation, obviously. Mortal Kombat, let's go. Mustache police versus woke Palestinian protesters and snowflakes, let's go. Okay, I'm upset. I haven't been at work so many times and not once has Sky News done a detailed review in slow motion. Yeah, like, can we take it? Like, can we look at the footage again? I'm gonna go to the video ref on this one, slow it right down. Do you see the teeth touching the leg? Can you see? Has he touched down? Has he got the leg? No. They're biting police. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dogs. They are eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. The Haitians are out there. They can't wait till Daddy Trump has UFC-style Turkish oil wrestling fights in the ballroom.
And I think there can be debate about excessive force. And of course, a lot of people will just say, well, you know, the protesters shouldn't have been where they were, so bad luck. Which is, you know, I definitely, and I said this last hour, I think it's regrettable and kind of crazy and really just...
They're eating the cats and the cops. This is Israel/Gaza fatigue in effect. No, it's not, bro. It's not. It's not. These people were told, the coppers were told to move these people along. That's what it is. It is, honestly. What you're talking about is like the Israel-Gaza fatigue of the population. They don't want to be disturbed anymore because these protests have been going on for 2 years now, every week, and it's outrageous. And it's just like, well, is it? Because most people don't even know it's happening because they're not in the city. Most people are not hanging around in Hyde Park on the weekend. So like most people don't even know it's happening. But like this is different. This is different. It's not the cops are tired. I'm tired of these protests. Let me just get this guy in the kidney a few more times. Not the coppers, the public response to the cops' actions. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think people are actually a bit concerned about how the police handled this situation. Contain the woke army. Oh no, the public is upset that a portion of the public are aware of international issues and want the government to do something more.
To prove of the fact that these protesters didn't obey what the courts wanted. You know, we had freedom of assembly here.
Yeah, just like Herzog, and the boys. I'm sure they always listen to what the International Court of Justice has to say. Let's hold these protesters to the same to a standard, and let's hold Herzog to a similar standard. Hey, let's not do double standards. We wouldn't do that, would we? Sky News. No, never. We're so tired of these foreign affairs. Invites the spokesperson of said foreign affair. Oh man. So this is why the culture wars are fucking dangerous, because it's full of hypocrisy. Like every turn you make is like, I'll take a position on this one, turn around, take a position on this one. Oh fuck, they're contrary. Shit. Don't worry about it. No one's checking. Let's be hypocritical. No one will call me out on it. If they do, I'll just deny it. They really want to justify the Popo Protection Squad. The same ones they will run to when they pay no taxes to build a bunker to protect you from society in which you pay no tax. I couldn't care if they protest every day. I'm sick of the righty boomers carrying on about it. Yeah, see, because that's the thing. Like, I don't actually know if it's just like a construct of Sky News where they're just like telling people constantly, like manufacturing consent, like, look, you're tired of this, aren't you? You're tired of this. You're tired of the protest. You're tired of the protest. And people are like, yeah, I guess I'm tired of protests. Because like most people wouldn't even know that they were on if they didn't talk about it. Most people would have no idea. Like I'm saying, unless you went into the city on the weekend and saw it for yourself, which most people don't just hang around at Hyde Park again or Town Hall or whatever. Like most people would have no fucking idea that this has actually been happening. But if they talk about it nonstop, everyone's like, yeah, I guess we shouldn't be paying for that, should we? It's a bit unreasonable. I've had 3 people at work ask me what the protests were about. When I told them, they just went, what's wrong with these people? It's on the other side of the world. Yeah, so they don't even know what the protests are about. Case in point. They have no idea. Quickly, somebody tell me if I should be upset about this or not. Should I care? Stop giving so much credit to people who simply don't care about anything and don't like people who can care about people outside of Australia. Does Australia in general like isolationism? Seems to be the going ticket for world politics in the Western world at the moment. It's make your nation great and everybody else. Those people deserve no attention. So let's stop all trade and cease partnerships with Israel. Win-win. Yeah. They might be worthless opinions, but goddamn, they are hilarious. We watch Sky News not just for the critical analysis, but also the entertainment value. You don't care until that boomerang comes back and smacks you in the face because you choose not to do anything about it. You chose not to do anything about it. I always find it funny that these people carry on about free speech, but as soon as people protest, it's fair enough, isn't it? Hey, it's get them off the street. They should be allowed. They shouldn't be allowed to do this. Yeah, so much for free speech. Wow, cool story, bro. Needs more dragons. Make Australia great again. Speed run. Let's go. I'll care more about the blight of the world's citizens when I'm not struggling to stay afloat. Fair enough. It's a factor. And the protests are going to achieve what exactly? Well, their intention, I'm assuming, is to draw attention to the issue like protests are supposed to do, and put pressure on our elected representatives to not be complicit in what's the best way to frame that? Into affairs that fly in the face of international laws and standards, things that we signed up to and said were inappropriate, immoral, and unacceptable behavior. It's holding people to account, I guess you would say. trying to hold people to account. Aussies hate interruption of the status quo, even if it's shafting them daily. That is a phenomenon, Australian phenomenon though, isn't it? Tries to do something about it. We're just like, hey, you're disturbing the peace. I can't get to work. And does anyone think protesting is not rail will achieve anything? Again, no, it's not going to stop is not rail, but it might stop us being complicit with it. I told my mum about the protests. Well, they shouldn't have been there. F you. Yeah. Somehow people are also struggling. Somehow people who are also struggling are also better able to care than dilemmas, apparently. What's the protest? What has protesting ever achieved? Those suffragettes were just too radical. Aussie right now, why is Coles and Woolies bread price $4.50? Supposed to be $4.
They were given a route to follow. Why on earth didn't they follow that route? But look, I think these matters, a couple of these will end up before the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission because the cops looked a bit overzealous there for mine. But I mean, that's a matter for, you know, professional standards and the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. Not being there, not seeing what that kid was doing other than the footage. I'm not going to make a black and white review of it.
I'm not going to prosecute. Not today. Hey, what the fuck is going on? He just said it's overzealous. This is interesting reporting. You got to take it where you can get it. But Sky News twice now in 2 weeks has done better reporting than anyone else in the mainstream media, might I say. And that's a weird sign of the times, ladies and gentlemen. We should all be scared. We should all be worried. What's really happening on the world stage right now? Remag, the plight of the world citizens will become your plight as well when imperialism comes home to roost. Yeah, and as like a little vassal state on the edge of the empire somewhere on the peripheries, what happens when the eye of Sauron really turns to us? Like, look at what's happened with the Port of Darwin. Like that situation. Everyone is so brainwashed about the whole Port of Darwin situation. They're just like, evil China has used contract law and typical negotiation tactics to actually get access a 99-year port lease over the Port of Darwin. And like, what are they doing with it? They've upgraded the port so they can do more trade with Australia. Those bastards. They just want to control our assets. And you know why everyone's upset about China having a 99-year lease on the port and investing in it and increasing trade with Australia? Because the Americans, the imperial machine, has their army bases and army infrastructure in proximity to the port. And so they said to us, Obama said to Australia, said, hey, next time you sign a deal and let China into one of your ports, you should check with us first. So the Americans are blatantly telling us that our assets are not for us to use our discretion over who we lease them out to. No. Our assets need to first get the okay and approval from the US. So people are actually upset about Chinese foreign control of Australian assets when there is already actual foreign control in this country by American imperialism. The reason the talk about getting China out is because the US are upset that we've allowed the Chinese to lease a port so we can do commerce that's near their bases. That's why this Chinese fear-mongering is happening over the Port of Darwin, because the people that actually control Australia, the foreign entity that actually controls Australia, is upset that that Chinese port or leased port is near their military bases. A foreign power actually controls our territory, but we don't talk about it. There's your imperialism on display right there. Story time. I am 170 centimeters tall. I had a patient who was having psychosis in this instance, and he was a danger to the general public. This guy's at least 190 centimeters tall and built like a unit. The police were called, but we had to restrain him until the police got there. Things got a bit messy, and by the time the police got there, they just stood there while they watched me trying to wrestle this guy away from the pediatrics section of the emergency department. My only backup was the little Filipino aunties that also work with me. Watching how many police it takes to take down one protester really bothers me. There's your anecdote for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Put you in context for when they want to say someone is nibbling on knees, nibbling on some bacon, and needs to be dog shot multiple times. Interesting. Very interesting. Sky News, actual reporting. I'm scared. I know, kids. I'm scared too. Interesting. I have all my needs met, so I'm happy. USA to Australia. Gotta keep an eye on those sus Chinese, eh? Time to boot the Burger Reich out of Australian territory. Do it. I dare ya. Double dare ya. You know, you must be one of those caring people I hear about. What are you like, woke or something? If you want is not rail influence out of Parliament, support the Australian lobby group. You've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen.
Except to say that people need to see it. And it's certainly a hot topic of debate, I can tell you that. The amount of people who've already approached me since we revealed it to our viewers last hour. It's a yarn, it's a story, there's no doubt about it.
It's a yarn. It's a fucking yarn. That's all it is. I've seen the top and bottom of society. A lot of mental illness in our society that gets looked over. Only time in its life that it's ever been disciplined in its life. Damn. Savage. Go demonstrate in Palestine. This is Australia, not the Middle East. Fair enough. Hey, you bite, you lose your rights. Act like a dog. Damn. So resisting arrest is acceptable? How many injuries must police officers suffer before subduing a violent agitator? Yeah. Looks like the jury's out on this one. If they followed police direction like law-abiding citizens, none of this would happen. Stomping out all of his teeth would render the threat impotent. Fuck. They got exactly what they deserve. Not enough force, if you ask me. Eh? Shoes and feet. I wonder how you would have felt in that situation. You wouldn't be talking big then if your right to protest was violated. Who's this guy? CW. Eh? Arcing up to people in the comments section. You may have the right to protest. You also have the right to meet a police dog. Eh? Yeah. Thin blue line. There it is. This being the Australian government, they will reward and shower the protesters with rose petals. If the police doing their job for once, about time, Mins, pull your head in and sort these potential terrorist acts happening ever again. We don't want this violence in our country. So good. We don't want this violence in our country, says the person advocating for police violence. So good, man. I love it. I love it. Oh, man. They're eating the dogs. What makes me laugh is that most of these comments would have been the same people at the March for Australia protests. It's all well and good as long as it's something you agree with. Yeah. I'm tired of these losers who know nothing and protest about things they don't know about. We got an expert on the situation here. Eh? Interesting. Not excessive force. The police officers were attempting to restrain him. Well, looks like they did. They restrained him very effectively at the end there. All right, we've got to do this one. I'm sorry. You might not like it, but I'm going to love this. This one's coming from your favorite politician and mine. Tony Abbott praises tough police response to protesters. Hey, this is on 2GB. Oh, yeah. Hey, no video, all audio. Make sure you turn your radio up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to listen to Tony Abbott give us his 2 cents on whether or not the police response to these evil protesters was sufficient or was too much. We'll find out. Oh, Mubbles in the house. I reposted and said the onions went to his head. How you going? Welcome. Welcome for some torture. Strap yourselves in. Let's hear what Abbott has to say.
We're about to be joined by the former Prime Minister Tony Abbott as police defend their actions following violent clashes at an anti-Israel protest. Officers have been seen dragging protesters to the floor and using pepper spray. Protesters have been filmed hurling abuse at police and calling them baby killers and war criminals.
Well, I'd like to say thank you. Well done for retaking.
I love the whole, facts don't care about your feelings type sentiment that comes out of some of these people. And they're just like, they were calling the police baby killers. They're just trying to do their job. Have they ever killed babies? I don't know. But it hurts, man. It hurts.
All about
R2GB, where the guests are as relevant as the show.
Streets, which for far too long have been in the hands of intimidatory, pro-terrorist protesters. I think it's about time the fight back began. It began last night. Good on Chris Minns.
The fight back began. It's about time we reclaim the streets. Oh, shit. With the cops on our side. That's how you reclaim the streets. With the state crushing all of those snowflakes. So good.
For showing some strength. To be honest with you, Ben, my blood has boiled.
I woke up with a migraine, got into a mildly heated political discussion with my dad, and it kept me up thinking about Polly. LOL. Oh, you poor thing. Some topics of conversation are not for everyone, are they?
For the some strength. To be honest with you, Ben, my blood has boiled for the last 2 years to see the way these intimidatory pro-terrorist protests have taken over our streets week after week. And I just think that we needed to see a bit of strength from the authorities. People need to know who's in charge. It's got to be the government, not these left-wing anarchists. And good on the police. And
fucking anarchists, bro. They're the worst. These left-wing anarchists. They post all those good right-wing anarchists. They're the best. ACAB, bro. All right. Point made. I got it. He's basically the same coin, but the other side. Pretty much believes everything I do. But he's cynical because he's old and has watched nothing happen for the past 20 years. Fair enough. Okay.
As for thoughts that the police who punched a protester who dragged one of their colleagues off a bike, I think those police should be given a quiet commendation, not face disciplinary investigation.
Give him a medal of
Is
honor.
this possibly a line in the sand moment, do you think, after 2 years of madness, that now police are showing strong force?
Yeah, he did stack it, didn't he? Like, he was tussling with the old guy, and he stacked it on the bike. No, he didn't stack it. He was dragged by zombie protesters that were going to bite him because they want flesh. We've heard the stuff. We know this situation. We've got it. We've seen it. We've seen people biting police officers. They wanted to eat them. And then if he got dragged to the floor, I've seen The Walking Dead. They would have just torn him to pieces. They start by pulling them open from the torso area and then pulling out all the intestines and stuff because it looks good for the cameras. I've seen the zombie films, bro. I know what happens in these situations. He stacked it even before he got to old mate. Get him, mustache police, eh?
I really hope so. And if this continues, I hope we'll see an absolutely escalated police response. I think we need to see more police forces. I think we need to see tear gas and rubber bullets if needs be.
Rubber bullets.
These people who are trying to intimidate the Australian community.
Have you seen, I'm sure you have, footage of people that have copped a rubber bullet in the eye before? I don't think they need rubber bullets. They can use their fisticuffs. They've got that. Marbles. Unironically, the only time the excuse I didn't bite your foot went into my mouth would work. He put his foot into my mouth. Can we see the Ring camera footage? If only Woolworths had their doorbell set up. That was right in front of Woolworths in Town Hall as well. Oh, man. Fucking hell.
Need to know that it is people who are trying to intimidate the Australian community, need to know that it is the forces of law and order who are in charge. And as for these chants we heard last night from Gadigal to Gaza, globalise the intifada, these people are as much against Australia as they are against the policies of the Israeli government. I mean, this is a dagger aimed at the heart of our country, and we have got to see it for what it is.
Those chants last night were led by a former Australian of the Year, Grace Tame.
Well, she was never a great choice, and I think everything that she's done since then just demonstrates that.
I said to Chris Minns when he joined us earlier, it feels like he's lost control, but you think he's done a reasonable job in the last 24 hours at least?
Look, of all of the premiers, I think that Premier Minns has been by far the best. I think that Chris Minns from the beginning has wanted to be tough. I think
that old bloke, did you see it? Like, he really, like, he wasn't even trying to protect himself. Like, when you drop your elbows to protect your ribs, like, he was just like, no, I'll just take a couple more because I'll show them that I'm not resisting or trying to be violent. And they just kept cracking him. My God. Bro compared Palestine to ISIS. The whole dagger comment. What the fuck? Oh, man.
I think that Chris Minns from the beginning has wanted to be tough. I think sometimes he's been held back by his Green Left colleagues. But I think what we saw last night was a real Chris Minns, a good, solid, right-wing Labor leader who wants to see the government in charge and wants to see decent, ordinary Australian values upheld.
Should he be sacking the 4 Labor MPs who ignored his advice and turned up last night?
Well, they certainly should be suspended from the caucus. I mean, the President of Israel has been invited to this country by the Australian government. He should be treated with respect. And apart from anything else, in the wake of the worst terrorist attack in our history, the people who have effectively been egging on the men of violence, they should be having a long, hard look at themselves.
Yes, that's exactly what they were doing. That's what they've been doing. Asking, what is it? What would be the right term? Protesting in solidarity with the liberation of Palestine. They've been asking. They've been asking for the Bondi attack to happen. They were egging it on. It's an interesting interpretation. But a great take in the culture wars, isn't it? Like, that's a really good way of spinning that situation. No, really. You let these guys protest. They are actually responsible for what happened in Bondi. There's no such thing as free will, self-determination. These two men who appear to have taken matters into their own hands. No, they've been brainwashed by Josh Lees. Big Josh has gone into the minds of these two individuals. And that's why we're here, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're here right now. Indoctrinathan's back. Did your stream... It was only like maybe an hour or something like that? Because I tried to check back in. Did the raid work? Oh, you raided. No way. Thank you. I want to see. I'm not sure. Potentially. What time did you raid? At what point? Let's have a look here. I don't know. I can't see anything. Depends what time it came in. Thanks anyway. I'm just not monitoring numbers. My phone overheated. Ah, shit, that sucks. Indoctrinative. Yeah, you did. You rated with a party of 1. Looks like it's rated. Yeah. That sucks though. Your phone overheating. I have that problem when I'm streaming as well. No, E, it wasn't the shooter's fault. It's these damn loose gun laws, and it definitely wasn't ASIO failing to do their job that's there to do. At least I know the raid worked. It did. I've got the indication there, so thank you. Mystery with a classic. Is this my working moment? It's my Michael Parenti moment. I have had issues with mics before, and I can't tell. So I need feedback from the chat, bro. Is this mic working? My God. Noisy immigrant was about to raid me when it happened. Missed 44 viewers. Damn, that would have been nice. No, too bad. Too bad. Has the noisy immigrant finished his trawling through 3 million documents? Eh? I don't know. It's a big ask. It's a big ask. It would have been huge. All right, is that what we're going to do? Is that what's happening? Jordan, you calling it? It's Cuba time. Can we get off this now? I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't want to talk about Abbott. I don't want to talk about Herzog. Can we just talk about Cuba now? It's Cuba time. It's Cuba time. Crazy, last week you were telling me Michael Parenti is the GOAT, and now he's dead. Yeah, well, that's actually why we were speaking about Parenti, because it was like RIP Parenti stuff. Got to get the books before the price shoots up. Yeah, I got a shout out, and got 10 followers in the middle of it. Damn, that's so good. Fuck yeah. To be fair, I do find I have to max you out just to get you to a semi-normal level. But I prefer a bit louder so nothing conflicts. The max you out to get a semi-normal level. Interesting. I don't know why that is. Looks to be fine on my end. Fair enough. I will turn up my microphone. Hopefully that helps. It's probably just a shitty, cheap microphone. Let's be honest. Hope you're all good in the hospital, dude. Who's in the hospital? I may stick around. I may fall asleep. I've just been given some pain relief. Could go either way. Oh, Ravy Baby's in the hospital. Good luck. Good luck. The new Atlas reviewed this one on his recent videos. Oh, this is about Cuba. Ah. Oh, I'm all good, just the usual. Okay. All right, let's have a look at what the new Atlas has to say about this. Oh, no way. This is actually White House stuff? No way. Addressing the threats to the United States government. Sorry, to the United States by the government of Cuba. Okay. You the boss. By the authority vested in me as the president of as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, I hereby determine and order, Section 1, the national emergency. As President of the United States, I have an imperative duty to protect the national security and foreign policy of this country. I find that the policies, practices, and actions of the government of Cuba constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat, which has its source in the whole or substantial part outside of the United States to national security and foreign policy. The government of Cuba has taken extraordinary action to harm and threaten the United States. The regime aligns itself and provides support for numerous hostile countries, transnational terror groups, and malign actors adverse to the United States, including governments of the Russian Federation, People's Republic of China. Hey, they actually call him out as adversaries, right? The government of Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah, For example, Cuba blatantly hosts dangerous adversaries of the United States, inviting them to base sophisticated military and intelligence capabilities in Cuba that directly threaten the national security of the United States. Cuba hosts Russia's largest overseas signals intelligence facility, which tries to steal sensitive national security information from the United States. Cuba continues to build deep intelligence and defense cooperation with the PRC. Cuba welcomes transnational terrorist groups such as Hezbollah and Hamas, and creating a safe environment for these malign groups so that these transnational terrorist groups can build economic, cultural, and security ties throughout the region and attempt to destabilize the Western Hemisphere, including the United States. Cuba has long provided defense, intelligence, and security assistance to adversaries in the Western Hemisphere attempting to thwart the United States and international sanctions designed to enforce the stability of the region, uphold the rule of law, and safeguard the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Cuba continues to thwart United States efforts to address these threats to the United States posed by hostile countries, transnational terrorist groups, and malign actors, including the Western Hemisphere. Now, therefore, I, Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, find the situation with respect to Cuba constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat, which has its source in whole or substantial part outside of the United States to national security and foreign policy, and hereby declare a national emergency. I'm telling you, bro, this was my long shot on Cuba. This was my long shot on Cuba. He was going to use Cuba or some war in the Caribbean close enough to American shores to call in a state of national emergency, thus enacting some type of war power and putting an end to the elections. My election ploy was different. I wonder if that's part of it. To deal with the national emergency declared in this order, I determined that it is necessary and appropriate to establish a tariff system as described below. Under this system, an additional ad valorem duty may be imposed on imports of goods that are products of the foreign country that directly or indirectly sells or otherwise provides any oil to Cuba. In my judgment, the tariff system as described below is necessary and appropriate to address the national emergency. I wonder if this is phase one. Haven't they crushed them enough with economic sanctions and economic warfare? The term oil means crude oil or petroleum products, just in case you were wondering. Interesting. More tariffs? They kicked the Rubios out too. Whoa. Brian basically said if Cuba is a threat to the US, then the US... Whoa. Slow down. Where are we at here? Brian basically said if Cuba is a threat to the US, then the US has failed on every level. You know what it's like? Do you remember we were watching that in Congress? No, it wasn't. It was a special committee, and there were Congress people cross-examining the director of the FBI, or like the assistant director of the FBI, and they were like, he was like, what is the biggest threat to American security at the moment? He was like, Antifa. And he's just like, all right, Antifa. He's like, where is Antifa? And he's like, well, we don't actually know. Like, they're not really an organization. And he's like, all right, well, like, that's the biggest threat to the USA right now. And he's like, yes, Antifa. And he's like, okay, so what are you doing about it? Like, where are they? And he's like, we don't actually know where they are, but they are the biggest threat to the US. And it's like, if that is what you're worried about, that's the biggest threat to the US right now is Antifa. A bunch of kids running around in black and protesting. And now you have this, Cuba as well. Like, Cuba completely not a threat at any stretch of the imagination. Like, they're really not capable of causing a threat to the US at all. And if Cuba does pose a threat to the US, you really have to question how far the US has fallen in terms of their military capabilities or their defense capabilities if they're worried about Cuba. Like, oh my God. Eh? Oh my God. Crazy. MPs plotting mass resignations as Liberal leadership saga continues. Angus Taylor leaving, apparently. Ooh. What did Cuba do? Oh, right. Being brown. Eh? Yeah, and not playing along. Oh, here we go. They kicked the Rubios out. Cuba and Colombia were always going to be next. Yeah, apparently. Got to stop those filthy, stinky commies. It's called freedom, you douche. And guess what, Mr. E? It is now Marco Rubio's pet project. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's on his resume, and he'll be using it for his presidential campaign for sure. As Secretary of State, I handled Cuba, Venezuela, Colombia, and Mexico. I am the great liberator of Latin America. Fuck the tariffs. Fucking with the tariffs again. Yeah, like, aren't they under enough economic pressure? Like, can you not destabilize this government? Like, isn't this not the Fox business defense that we heard before? It's just like, haven't we not put enough pressure on these people already? Can they not just overthrow their own government? Do we have to do other stuff? Not before the midterms, please. Not that Diddy oil. He knows. He knows he needs to stop the midterms. He said it himself. If they aren't going to be successful, he is over. So they will do everything they can to avoid losing. Little Marco Polo. I meant Rubio. Narco Rubio. It's a good name, isn't it? Narco Rubio. I think Obama opened up trade with Cuba after 50 years or something. Yeah. I told you Mr. E. Cuba is a pet project of Marco Rubio. Yeah, I heard you, man. I heard you. The biggest threat to America right now is my political opponents. So you're a fascist? Yes, I suppose I am. Okay, cool. Keep going then, brah. Last time a sec of state did a little personal war was Hillary. And we saw how that played out. MAGA, baby. LOL. I wonder if that's possible. It would appear that Donald Trump has wait, where did the article go? Hello? Did I close it? No, it's here. What did he call it exactly? National emergency. I hereby section 1, national emergency. Yeah, let's just call it that. Yeah, let's call it that. That Donald Trump has declared a national emergency in relation to potential threats to American national security due to the Cuban government and its operations. Are there any powers under the declaration of a national emergency to stop elections from happening? Take your time and think about the response. Cite legislation if possible and provide sources. Cite legislation or constitution sections if possible. I'm really interested in this one. I really got to know. Oh, they probably will use it to determine Cubans as terrorists/spies and deport and imprison them. Well, they already got Guantanamo. Like, what else are they going to do, right? Vietnam was a police action. They will likely use it to conduct raids looking for terrorists. I don't know, IDF style, like in Minnesota. Bottom line, no, US president does not have legal power under the declared national emergency to cancel, suspend, or delay federal elections. That power is constitutionally locked in and sits primarily with Congress and the states, not the executive. What a national emergency actually does and doesn't do. When a president declares a national emergency, they are acting under a National Emergencies Act. It unlocks specific statutory powers that Congress has already written into law. These are things like sanctions, freezing assets, export controls, military construction, economic restrictions. So it's really just what they're doing at the moment. Economic warfare, sanctions, freezing assets. It does not suspend the Constitution. It does not grant new power outside existing statutes. It does not allow the president to override election law. There is no statute anywhere that says, upon declaration of national emergency, the president may suspend elections. The Constitution fixes federal elections in law, presidential elections, Constitution. Congress exercises this power in statute. The election of electors of president and vice president shall be appointed in each state on Tuesday next after the first Monday in November. Only Congress can change this law. 20th Amendment. The amendment is crucial because it assumes elections will happen. It says fixed dates. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about exactly. Not just presidential. What about extreme laws like the Insurrection Act? Allows the president to deploy military, but it does not authorize suspension of elections. Supreme Court doctrine limits power. Court rule: president cannot create new powers simply by invoking an emergency. Emergency authority must come from Congress or the Constitution. The Constitution already planned for chaos. Elections happen on schedule. Terms expire. No winner is certified. Presidential Succession Act applies. Your response has been in relation to presidential elections. Does this also apply to the upcoming midterms this year? And is there anything that can suspend elections, like if war were declared? Yes, everything I said applies just as strongly, arguably more strongly, to the midterms. And no, even war does not give the president the power to suspend federal elections. Midterm elections are constitutionally harder to touch. All members of the House, 1/3 of the Senate, the House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people. Who controls the timing of midterms? Could war suspend elections? This is one of the questions where history answers more clearly than theory. The United States has held elections during the Civil War, World War I, World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam War, and post 9/11. If the existential war didn't suspend elections then, there is no hidden legal switch that allows it to now. What about a declaration of war specifically? Is it congressional power? Does not amend the Constitution? Does not suspend Article 1 elections? Does not grant emergency election authority to the executive? Martial law? Still no. There's another common misconception. Martial law is extremely limited. It applies to specific locations, does not replace civilian government nationwide. Terms expire no matter what. House 2 terms. If no election occurs, seats become vacant. Damn. Terms expire as scheduled. No extension mechanism exists. Supreme Court doctrine still applies. Yes, the same protections apply to the midterms. They are constitutionally even more protected. No national emergency, no war, no declaration, no martial law allows the US president to suspend or delay federal elections. Only a constitutional amendment could change this. Very interesting. There you go. This is from our research assistant. DOJ is turning old warehouses into processing facilities everywhere and without state approval. They have over 300 ICE detention sites now. That's pretty crazy. Okay. I call upon the infinite knowledge of the research assistant. What powers does the US have when they conduct a police action on another country like Vietnam? Okay. Very funny. Very, very funny. I see what you did there. What powers do they have to be world police? I don't know. Do they? Are they supposed to be the world police? I'm not sure. All right, let's have a look at this and get an understanding of what the is going on in Cuba, because I'm pretty sure they're ramping up their stranglehold on Cuba right now. So let's get into that. What is this? Where is it? CBC News. Yeah, let's go with this one. Why not? So this is the thing that cut, like, the news that kind of spearheaded it for me. This morning is like this idea that there are, like, Cuba's economy at the moment, or for the longest time, I guess you would say, gets a lot of its, I don't know, its meager drippings from the world economy, from the fact that it's a tourist location, it's a tourist hotspot. People like to go to Cuba and experience the Cuban way. And so, like, Air Canada has stopped its flights to Cuba, so people can't go to Cuba anymore because they don't have fuel. They can't go there and refuel because there's no fuel left in Cuba because of the American sanctions. So, like, I don't know, I don't understand what declaring a further national emergency in relation to Cuba is going to do when they're already completely fucked. Like, Cuba's got nothing left now. It's on its last legs. Mexico's cut them off under pressure from Donald Trump. Iran has been taken care of. They're chasing Iranian oil tankers, or they're chasing oil tankers from Iran. Like, they've blocked off. They've sent the Armada to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, and, like, they blocked that off. They blocked Venezuela. No oil is going to get to Cuba now. And so, like, they've taken care of Cuba. It's completely choked. And so, like, people can't even, like, commercial flights and stuff can't get to Cuba anymore. And, like, this is what kicked it off this morning. And is this just, like, one of those things that we'll remember as one of the straws that broke the camel's back? Air Canada, our last hope is over. I'd love to travel to Cuba. That sucks hard. I know. I've been speaking to an old dude in the office back in the day. He was telling me about how he went to Cuba. He always wanted to go, and then they opened up, like, and they were able to go there, and he went there. He said it was absolutely amazing. Like, just the cultural difference, and, like, the way, because of US sanctions, like, since basically the 60s, like, it's how it's kind of trapped in time almost. And they have old cars, old architecture, and they have, like, an old, yeah, like, rustic almost style of living. And he was like, oh, it was like being a kid again. It's crazy.
Cuba's energy crisis is deepening. Fuel is running out, forcing some hotels.
Energy crisis. Like, just listen to the language that comes out of these people. What is this? CBS News. Like, just listen to that language. It's like Cuba's oil crisis. Cuba's crisis. Like, this is somehow like, you could put this down to mismanagement or something like that. Seriously. Mystery, my two comments. Where are your comments? Give me a second. Remember, Mr. Secretary of State is historically second in command of the USA President. Air Canada, our last hope. You are our only hope. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yes, Secretary of State is important. I'm telling you, it's to be able to arrest more people on the basis of race. They need the slave class to become Dubai 2.0, like Trumpy wants.
Cuba's energy crisis is deepening. Fuel is running out, forcing some hotels to shut down, while others consolidate to conserve electricity.
So it was a little bit of a scramble there because we weren't expecting that.
Days into their stay, Vicky Volovic and Mark Harrington were transferred to another hotel, so resort workers were moved into the one they were originally at.
The workers, I'm talking about how, the hard times, they're keeping everything closed-lipped. They're making sure that we're not concerned.
Cuba now says it doesn't have enough jet fuel for planes that land at its airports. As a result, Air Canada has suspended all flights to the country. It's sending empty planes to bring back 3,000 passengers who are currently there.
They've assured us that our flight is 100% on time.
WestJet says it's also winding down winter operations to Cuba effective immediately, while concerns for travelers build.
Are you going to be stuck down there? Is the airports going to fully close and leave you stranded in a foreign country? That's probably where your biggest risk is going to be moving forward.
Cuba relies heavily on Venezuelan oil to keep the country running, but the U.S. has blocked those shipments. The Trump administration has threatened tariffs on other countries that supply oil to Cuba. Mexico says its shipments are now halted. Experts say that will plunge Cuba further into economic turmoil.
The resorts were given priority
Yeah, I know, right?
on.
This pace is a bit much, isn't it? It's like, but won't somebody think of the tourists? It's just like, oh, this country is being fucking crippled. There's a war, not on the government, not on the regime that was listed in the national security memos put out by the White House. No. It's the people that are being crushed. And it's just like, and will the tourists be okay? They've cancelled their flights. Will they get their money back? We're not sure. Let's find out.
Diesel fuel for their generators. That is also going to start to dry up very quickly, as well as there's going to be broad across the country rationing for both fuel and food coming up.
Cuba's economy depends on tourism, and Canadians play a major part of that. Travel experts say we go there more than any other visitors.
Caroline, travelers are going to have a lot of questions here. One of them, I would imagine, what are the airlines saying about how long the flights will remain suspended?
Well, WestJet says that it plans to restart travel to Cuba at the start of its summer season, which should begin on April 26th. Now, Air Canada is a little less specific. It says it will continue to monitor the situation and then determine a restart date.
All right. Thank you, Caroline. Caroline Bargout tonight at the Vancouver International Airport.
So I might have said CBS before. This is CBC News. This is the Canadian public broadcaster. Okay. You're getting it here, folks. Canada, it's cutting off flights to Cuba, and people are just worried about what that means for their summer holiday. It's freezing over here. I'm freezing my ass off, and you're telling me that I can't get to Cuba? What the fuck? Can somebody stop the Americans, please? Like you said, will somebody think of the tourists? Poor tourists. I said go solar. Why did YouTube block? LOL, get fucked. You got blocked for saying that. Don't lie. That's all you said, go solar. Oh my god. Watch out. Project 2025 is coming to get you, bro. No, not my Cuban cigars. You meanies. It's all Cuba's fault, guys. Yeah, that's the insinuation. Hey? They can't manage their economy, so they're in crisis, so we have to cut the flights off.
Welcome back, everyone. For years, Cuba's ally, Venezuela, provided the small island nation with nearly half of its oil, a small lifeline for an already crippled economy. With the arrest and U.S. indictment of former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and with pressure from the U.S., oil shipments to Cuba have now stopped. Today, Cuba warned international airlines that they will no longer be able to supply planes with jet fuel for at least a month. With rolling blackouts across Cuba, questions remain: how will Cuba survive without the aid of oil from Venezuela or other countries and stave off a humanitarian crisis? Here's ABC's Matt Rivers.
Havana, Cuba. The country's communist government has been plagued with problems over its 6 decades in power, many of its own making. Corruption, aging infrastructure, hurricanes, a struggling economy, international isolation, all pushing today's Cuba to the brink of a humanitarian crisis.
It's a fact.
And often leaving the island's streets blanketed in darkness. Blackouts, some lasting nearly all day, a common occurrence now. Using only the light of her phone, Idania Acosta pours water from a bucket into a small pot for her family's daily needs. The water, used to cook, bathe, and drink, will have to last Idania, her 2 children, and her ailing mother until the next shipment comes in 10 days.
Well, the obvious question is, how the fuck did she charge her phone? Eh? It's got a good battery on it too, I'm sure. Cuba is still rocking the 1960s car. They did it to themselves. They caused the hurricanes. Yeah, I know, right? Like listing all of the things that has happened to them. That's like including global isolation and hurricanes. They are obviously responsible for these things. It's obviously mismanagement. I mean, if I wanted to wild out, I'd join the Discord. Could have just been a network issue, though I am on my phone. You know, you really should wild out. Eh? Just go for it. Just join Discord before we all get blocked by Discord's new terms of service. Eh? It's all Cuba's fault. It's all Cuba's fault. All right, let me put the invitation in Discord just in case you wanted to wild out. Let's have a look here. Boom.
Por supuesto, sin comer, llegan de la escuela. Mamá, qué hambre, no sé cuánto. Hay que esperar a que venga la corriente.
Unión Eléctrica recorded that 60 to 70% of the island went without electricity in December after a nationwide blackout left around 10 million Cubans without power for several days. Families like the Acostas work and eat by candlelight as the city softly hums with overworked generators. When the power grid doesn't work, only those lucky enough to have generators and enough gas to run them can keep the lights on. And the situation is only expected to get worse.
Es bastante complicado el tema del apagón. Cada día todo peor.
YouTube blocked my comments saying that one guy who's refining plastic into fuel and accidentally lit himself a little bit isn't looking so silly now. Hey, yeah. I can't believe you're not allowed to say that. I wonder what they're trying to block out there from the conversation.
Expected to get worse.
Es bastante complicado el tema del apagón. Cada día todo peor. Y si no hay una ayuda, aunque sea el petróleo, que es lo que más a nosotros nos favorece, es todo más para atrás y más difícil.
Cuba's already crippled economy is expected to get even weaker after U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife early last month. The island nation depended on the oil Venezuela sent over, which according to experts accounted for nearly 50% of their daily oil demand. In exchange, the Cuban government provided personal security and intelligence for the Venezuelan president. But President Trump cutting off that lifeline, writing on social media there would be, quote, no more oil or money going to Cuba.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they can hold out. But
It's so disgusting how fucking so dismissive they are. Like the rhetoric that comes out of the White House on this one, the administration is always just like, oh, you know, we want to, you know, it's an evil communist regime, etc., etc., etc. We're putting pressure on that evil regime that is apparently a national security nightmare for the US. But it's not crippling the government. It's crippling the people. They are working in the modern industrialized world without fuel. The fuel that feeds our energy requirements, as in like we have electrified systems these days. Our energy systems are quite specific. We're not burning coal or wood anymore to sustain ourselves, to subsist. We need electricity to survive. And it's just like, yeah, they're gonna fall any day now. They don't give a shit. When they say it's about bringing down the evil communist regime, like they're just crushing people. It's flippant. It's just it's so callous. So callous. It's like with the Iranian situation, and people are just like, oh, the Iranian regime, the evil regime is killing its people. Yeah, you know what? It probably is. You know what's not helping? Putting those same people in the millions, in the tens of millions, under economic pressure, so they can't do stuff that normal people do, protester or not. Their currency is fucked, their economy is down, inflation's through the roof because of economic warfare. It's not an attack on a government or an evil regime, it's an attack on fucking human beings that have mouths to feed. What was she saying? Kids coming up to her asking all the time, hey mum, I'm fucking hungry. Oh, just wait until the power comes back on. The generator's going to kick in soon. It's so gross. It's the fucking world's just a chessboard, ladies and gentlemen. We're not even pawns. Pawns are useful. We're all just the ants, the cannon fodder underneath. Cuba just needs some solar and wind farms. That's the future. I don't know if you're being ironic or not there, Dilemmas. You're probably being like just saying it how it is, but like, you know, you could just say that like ironically, like for the lulz. It's kind of true. If they did have solar and wind farms, they actually wouldn't be in as dire a situation as they are right now. I'm sure it's not connected, but Cuba has some of the strictest gun laws in the world. Oh my god. Oh man. I'm telling you, you're an expert. Like, you should go and use your expertise. It'll probably make you a lot of money. You need to use the skills that you have acquired over time. You need to start talking about this. You're a civil rights activist. Civil liberties all the way. Cuba starts going Soylent Green, but instead of food, people are fuel. Oh my god. Solar farms and windmills are woke. No, nuclear and coal is better. If you're not sure, I am. Okay.
Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela.
Cuba faces tough questions here. I just don't see the country being able to survive without Venezuelan oil.
Jorge Piñón, a senior Energy Institute researcher at the University of Texas, tells ABC News Cuba's economic collapse is imminent.
We don't see a light at the end of this tunnel.
What does taking away Venezuelan oil...
What a bad saying for him to use there. We don't see a light at the end of this tunnel. Yes, they don't have lights at the moment. Hey, you've constrained that one. Tell us what the University of Texas has to say about this. You ever get visits from Marco Rubio and the boys? Hey, get it? Get it? There's no light at the end of the tunnel. Hey, am I right? Am I right? Hey, you should use that when they interview you. Ah, yeah, fuck Cuba. Oh, yeah, bring it down. Brogue 8954. Trump can stop the oil, but not the wind yet. He's working on it. He's working on it. Solar has been amazing. I'm very lucky. We're entirely on solar, no gas, anything. Oh, wow. Mystery, it's just Biff in Back to the Future 2 movie in charge. They've really left them in the dark. Hello? Do you get it? Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. Hey, all your comments are getting indiscriminately nuked. Spoiler alert. Whenever we discuss countries other than the US having its citizens being oppressed, I just Google the gun laws and it's always the same, LOL. Oh, man. That guy's eyebrows are brilliant. It's serious.
Mean for the country of Cuba.
A total collapse. When you are short diesel, now you're talking about transport. You're talking about diesel for the tractors and agricultures. Now this really impacts the economy of the country.
89% of Cuban households live in extreme poverty, according to the Cuban Observatory of Human Rights, with the average Cuban making just $16 per month. The Cuban economy has greatly suffered under a decades-long U.S. trade embargo that its government claims impeded its ability to do business on the world market. The regime brings in very little hard currency, so Cuba's international trade relies heavily on bartering, swapping its key exports like sugar, nickel, and medical services for essential imports such as oil, machinery, and food, with allies like Mexico, Venezuela, Russia, and China.
Where are their historical allies and exporters? I am very surprised that we haven't seen more Russian oil coming into Cuba. Brazil is now a major exporter of oil. So where is Lula coming to the aid of Cuba?
In January, President Trump declared a national emergency over what he called...
It's an interesting point, actually. Where's Brazil in all of this? I wonder why they're not getting involved. Interesting. I'll tell you why Russia aren't helping, Mr. University Professor from Texas. Is because their shadow fleet is being absolutely harassed and destroyed, not by just the US, but by its vassal states in the European Union. They're plucking them out of the water. They're chasing them across the Atlantic. The American Coast Guard is chasing the Russian shadow fleet from Venezuela all the way to Iceland. So much for the Coast Guard. Of course, I understand that the Americans' coastline technically extends across the world because it's all part of the American Empire. But like, yeah, it's no surprise the Russians are risking sending stuff to the Americas because they don't want those tankers to be taken away from them. Brazil being neutral, they also arrest Bolsonaro. I was meant to type reduce incidents at work, but because I was listening, I wrote reducing innocence. Well, they're also doing that too. They're definitely doing that. Yes, I'm being nuked in my comments. Interesting. Well, YouTube does have an inclination towards this. So like some people just live on Twitch now because of the YouTube effect. So I don't know, if you have a Twitch account and you're a regular these days, you might want to investigate going over to Twitch because it seems to be much better in that regard. Or just using Discord, I guess. It comes up on the screen anyway. People can see it.
Called the, quote, unusual and
Freudian slip for the win.
Extraordinary threat posed by Cuba, authorizing the U.S. to impose new tariffs on imports from countries that directly or indirectly supply oil to the island, meaning Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum's attempts to include oil in their humanitarian assistance will come to a halt. There have not been any known oil tankers heading there from Mexico since January 9th, according to Piñón. Dr. Maria de Los Angeles Torres, a professor of Latin American and Latino studies at the University of Illinois, calls the situation unprecedented.
It's almost like it is a society that is structured right now on matchsticks, and any one little thing that gets taken out or anything that gets turned on a flame can go in a minute.
This would not be the first time the United States has intervened in Cuba. In 1961, President John F. Kennedy approved the ultimately unsuccessful plan for the CIA to overthrow Cuban leader Fidel Castro, known as the Bay of Pigs invasion.
My sincere feeling to the people of the United States. I hope in the future we will understand better and we will be friends.
Nearly 65 years later, attempting regime change in Cuba would be a personal victory for a key member of the Trump administration, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Cuban American and self-proclaimed son of exiles.
Yeah, that's a really fair point, Tagard. I forgot about that. We blocked Chris Hedges from speaking at the National Press Club, but fucking Herzog is allowed to prance around the country at his leisure with full security detail paid by you, and he's telling the media whether they can talk to him or not. Very interesting. Very interesting. Are we the baddies?
Victory for a key member of the Trump administration, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Cuban American and self-proclaimed son of exiles. His parents immigrated to the U.S. in the 1950s, settling in Miami, the beating heart of the Cuban exile community and decidedly anti-communist. The fate of Cuba is deeply personal to Rubio, who rejects the idea that the U.S. embargo was the cause of the island's economic malaise.
We would love to see the regime there change. The suffering in the rural areas of Cuba are acute and they're deep, and it's not because of the embargo, it's because they don't know how to run an economy.
Do you see Rubio's hand guiding a lot of these actions?
It's not a factor. He hasn't been listening to this stream, that's for sure. It's not a factor, okay? They just suck at economics, eh? They got rid of us, all of us wealthy Cubans, And we were running the country just fine. And the commies came in and everybody forgot how to do farming. Eh? They just forgot how to do their jobs. That's what communism does to you. Gives you amnesia. Weird seeing Rubio speak without sniffing and girding. Future dictator of Cuba, loyal vassal of the USA. Well, that's what they've wanted ever since, right? They wanted it back since the Batista regime fell back in the 60s. They've wanted that vassal state back.
We have a very unpredictable president. And while Rubio may have a very coherent perspective on Cuba, we don't know how that unfolds. I think that the regime in its current form, without any outside aid from anyone else, that would include China and Russia, does not survive the year.
The Trump administration not ruling out regime change in Cuba after the abduction of Maduro, demanding on social media that the Cubans cut a deal, quote, before it's too late. Meanwhile, Cubans wait with bated breath, the fate of their island held in the balance. The Cubans are not simply waiting for someone to, quote, save them. Despite the heavy hand of a security state that stifles dissent, sporadic protests continue to pop.
I love when the Americans give us an analysis of somebody else's security operations and how they treat their local populations. Let's just listen to that one again. It's so delicious listening to it.
They're not simply waiting for someone to, quote, save them. Despite the heavy hand of a security state that stifles dissent, sporadic.
The heavy hand of a security state that stifles dissent. Eh? Sounds like Ho Chi Minh's. And the boys hanging out at Town Hall in Sydney. Eh? Or maybe some ICE agents hanging out in Minneapolis. One more time, please.
The Cubans are not simply waiting for someone to, quote, save them. Despite the heavy hand of a security state that stifles dissent, sporadic protests continue to pop up against the government. None bigger than in July 2021, when tens of thousands took to the streets across the country demanding better living and economic conditions. Thousands more were detained, and rights groups say hundreds remain behind bars.
I think most people in Cuba, like most people everywhere in the world, are interested in being able to get up in the morning, know that they have a job, that they can work and make a living, be able to bring food home. Cubans, I don't think, are different than that.
Is that what people want? When they wake up in the morning, they want to be able to survive as a bare fucking minimum. Like, not enjoy the fact that they're alive and existing. No. That'd be too much. No, they just want to survive. They want to know they have a job so they can make their way in this pay-to-play system, that we call the modern world. Far out. Heavy-handed security state that stifles dissent. Sounds like everywhere. Oh man, do they even listen to themselves when they say this shit? Fuck it hell. They banned Candace Owens as well, but broke Clark is right, I guess. Oh man, your comments are deleting. Yeah, I keep seeing comments disappearing too. Oh, interesting. I'm being silenced. You are. Like I said, if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Please. What did Jordan do? Yeah, what did you do? I think you've been speaking too much. You know what the security state doesn't crack down on? The free people of New Hampshire. Mystery, check the user ban status. They might be getting auto-modded. Alright. I'm going to do some tech stuff now. Watch out. This might get ugly. Community moderation. It's still basic. Doesn't say there's no one named or shamed here. No. There's nothing. Oh, no. No, it's still there. Nothing special. I think that's YouTube for you, honestly. It's on very basic, the moderation. So it's just the algorithm doing its thing. Mr. Google just be like that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess YouTube doesn't like Jordan specifically. Maybe glitching, man. Weird as heck. I don't know. Glitch in the Matrix. Too convenient, if you ask me. Especially what we know about the capabilities of surveillance capitalism. Ooh, look who's over in the Discord chat, eh? With the colorful language, eh? Shadow banned. Do some comments get held for review? Nah. I haven't seen any come up as being held for review. Nothing. No. Oh, Matt Bond's in the house. I didn't even see you before. I'm not sure if you're still here, but how you going? Great to see Abbott keeping the plebs in line. Yeah. Nah, nothing's coming up on this end. Sorry.
Last week, the U.S. announced they will provide $6 million in humanitarian assistance comprised of food and hygiene kits. Overnight, Mexico sending humanitarian aid as well. But the UN warns the humanitarian crisis will become even more severe if oil needs go unmet. Like the other 11 million inhabitants on the island, Idaña and her family are being pushed to the brink. But in a country where darkness is routine, life doesn't stop.
Heavy, bro. Heavy as.
This is apropos. The island economy was already struggling under the burden of decades of US sanctions, but the situation in Cuba has rapidly deteriorated since Donald Trump
Has
signed an
everyone
executive.
noticed that like everyone's got the same footage of the exact same petrol station? It looks in Cuba. There's like one petrol station that does the rounds, and they all feed off the same footage.
Order threatening to impose tariffs on countries that sell or provide oil to the Caribbean nation. As airlines suspend flights to the island, long queues are forming at gas stations with fewer buses running, power cuts hitting homes, hospitals and other state institutions. Emerald Maxwell has the latest.
In the streets of Havana, coal cellars are everywhere. Amid power outages lasting up to 10 hours and as shortages of fuel, food and medicine begin to bite, hard-pressed Cubans are having to be resourceful.
The situation is getting even more complicated than it was, so we're out looking for coal. Our budget doesn't stretch to an electric generator or an EcoFlow battery, or anything like that. Charcoal is the most affordable option.
Imagine that, hey, when the world order breaks down because the Americans have taken care of all the globalists that have fucked you up and they've made your country great again because there's no globalism anymore. Everyone's completely destroyed thanks to there being no global economy. This is what life is going to look like. You on the streets with your family or your friends looking for coal to burn so you can cook some food if you're lucky enough to get your hands on it. Eh? Hunting for coal. This is like what life was like during World War II. I guess depending on what country you're from. The last photo that was sent out of Cuba before the power went. This is the archival now. They aren't getting held for review. They are being posted then deleted like a manual mod would. Yeah, like I've got it on the most basic moderation. I can't fix it. You're getting screened. You're getting done by the man, by the machine.
Not exactly cheap, but at least it solves the problem.
No foreign fuel or oil tanker has arrived in Cuba in weeks, meaning many are resorting to cooking with coal. Those who can afford it, meanwhile, have been turning to solar panels. Installers have seen demand go through the roof.
That answers your question from before, Dilemmas. So good. Hey, how are they getting their solar panels? Obviously, they're doing trade with China. Evil China. Chat, we should unionize? Great. Yeah, take on the machine. Write an angry letter to YouTube and be like, we keep on getting fucking modded here. We're going to go to Twitch and we're going to leave en masse if you don't let us have our conversations. I'm pro rooftop solar. Oh, okay. Learn something every day.
Solar panels. Installers have seen demand go through the roof.
These last few weeks and months have been incredible in terms of the sheer level of demand.
Come to Twitch, my little revolutionaries. Go on. Go over. You know what? I'm going to fucking put it in the chat. Just to G people up a little bit. Here it is. Here it is. Go on. Do yourself a favor. Go join the Twitch people. You won't get... We actually have an actual mod or two over there. And they will let things through the keeper.
Since US President Donald Trump severed the island's access to its primary petroleum sources in Venezuela and Mexico, the Cuban government has brought in emergency measures to ration what fuel is left and ease blackouts that are affecting everything from homes to hospitals. They've shuttered universities, reduced school hours and the work week, and slashed public transport, leaving Cubans stranded and worried.
I've got a trip to make and everything's been canceled. There's nothing. We're stuck here, and what's worse is the helplessness about what's going to happen, the uncertainty.
The crisis also threatens to cut
There's
Cuba
that
off
one
from another
petrol
vital
station.
economic lifeline, that of tourism, which looks set to continue its plummet, after Cuban officials warned airlines that they wouldn't be able to refuel their planes on the island for at least a month.
For more, we're joined now by Lillian Guerra, Professor of Cuban and Caribbean History at the University of Florida. Lillian, thanks so much for being with us on the programme. We saw there in that report just how ordinary people have been struggling over the last couple of days particularly. Talk to us a little bit more about how this crisis is affecting people there. As we know, long before this current situation, it's been very, very difficult economically speaking for the government in Cuba.
Yes, I would say that some of the images that you showed were a bit misleading. Most Cubans would not be able to buy solar panels. Most Cubans are not even able to leave their homes. We have a situation that today is far more dire than any situation Cuba has faced in the last century. Currently, the situation is such that, we have 90% of the food.
There you go, Dilemmas. Take it back. The Cubans can't even get themselves solar panels, according to this woman. Now that's a bookshelf. Yeah, fuck.
Food having been imported to Cuba now for years. I mean, that statistic, is an official one since at least 2018, 2019. And then, the fiddling with the currency to make it a one island currency provoked tremendous inflation in the economy. That was coupled with drastic efforts, I would say, on the part of the military to further control the tourist trade and to control, more importantly, not just scarcity. That means distribution of goods by forcing people to buy them with a sort of ATM card instead of just freely buying them with currency in state stores, but also controlling what is the state sector of private enterprise, these small little businesses, which are now really subject to a kind of politicization and loyalty test that they frankly were not subject to, even 10 years ago. So we have a situation that I think really doesn't resemble anything we've seen before. It's far worse in some ways than what happened in the early years after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, many observers saying this is the worst crisis in Cuba's modern history. Sounds like you would agree with that. Why exactly, Lillian, is this happening now? Why is Washington claiming that Cuba poses a threat to US national security, as Donald Trump claims?
Well, Donald Trump is going to claim that because he's interested in two things. He's interested in reversing the course of history, and he's interested in real estate. So, you know, I don't think that Cuba is representing now more than it ever has a national security threat. I think that's an
Take that
excuse in
back.
order to
How
enable
dare
him
you?
to then prevent any.
So what's this lefty French take on this one? Like, Trump wants to reverse the course of history, as in like undo the Cuban Revolution and bring Cuba back into the fold. But he's also a real estate guy. And just like Gaza, the Peace Board's going to go in there and redevelop Cuba a little bit. Hey, we're going to have Mar-a-Lago in Cuba. Mystery, how old are you? You look 35. Ooh, so close. So close. You're a year off. Guess again. I genuinely wonder if Trump is aware of what year we are in. Well, he's working on it. Hey, when did that Cuban Revolution happen again? Hey, don't we have to fight against those Cubans? Start every presser with, do you know the date today, Mr. President?
Fuel from arriving in Cuba. And Cuba is utterly dependent, has been for years, on Venezuelan fuel. In fact, it wasn't just using it for its own purposes, it was reselling much of the fuel that it received from Venezuela in order to secure more hard currency on the world market, and then be able to fund its own businesses. The state-owned sector of the economy really employs about 85% of Cubans. So we don't have a situation drastically different than we did under, we could say, the height of.
Miss Ree, almost 40. Damn, I see the gray hair. Hey. Did she just say that they didn't even use the fuel that they were getting from Venezuela? They were on selling it to pay for other things so they could get hard currency to be able to pay for goods and services or pay the people that are mostly employed by the state? That's mental. They're getting Venezuelan oil and then turning it into money, not even using it. That's fucking crazy, man. Like, that is some crazy economic pressure. You must admit. If that's what your country is resorting to, like, it's been cut off from the global community and it doesn't have the means for self-determination, as in, like, independence, let's say. The means for true independence. Because it just doesn't have the industrial infrastructure or the inputs required to run said industrial infrastructure. And so, like, Venezuela's giving you a hand. Yeah, have some oil, give us some security forces, we'll take you some doctors, give us your service personnel, and, like, here, have our oil. And then you take that oil and you resell it. Like, you are at economic lows at that point. Fucking hell. And, like, you have people that are openly, like the person we watched before, they're just like, you know, making it sound like Cuba's crisis, or Marco Rubio talking about it. It's just like, have you seen that place? It's got nothing to do with our sanctions. They just suck. Have you seen their farms? Their farms suck. Stupid communists. That's what you get. I'll never forget that. Mystery, remember, solar panel is woke. And Dilemmas is woke. It's coming, bro. Dilemmas is woke. We're on to you, Dilemmas. If you're not a socialist by 19, you've got no heart. If you're not conservative by 39, you've got no brain. You're getting close, bro. LOL. Come to the dark side. We have snacks, freedom, and guns. Hey, it's time to bring about some freedom. Hey. Dark Rubio, let's go. This AI mod is on a rampage. Rogue's getting modded too. Hey, sorry. Look, I'm telling you people, the earth revolves around the sun. Go to Twitch or get on Discord. Like, if you really want to have a chat. Like, I don't know why you guys are all getting fucking reamed today. Why today more than any other day? Did we say Did we say Herzog's name too many times? Like, what's the go here? There's Discord for getting censored. And here is... Here's Twitch again. Might be the way to go. Little twitchy. Hey? Little bit of twitchy. Alright, let's do this. Cuba is about to get some freedom real soon. For sure. Yeah. Every conservative I personally have met in my life have been honestly dumb as rocks. Like all my conservative family members seriously lack basic education. It's pretty scary. Mod is being the IDF today. Killing their Palestine quota. Oh my god. Everyone I know who has completed some form of higher education sits firmly on the left. The KK online, see? It's a liberal nightmare. The university system is just a factory that pushes out lefty loonies. You're just proving the point that Curtis Yarvin's been trying to tell us with his dark enlightenment understanding of the world. The cathedral needs to be brought down. The university system is at the heart of the cathedral, spreading its liberal ideology. It's progressive nonsense. Everyone with a higher education comes out as a brainwashed progressive. Curtis Yarvin has the solution. And that's why the university system is under attack. Just say Mrs. Uncle, not Herzog. All right.
Communism in the 1980s. The big difference is that since 2009, when Raul Castro formally took power from Fidel through
I joined the cathedral. It's a Discord group.
Present, we have the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias, which is the armed forces of Cuba, really controlling the state capitalist economy. And I know this might be confusing for people, but effectively the government has survived because it adopted capitalism in 1991 and it controlled that capitalism. It managed it. And so today we have a situation where the military owns the vast majority of the tourist base of the economy. It has doubled the number of hotels in the last 5 years. And it also is an extremely corrupt military that has no accountability. There's no transparency with regard to even how it pays itself. The CEOs are generals and other high-ranking officers. Now, this is not a threat to the United States. This is simply, in fact, a kind of right-wing military authoritarian dictatorship that is the kind of dictatorship that the United States historically has liked to work with in Latin America.
So good. It's a right-wing communist military dictatorship. Oh, man. Far out. It's actually really funny because one of the first things you learn now when you're going to higher learning is critical thinking, understanding misinformation and statistics. Yeah, that's what the liberal establishment wants you to think. Critical thinking. Gotta hold the Cuban oligarchy to account. And like, it's a funny comment what she just said. She's like, but usually the Americans like authoritarian regimes. They do business with authoritarian regimes. I'm not sure actually why they don't like the Cubans. I'm not sure what is going on there. Woke mind virus spreads through library books. Yes. And institutions. So good. That is the funniest comment she's made yet, right? It's gotta be. It's gotta be her best material so far. You know what? They are an authoritarian regime. Usually the US loves those things. I wonder what's happening here after she explains, or we've heard it explained, that Cuba is relying too much on ye old Russia and China, Iran, Venezuela, all the evil countries out there. Might explain why this time the US doesn't want to do business with an authoritarian regime because it's already doing business with US adversaries. Remember the CIA used the mafia in New York to try and bump off Castro. Still failed. Yeah.
So I actually find it really scary that we have the Trump administration, in the wake of what has happened in Venezuela, making gestures towards negotiating, in quotes, with the Cuban government, because a transition under Trump would really be no transition at all for the Cuban people. It may very well satisfy some of his demands and would satisfy the need for the military to maintain itself in power, perhaps on the excuse that it maintains order in the country.
And yeah, because we've heard Donald Trump warning Cuba to strike a deal without really going into much detail about what exactly he's seeking there. Is Washington ultimately striving for regime change? And you mentioned Venezuela there. Are there real fears in Cuba that there might be
But
a
they've
similar
said
scenario?
it. They're not hoping for it. They've actually said this is what we want. They want to cripple the entire country till the people rise up and overthrow their own government. Like, why waste your own resources and personnel on that? Let them do it. Hey, let's just pave the way for them to do it themselves. I learned a different type of critical thinking, like pulling down and rebuilding multiple $1 million extruders without higher education. Plus, a work ethic that has allowed me to never claim welfare except 100 for 2 weeks when I hurt my back, and suddenly expected me to live on that for 2 people. Why are they building around the hairy bush here? It's all in the open. Yeah, why? Why? I guess maybe the French are just a little bit late to the party on this one. They haven't watched other people's news. Just watch some Fox Business. They'll tell you everything you need to know. And they do it with pride and satisfaction.
Are you about to play out there?
Yes, well, I would say first that on the island there is tremendous outrage over the hypocrisy of the Cuban government. That has been the case now for decades, but it certainly has reached a sort of blowing point in the last few years. We've seen 2 million Cubans leave in between 2021, 2022, and the present, at least. That is at least, 20% of the population has gone. 800,000 of them came to South Florida. And this exodus is the largest exodus ever seen in the history of the revolution. I mean, the height of immigration that occurred in the 60s never topped 1 million people. Between 1959 and 1979, you got about a 700,000 person exodus over that whole long decade. So what we have today is really unprecedented. I think that
Yeah, John. Good luck.
It's a very fragile situation. The government has no legitimacy. Miguel Díaz-Canel has no legitimacy. Raúl Castro never did. And you have a very vulnerable population because it has been stripped of its ability to fight for its own economic security, to compete with state industries as entrepreneurs, and to really get ahead. And there was a window in which that was happening. That was certainly happening as I witnessed it between around 2011 and 2017. And as often happens, when the hard line in the United States shuts the door to any reforms to the embargo, to any opening of relations, that serves the Cuban state, because then they can go back and say that it's the United States' fault for all of its own mismanagement, corruption, and lack of accountability. There were many, many hardliners who were jumping for joy in Cuba, in the government, when Trump took power the first time. I think they're certainly not jumping for joy now. But that doesn't mean that this kind of regime change will not be in some ways embraced on the island by people who are fed up. I think that that's a dangerous reality, because if there is a regime change that is forced on the Cuban people through the Trump administration, and I would say that would not happen by landing troops on the ground. That would happen by perhaps extracting Raúl Castro and some other symbolic heads of state like Miguel Díaz-Canel, but leaving intact the military. And then we really do have a situation of an official military dictatorship, and those are very, very hard to collapse, especially when they have the support of the United States. That's a dream situation for people interested in investment in Cuba and in sort of turning back the clock. And that is certainly what Trump wants. He wants to reverse history, both for
Look at this guy. on the bike with the Mercedes-Benz symbols there. So good. That guy's got a good sense of humor. I like this guy. I like that guy. I guess talking about like social security and stuff, I want anyone who needs social support to be able to access that, and that means widening the net. I find it embarrassing not paying my own way, but that's just me. But I believe in a welfare system for those that need it. I worked for 11 years in corporate upper management before getting fired when I needed time off for medical appointments and illness. It's absolutely an ego blow when you can't support yourself. For sure, Rave. You're on it. You're onto it. I spent like 20 years paying taxes to go to places I don't agree with. Some of that should be a safety net for people who can't work. The geriatric military dictatorship. Yeah. We saw the pictures of them the other day. All the generals and that old guy. The old guy that's getting hit by the sanctions. Poor guy, he just needs to retire. The geriatric military dictatorship. That's a national security issue. Aren't you seeing it?
His understanding of the United States, as well as power in places like Cuba, where the United States has largely been absent as a player and certainly as an investment force. Even in the 90s, when Cuba did turn to foreign investment and to joint ventures between the government and big-time corporations, multinationals abroad.
Lillian, lots to discuss, but we're out of time, unfortunately. Thanks so much for being with us.
Yeah, thanks for being with us. Currently trying to form a list of Labour MPs I'm going to become independent, LOL. Idealistic dreams. Yeah, keep dreaming. Hey, keep dreaming. They're part of the machine, and they're all under Chairman Albo at the moment. They're not going anywhere. Let's have a look at this one. Let's get the mainstream story on this one. The global story. Could Cuba be next? Look at Rubio. Sweet nothings into Trump's ear there.
Looks like it's going down. It's going down for the count. You ever watch a fight? They go down for the count.
Look at this fucking smug prick here. Look at the way he's talking about it. Hey, you ever seen a fight? Yes, I have.
For the count. You ever watch a fight? They go down for the count.
President Trump has his sights set on another country in the United States' backyard, Cuba.
I don't know if they're going to hold out.
It's one of the U.S.'s closest neighbors and one of Venezuela's closest allies. American presidents have long criticized the Cuban government, but now some say the Trump administration...
Was that Lindsey Graham? Who are you speaking about? Like the smug prick who was smiling over there? I don't know.
...is emboldened to go further than before.
Cuba is a failing nation. I think Cuba will not be able to survive.
Look where he's at. He's at the premiere of Millennia. The flop. It's a failed nation. Here I am standing, talking in front of a failed movie. I think it was. Okay.
BBC, I'm Asma Khalid in Washington, D.C. And today on The Global Story, after Venezuela, is Cuba next?
I'm Will Grant. I'm the BBC correspondent in Mexico for Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean.
Will, I know you've lived in Cuba. You've spent a lot of time reporting from there. From your vantage point, what is the crux of the problem that the Trump administration has with Cuba?
At the heart of the Trump administration's issue with Cuba is really the heart of Washington's ongoing issue with Cuba. Basically, they don't like a communist-run government 90 miles off the coast of Florida. They've never liked a communist-run government 90 miles off the coast of Florida. They've tried to remove a communist-run government 90 miles off the coast of Florida many, many times in different guises through CIA planned attempts on...
Excuse me. It's not just a communist government. It's a right-wing authoritarian communist government, all right? If that's not confusing, it should be, because it doesn't make fucking any sense. But like, you know, most of these kind of authoritarian types are like right wing, right? And I usually in Latin America, the US likes the old authoritarian regime. They're better for business. I'm not sure why they don't like them this time. Maybe it's because they've got the C word associated with them somehow. Failed movie. He scammed Bezos out of $40 million. No, $40 million was tribute or a bribe for something. We'll find out, right? I do want 40 million though. I do too. Let us know when you get it, and you can donate to the cause.
Fidel Castro's life, the late leader of the Cuban Revolution, hundreds of those were planned and several were attempted, to squeezing the island through the US economic embargo for 6.5 decades, putting punitive measures on everything from companies that might want to send food and medicines to Cuba to even British and European tourists who visit Cuba. So there's a whole series of things that Washington has done since 1959, essentially to force
Economically
regime
leftist,
change in
social
Cuba.
conservatives.
Of course, Donald Trump, in his second administration, with Marco Rubio as his Secretary of State, it looks like they really do intend to see some form of regime change, some kind of permanent shift in Cuba off the back of what's happened in Venezuela.
It does seem, at least here in Washington, that we are hearing a lot more about Cuba and about Cuba's connections to Venezuela. We've heard President Trump refer to Cubans as being the protectors, the thugs behind the Venezuelan government. And one thing that caught my eye when the United States captured Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro, was that there were a number of Cuban soldiers who were killed in that operation. They were protecting Maduro. And Will, I have a lot of questions here, but why would there have been Cubans protecting Maduro?
Part of the...
Come on, you're not across this. That's how they get their sweet, sweet oil, right? Providing soldiers to the evil, communist, right-wing, authoritarian regime of Cuba. China's a little bit like that. Very conservative social beliefs. Yes, economically lefties, socially conservative. Socialism with Chinese characteristics, I think they like to say. They decide what those characteristics are. Not going to be preached to by the Western liberal establishment from the cathedral. Eh? It's important not to be black-pilled despite our inept government. We can do better. But being cynical and pessimistic ain't it. Though I'm very guilty of being that too.
Relationship, the bilateral relationship between Cuba and Venezuela is built on intelligence officers and soldiers, military support. Now, the Cubans have denied that. They said that basically the arrangement was that crude oil would come to Cuba and prop up the Cuban Revolution, and doctors would go back in the other direction.
So crude oil would go from Venezuela to Cuba.
And in return, they would pay for that with human capital in the form of doctors,
human
and medics,
capital,
and healthcare workers who would work in the shanty towns and in the remote regions of Venezuela. Hugo Chavez, the late Venezuelan leader, and Fidel Castro, the late Cuban revolutionary leader. The two of them came up with that idea, and it was basically the mainstay of the economic relationship between the two socialist allies until this point. There was a third dimension to that, though, of course, which was...
So, like, is he denying it or not? Because he just was, like, cynically being like, oh, look, they send fucking intelligence and soldiers. And, like, they claim that they send doctors. And then he went on to detail the history of how they formed an agreement on oil based on sending doctors. So, like, is he debunking that theory or not? I don't get it. Remember we watched like 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago when we first started analyzing all of this, we watched that person there was like, oh yeah, Cuba sends doctors to Venezuela, but the doctors are like slave laborers and they get sent to shanty towns and all that sort of stuff. And they do forced labor and they get paid horrible wages to operate in Venezuela. And so she was calling it out for like, it's not as nice as just sending doctors over and getting medical support. No, sorry, to Mexico, actually. It was to Mexico. And they said they have a similar agreement, Cuba and Mexico. And they end up being slave doctors in Mexico or something like that. I guess that was a reason to justify the idea that they should be sending, like it's a bad thing that they're sending doctors to help the Mexicans out or the Venezuelans, because they just end up as slave laborers anyway. And who would have thought? Only in an evil communist situation could you have someone as esteemed as a doctor being used as a slave laborer. That would never happen in a free market society. Hell no. Because we don't have enough doctors in our free market societies. They are treated like absolute gods among the plebs. Scary right-wing commie dictatorship Cuba going to nuke the US with doctors if we don't starve their people. So good. And it's not like the US couldn't do with a bit of nuking if they had like being nuked by doctors. Could you imagine? They're going to airdrop doctors into the US, and all the Americans like, no, stop, it's communism. All these doctors falling from the sky to provide us with medical services, much needed. Oh God, the communists are coming. Oh man, it's like Red Dawn, but with doctors. Less taxes on the average worker, higher distribution of wealth. That'll make up for the discount in taxes, and it'll boost the economy, increase growth, and reduce inflation. Largest cause of inflation is wealth and asset hoarding. Okay? Again, all I'm hearing is you've been brainwashed at a liberal university. Okay? Look at you coming out with solutions. Outrageous. KK online, absolutely outrageous. Carly White, it's a hard call to make on a personal level. We need more stuff. So taxes are good in theory, but the government are historically not great at doing good stuff with it across the board. Depends on the government.
Support, particularly in the wake of an attempted coup on Hugo Chavez in 2002. I think from there on, there was more of a role for Cuba, because basically Cuba's know-how in terms of what Venezuela wanted to achieve, or the Venezuelan government wanted to achieve, was in terms of how to stay in power, how to remain in power for 6.5 decades. So
part of that intelligence sharing involved actual physical bodyguards
on the ground protecting Nicolas Maduro. So he, as a disciple of Fidel Castro, so the Castro brothers, was very much part of the same equation that Fidel Castro and Hugo Chavez created. So he had Cubans around them. It was rumored that he actually trusted Cubans more than his own countrymen.
Was he a disciple of the Castros? What is a bus driver? Which one is it? I can't keep up with the mainstream media narrative. Sometimes he's a dropkick bus driver who shouldn't be in charge of a country, let alone a company. And now he's one of the disciples of the Castros. I can't keep up with the mainstream media on this one. Somebody just tell me what he was. Governments are shit, but they're only shit if you let them continue their behavior.
As somebody who himself was trained in Cuba, he bought into the Cuban vision of a socialist nation. The other things they did was advise on crushing dissent, quite frankly. There's reports from people who were held in detention, dissidents and journalists, that when they were held in a very notorious detention center in the center of Caracas called El Helicoide, that they were interrogated by people with Cuban accents. Throughout this entire period, against those sorts of allegations and against the allegations that Cuban soldiers were infiltrated in the Venezuelan military at absolutely every level, the Cuban government denied them, said that they weren't there, that it was an invention by Washington, that it simply wasn't true. Well, considering that 32 of the 100 or so people who were killed in the US operation in Venezuela were Cubans, they simply had to acknowledge them. They had to acknowledge that they were there. And it's sort of exposed that it was true that they had people on the ground in Venezuela and had done for years.
So, Will, you
Why
were
is that
in
so
Havana.
controversial? Like, why are they talking about this like it's some absolute amazing revelation? So they send security forces, so they send intelligence, so they send doctors. Like, who gives a shit? Has that got anything to do with why the US is clamping down even harder on Cuba and putting them under enormous economic pressure, starving out a population, with the intention of getting that population to rise up and overthrow its own government because they're under incredible economic pressure? Like, what the fuck has that got to do with anything? Who cares? Send clowns if you want to. Human capital? Why don't they send teachers? Why don't they send dog trainers? Who gives a shit? What has this got to do with anything? Am I missing something in this equation here? It's like they sent the troops over to Venezuela. I knew it. I knew they were sending troops to Venezuela. It's time to overthrow that evil communist right-wing dictatorship. It's got to go. How dare they send troops to Venezuela?
The capital of Cuba recently, as
The gang they accused of Maduro heading was also literally made up and does not exist. Yes, the Cartel de los Sols is not actually a thing. Apparently, like it's colloquial term for like some type of politician that is bought out by the cartels, and like that's used all over like the Caribbean and like and Latin America. So like when they think a politician, is corrupt, basically, they say, oh, that person's the head of the Cartel de los Sols. And so they actually use that, the Americans, as a justification to bring Maduro to justice. He was the head of a colloquial term, a trash talking term in Spanish for politicians. And so they used that. And then when they brought charges against him in that court in New York, it was only for cocaine trafficking and possession of machine guns. And they had dropped any of the allegations that he was the head of a narco-terrorist organization. That was it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the reason why they went in to take him in the first place, because he was the head of a narco-terrorist organization, a dangerous organization that had been killing USA citizens indiscriminately. Hundreds of thousands of Americans have died from drug-related abuses or drug-related incidents. And Maduro was the head of a drug cartel that was killing American citizens. And as soon as they take him and charge him, and he's presented in a court somewhere in New York, not a single charge about him being the head of the Cartel de los Sols, or even being a narco-terrorist. It's just some dude that had cocaine and machine guns. Fuck me dead. It's a crazy world we live in, man.
those soldiers' remains were brought back and put on display, essentially lying in state, right? They were honored by the Cuban government. What was the scene like there in Cuba as you were there reporting?
It was truly extraordinary. I mean,
I don't understand
Raul
how this is
Castro,
allowed to
who,
happen. I know, but it still makes me crazy. America, right? America. It does. It does make you question reality. But it's just like, well, fuck. Is anyone going to do anything about it? No. No, they're not.
makes very few public appearances now, was there to receive them at the airport.
I mean, I'm waiting for someone to call Taylor Swift the head of the Intifada. She's been singing about shaking it off for years now. Oh, man. It's about time, hey? From the river to the sea, hey? Are you allowed to say the I word on Twitch there, Indoctrinated? I wish they would lock her up. Savage. Like, what's the point of the UN at all if no one will uphold anything? It's for the little people, the middle powers, to be called into question when they piss off the big powers. Not for the big powers to be held into question. Yeah, that's what the UN's for.
94. Standing next to him, President Miguel Diaz-Canel. To full military honours, as you say, the boxes were taken from the plane and loaded into a funeral procession that then drove into Havana to the Ministry of the Armed Forces. The vast majority of the route towards from the airport to this ministry will have had people along the way. Cuba hasn't lost this number of combatants in a one-on-one battle with the US military, as far as I can see, since the start of the Cuban Revolution. The only point that we can compare it to is the Bay of Pigs in 1961. But that was Cuban exiles who were trained by the CIA and brought to the coast of Cuba to basically try and take back the island. That failed. There were fatalities on either side, and certainly the US military was involved. But in a direct fight like this, with 32 combatants killed and none on the other side, it was a very sobering moment, a very almost humiliating moment in a sense for the Cuban Revolution, except they certainly didn't paint it like that, as you'd expect. It was a moment of pride, a moment of honor. The words next to each of these boxes with the photo of the respective soldier were the words honor and glory next to them.
You've mentioned oil a few times here. How much oil has Cuba been getting from Venezuela?
Well, it was much higher when Hugo Chavez and Fidel Castro struck up their relationship. It was in the region of 100,000 barrels of oil a day, with which Cuba could sell the excess beyond its domestic consumption to other nations in the Petrocaribe, a Caribbean agreement. In that sense, we talk about, Venezuelan oil basically uplifting, upholding the Cuban Revolution. It was through steps like that. Gradually over time, and with the fall of the oil price, the global oil price, Venezuela hasn't been able to provide those kind of numbers, and it's reduced to more like the accepted numbers, somewhere around 35, maybe 40,000 barrels of oil a day, much less. But when combined with what Cuba gets from Mexico and from Russia, enough traditionally to be able to keep the lights on, but not recently.
So
they've completely choked. Who would have thought? Hey, who would have thought? I can't breathe. America's doing it again. All right, we're going to have a quick break, and we're going to be back with some more. Don't go anywhere. Back to it, you dirty commies. There's one more thing I wanted to have a look at.
U.S. military force.
One more thing on Cuba before we change topics. This is DW News, by the way, asking the question: are Russia and China actually going to do anything to support Cuba? Hello, you guys going to do anything? Hey? I know that they're going to. Trump's going to sanction everyone. They're going to tariff everyone, but can they really tariff China? It's a fair question. Will they be able to get away with it? Or if they cut them off from rare earths again? It's a fair question.
Has aborted another sanctioned oil tanker that fled the Caribbean early this year. The Pentagon released this footage of the ship being boarded in the Indian Ocean. The U.S. Defense Department said the vessel had defied President Trump's so-called quarantine of sanctioned ships in the Caribbean. The tanker was one of several that fled the Venezuelan coast in early January after the United States abducted the country's leader, Nicolas Maduro. Well, Maduro's kidnapping has left Venezuela at a crossroads, with people in the country divided over its future.
On the streets of Caracas, government-sponsored billboards demand that the U.S. free jailed leader Nicolas Maduro. But the people of Venezuela are more worried about what their future will look like and whether their livelihoods will improve, with their government now answering to Washington.
Well, people are repressed. They want to express their opinions, to demonstrate, whether for or against. There's always uncertainty, and until that's cleared up, everything is on hold. Businesses, people, commerce, everything.
I'm very happy that they're giving him I don't know how many life sentences. Because of him, my children are out on the streets. And that's just one small example. If the US is doing what they say they're doing, then that's very good. I hope the economy improves. That's the main thing.
Maduro's political propaganda is still everywhere in Caracas, and he still has a hard core of loyal followers.
We demand that the US government return our president, Nicolas Maduro, to us.
Will their lives improve? Too long. Don't read. No. Okay.
He should be patient, resist, and the truth, which will come to light, is that the world police had no right to come here and kidnap him.
No way. Censored, globalized the Swifty father. Damn. You have to be careful. You can't even put words like in phrases that are too close.
Though Caracas has returned to its normal rhythm and daily life since Maduro's capture, analysts say Venezuelans are still hoping for real change.
The reality of the matter is that there are enormous expectations. It seems that Venezuelans are finally trying to understand where we're headed. There are enormous expectations for political change towards democracy in Venezuela.
As hope and skepticism sit side by side, Venezuela's future remains very much unwritten.
And Christopher Sabatini is a Senior Research Fellow for Latin America, US, and the Americas Programme at the Chatham House Foreign Affairs think tank. He joins us from London. Welcome to DW. What, if anything, has changed politically, socially in Venezuela since the US
talking about
kidnapped
Venezuela.
Nicolas Maduro?
What about Cuba?
Well, very little has changed in terms of the apparatus of the government. What the U.S. essentially did was take Nicolas.
Your expertise to Cuba. We'll take a look at this report and then come back to you. Because as the US tightens its grip on Cuba's oil supplies, the country's beginning to feel the adverse effects. Havana has warned that foreign airlines will no longer be able to refuel because of dwindling supplies. And some airlines have already suspended flights to and from the island. Meanwhile, the UN is warning of a humanitarian crisis.
A humanitarian crisis?
The
When they don't
steps
have
of the
fuel?
University of Havana are empty.
No.
Universities across Cuba are closed. School classes have been cut back and transport slashed. It's all part of the government's emergency measures
to preserve dwindling fuel supplies.
These measures make me feel insecure about what will happen with my university semester. How will I be graded? And if the virtual teaching platform that we will have to use now will actually work. Many students live in remote villages with no electricity or internet connection.
With oil supplies in a US stranglehold, the country is grinding to a halt.
High as fuck me is laughing at me in the other chat. I'm everywhere. Hey, maybe you're a surveillance capitalist. Hey. LOL, Chatham House rules. Remember when BB had a meeting with influencers using Chatham House rules in the States?
Havana residents queue for hours for the few buses available to get to work.
Fuck that. Imagine queuing for hours to catch a bus because no one's got any fucking petrol. No one's got any gas.
Taxi rates doubled overnight.
Oh, we already listened to this guy. Can you just tell us, is China going to help?
The UN says it is at risk of humanitarian collapse.
Breaking news.
Christopher Sabatini from Chatham House is still with us. Let's talk about Cuba then. It has no oil and no minerals. So what does President Trump want there?
This is really a pet project primarily of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's Cuban-American. Although his family didn't flee Fidel Castro, they migrated to the United States or immigrated to the United States before. But really, this is an effort to remake the hemisphere under the so-called Donroe Doctrine by their own branding, more aligned with U.S. interest. So for Marco Rubio, the idea is to bring the end of the Castro regime in Cuba. It's been in place now since 1959. For Donald Trump, it's a show of force and a show that he means business. When
he wants a launch pad for expedition forces. Yeah, where are they going though? Yeah. They've pretty much got the area contained. I guess just add another launch pad. Yeah, why not? Get another one. You get a launch pad. You get a launch pad.
It comes to Cuba. So it's ideological, but it's also part of a larger projection of U.S. geopolitical power in the hemisphere and globally.
Okay, so end the Castro regime and replace it with what? Because is there a credible opposition there?
That's a good question, Phil. There isn't. More than 60 years of totalitarian government has crushed civil society. There's no really alternative political leadership. It's unclear what will happen first. And the truth is in this particular case, Marco Rubio and many Cuban Americans' view of how regime change will happen in Cuba is based on Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union in 1989 and 1990. But of course, the embargo has, and especially now with the cutoff of oil, has really crippled the state. It's left the country very poor. What we could see more than any regime change to legitimate leadership is actually a failed state. And we're
claiming land for the Golden Dome, maybe. Fair. It's an interesting one.
Already seeing it now. It's unclear whether the leadership within Cuba will yield to the Trump administration's demands that it step aside.
Despite that, though, we do know that the two governments are talking. We know that from the weekend, Havana said we're open to talks. I understand that discussions have begun. What can you tell us about them? What sort of level are they happening at? And what are they talking about?
We really don't know at what level they're happening. There were some rumors last week and over the weekend that the Trump administration was talking to Alejandro Castro, who's the son of Raul Castro. Supposedly that may not have been true. So we don't even know if they're meeting in person. Supposedly, and simply, quite frankly, by embargo law, the Trump administration should be demanding a set of conditions that were outlined in 1996 by the Cuba Democracy Act or Libertad Act. And those are credible steps to free and fair elections, the release of all political prisoners, and then freedom of expression and freedom of association. But those would basically kill the Cuban regime as it currently stands. It wouldn't survive. So yeah, I don't know how you begin negotiations when you're basically asking a regime to sign its death warrant in the midst of a humanitarian crisis.
So a quick word then about Russia and China.
Oh, thank God.
Big Cuba backers. What sort of intervention, if any, are we expecting from them on America's back door?
Phil, I don't think they would necessarily weigh in for the first reason, as you said, it's on the U.S.'s back door. It's only 90 miles off the coast of Florida. They have some listening stations. They have some surveillance infrastructure in Cuba that allows them to listen in on the U.S. They also obviously have in-person spies in Florida. Occasionally, Russian subs and boats will dock. It isn't really that close a relationship. I don't think if the Donald Trump administration scores some form of regime.
I bet Trump likes a little bit of backdoor action. Have you seen like some of the most recent like South Park episodes of depicting Trump and JD Vance together and their relationship? Eh? I'm sure he does like a little bit of backdoor action. Eh?
Change, whether it's just the removal of the leadership or full-on regime change, we would see China or Russia come to the defense of the Castro regime, quite simply because they would have to yield to, as you said, this is in the U.S.'s backyard. It wouldn't really be productive to spoil the broader relationship with the United States simply over Cuba.
Okay, thanks for talking us through that so clearly, Christopher. Christopher Sabatini.
So basically, no one's coming to help Cuba. Like, I can't believe we watched that for like 30 seconds of analysis. And I just want to know if they're still helping somehow. They're trying to get some ships over there, some oil. But like, yeah, the US is clamping pretty hard through its own resources and the resources of its allies. Picking ships off, taking them out of action. Cuba's got no chance. No one's coming to save Cuba, it would seem. Uh-oh. Looks like they're going to get some of that sweet, sweet freedom that people were talking about before. Greta needs to get another flotilla together. Hey, could you imagine Greta leading a flotilla of shadow oil tankers? Greta, the people, they need help. What do they need? Oil. Is there something else that we can bring them? Oh, I'm pretty sure that's all they need, Greta. They need a little bit of oil. About 30,000 barrels a day will do it. Oh, shit. I'll get back to you on that one. I just like pissing off these not Raeleys. Do I have to be as part of an oil fleet? I don't know if I can live with myself. It's not China's interest to get in the way of American guns. And then flare her own boat and say the IDF did it, LOL. Ah, you're a funny one. Stab, stab. I really wanted to do this before. I'm going to do it to you now. I got to see where the tech bros are at. So we're going to have a little bit of a listen to what Gil Duran has to say. Okay. Let's see. Billionaire exit plan. The contradictions for Greta would be too much. Oil, the environment. I don't know what to do. Do I save people that need assistance, that need liberation from imperialism, like I've been doing for the Palestinians? Or do we save the environment? Oh, God, I don't know what to do. It'd make great news headlines. Sky News wouldn't know what to do with itself either. Oh my God. Now she's on an oil tanker helping people? I don't know, man. I like how he now acknowledges when I have a good point with the old stab, stab, stab. Yeah, it is. Any chance for a little stab, stab, stab.
How did we get here? Jeff Bezos owning and destroying the Washington Post. Palmer Luckey calling for a tech city.
She is the Antichrist. I say, I told you. Will tech billionaires get rid of democracy by getting rid of people? I ask the hard questions. The billionaire plan to escape democracy. Tech pros are coming for you. It's called the Dark Enlightenment. Do you reckon Gil's put two and two together on this one yet? But he just likes to stay away from that type of philosophical stuff. Because like this is exactly what the Dark Enlightenment is. It's a rejection of the Enlightenment principles, liberalism and democracy. It's like winning an argument with the missus. I don't get any wins, so I enjoy the ones I get. He definitely knows. Yeah, okay. So he just uses his own terminology then. He's got to know. Seriously.
In Guantanamo, Joe Lonsdale dreaming of public executions. How has so-called tech libertarianism curdled into open authoritarianism? If you want to understand the dangerous ideas driving Silicon Valley's war on democracy, few people understand it better than Quinn Slobodian. Quinn is a historian at Boston University, and his books expose how wealthy elites are working to create a world of capitalism without democracy. His work explains how billionaires are drawing up a roadmap to exit from democratic nations and create privatized sovereignties where the rich make the rules for everyone. In today's episode, we talk about what's actually happening with all these network state and freedom city schemes, about whether tech billionaires will really be satisfied with fascist dystopias in Africa, in Greenland, and in the United States. Or is their vision even darker? Data centers the size of Manhattan, dark factories, and infrastructure that doesn't need democracy because their future doesn't need people. I'm Gil Duran, and this is the Nerd Right
How's
Podcast.
the editing going, Gil? Hey, dark factories. Hey, it looks fucking dystopian as hell. It was about this time last year Unc introduced us to the network state. Hey? Do you remember it was a podcast episode as well? And we're just like listening to it. Like, who is this guy? Who are they talking about? Oh my God. Oh my God. Quickly Google it. What the fuck is going on?
Quinn Slobodian, thanks for joining me here on the Nerd Right Podcast.
Very happy to be here.
You know, I tell everybody who's curious about my work that they should really read yours because your work played a big role in getting me to take a deeper look in these ideologies coming out of tech and Silicon Valley, in these ideas of wealthy elites who want to exit from democracy and society. I was recently going through Crack Up Capitalism again, and it was mind-blowing to me how much that you talk about in that book.
Has
you can
anyone
see
read it?
all around us now
I think I've got
happening.
it
So while you're waiting for my
on
book
the
to come out,
bookshelf-
read Crack Up
bookshelf.
Capitalism because it very much is born out of the work Quinn Slobodian.
I haven't got around to reading it yet. Crack Up Capitalism. Oh, hey, Gil Duran's got a fucking book coming out. Hey? Interesting.
Has been doing for a very long time. Your work illuminates the ideology of exit of wealthy people who wish to escape taxes, regulation, and society and live in their own worlds of privatized sovereignty. These are men who dream of capitalism without democracy. Your books expose the long history of using special zones, be they Hong Kong or the Cayman Islands or Dubai, where the usual laws and rules don't apply. And we're seeing that strategy today metastasize into something far more ambitious and dangerous than it has been in certain past iterations. How did you get interested in the subject of zones and the ideology of a world that foresees capitalism without democracy?
Crack Up Capitalism for me was very much understood as a kind of a sequel to a book I'd written just before that called Globalists. My basic feeling as a sort of intellectual historian, a historian of global history, was that we often failed when we tried to understand the world in the terms that were provided to us, understanding the world as kind of comprised of billiard ball nations.
I don't even know who that is, dilemmas. John Taylor Gatto? Gatto? You'll have to explain it to me. And then I'll tell you if it fits into my worldview.
The world is a kind of set of containers, and we are citizens of one nation and not of another. And if we think about something grander than that, we might think about the United Nations or other forms of international law or international organizations. And then beyond that, there was this sort of abstract world, and we were understanding that we often failed when we, as a sort of intellectual historian, a historian of global history, was that we often failed when we tried to understand the world in the terms that were provided to us, understanding the world as kind of comprised of billiard ball nations. The world is a kind of set of containers, and we are citizens of one nation and not of another. And if we think about something grander than that, we might think about the United Nations or other forms of international law or international organizations. And then beyond that, there was this sort of abstract world that got referred to as globalization. And Globalists, the book I wrote before, was a way of talking about globalization, not as a kind of a liberation of markets since the end of the Cold War, where everything was sort of set free and money and goods and people were able to zap around the world like lasers. But in fact, the 90s and 2000s as a time of an increasing encasement of the world's markets through new agreements, new laws, new regulations, which made certain kind of economic futures possible and made other ones not possible. And then often in the process meant people and nations ceding certain parts of their sovereignty upward to multilateral organizations or international agreements, made things like free trade, capital security often have more priority than the rights of people inside nations themselves. So this is often referred to as neoliberal globalism. And what I did with that book is I said, this thing has a long history, goes back to the end of the empires of the Habsburg empires and the Ottoman empires at the end of the First World War. And it's actually been, an 80-year project to try to figure out how to build up a legal and institutional architecture that can sit on top of nations and provide exit possibilities for capital, can provide security for investors, and provide certain kinds of mobility and not others. Crack Up Capitalism came as a sequel because my feeling was that we were not entirely clued into things happening above the nation, but we were also perhaps even more ignorant about things happening beneath the envelope of the nation in the space of what I talk about in the book as this special economic zones, where since the 1970s especially, nations have ring-fenced jurisdictions.
Trudeau is out skiing with Katy Perry. That's not a joke. They are dating and out in the actual snow skiing. Yeah, well, they were together at Davos, I thought. When we were all watching the World Economic Forum stuff. He was a teacher for 30 years, then began authoring books about how the schooling system manipulates kids for control. Yeah, right. Well, like, the education system is definitely a system of indoctrination. Like, it trains kids up to be ready to fit into the workforce and to accept society and as it is. Doesn't really train them to kind of question anything. Just kind of trains them to be workers and fit into the machine. So, like, if they're being manipulated for control, they're coming out as passive agents and they just accept society as it is. It's definitely a wheelhouse of that nature. Yeah, she winked at him from the audience. It was pretty cute, not gonna lie. So it sounds like you got a crush on both of them by the sounds of it.
Jurisdictions inside of their nations, given in the space of what I talk about in the book as this special economic zones, where since the 1970s especially, nations have ring-fenced jurisdictions inside of their nations and given them a separate legal status, separate regulatory status, often lighter labor laws, often lighter environmental laws, and done so to make them into kind of bespoke landing pads for transnational capital. Lift the regulations here to make it more likely that an investor comes and builds a factory here. You lift certain kinds of oversight there so that people will use that as a place to book profits offshore. And this has become the kind of the functional fragmentation by which globalization works, even as it becomes more integrated at a kind of supranational level. So my first goal was really kind of just a descriptive one as a historian, as someone who teaches history in the classroom, especially to sort of figure out ways to introduce readers to sets of geographies they might not always be that familiar with, the kind of places that Geneva and the WTO create, and then the kind of places that Hong Kong and Dubai create, and even smaller than that, economic zones that might exist around your local port authority, or even someplace no bigger than a warehouse off the side of a highway, but nonetheless offer a kind of a machinery for the everyday workings of globalization. So it all began as a kind of pedagogical project in a way, or a project of sort of political education. But as you say, there is a kind of payoff that aims more in the direction of techno-libertarianism and some of the more drastic fantasies of the recent Silicon Valley right, because not everyone just saw this as a project of building kind of infrastructure of global investment in capitalism. Some people, the very people that we both study, took that as a way of imagining a world where the zone could become not just part of a landscape of globalization, but a kind of a prototype for reorganizing global civil society as such.
Capitalism always has to innovate and accelerate and find new profit centers. So I see this sort of metastasization as an example of that. It is now about getting beyond even not just little zones. And I worked for governor, I worked for a few mayors. We use zones to incentivize bringing a biotech office here or there, but it doesn't mean you get to escape all laws, all regulations, and you're no longer part of our democracy. So what they're doing is saying, hey, this can be used as a sort of escape hatch from the entire system. And in a way, what they're doing is trying to monetize the idea of sovereignty. We will create this new zone, be it a warehouse on the side of a highway or a piece of land in Latin America, and you can pay us to become subscribers of that zone. And we will offer you freedom from democracy and belonging in this other form of a nation. So on one level, they're trying to remake government in their own image. It's interesting how this comes out of sort of anti-government ideology. And we'll get to that in a minute. But the use of zones to create special governance dates back a pretty long time. It's not exactly new. You use Hong Kong as an example. The city of London, the financial zone, not the actual city itself. For those who don't know, it's a bit of a confusing term because people are like, what do you mean London? No, the city of London is a very different, sort of the Wall Street area of London. That's a zone. You use these examples as core ideas, but you've also documented how the zones work in Honduras, Dubai, China. There's a wide range of zones and what they're used for. So give us a brief history of zones and what distinguishes a zone from a simple privatization or special economic area. What makes a zone really?
Yeah, that in fact, longer history of what a zone is and the kind of prehistory of the modern special economic zone is one of the things that I've found most interesting about the topic. Because
so is this like what he's going on here about? Is this supposedly like the history of the idea of the network state? Like if you're just tuning in and like, I don't know if you weren't with us last year, we spent a bit of time trying to understand like techno-feudalism and surveillance capitalism as these new developments of capitalism, basically. Like the free market as it develops, it goes through different phases where different groups of the capitalist class have different levels of power, and they have different levels of power within the bourgeoisie, and they influence the way that the world capitalist machine works. So, you know, Marx's time, it was the industrial capitalists that had all the control, and they set the tone for what the world bourgeois was going to do, and they basically set global politics, ended up in, you know, arguably a couple of world wars as a result. Since then, we've had kind of the financialization of capitalism, and like as industrial capitalism, it's innovative. It requires a lot of reinvestment to turn over, but like financialization, you can make a lot of money with just speculation. You don't actually have to invest in anything. And then so like financialization kind of went nuts after people were scared about it for a little while after the 30s and the Great Depression. But then it opened up again, and the neoliberalism was kind of the ideological backdrop of I guess you would say financialization, and so like, you know, the rise of Wall Street and world markets, financial markets, all that type of stuff, central banks, etc., etc. And like now we're moving into a phase of surveillance capitalism. So the world is kind of dictated by telecommunications technology and the ability that that gives to kind of manage the entire world's economy. So like even the financial sector and everything else is like the entire world's economy now runs through the internet, basically. And there's hardware and software, and there's physical infrastructure that provides that. And the people that control all that sort of stuff is what you know, are the people that really influence world politics. And so we were kind of trying to figure out what their philosophy was. It does seem that these tech bros, these techno-feudalists, these surveillance capitalists, they do have an ideology. They're called it tech libertarianism here. But like, you could easily just call it the Dark Enlightenment, which is a rejection of the idea of democracy. Like as Peter Thiel has famously always quoted, saying that like democracy is no longer conducive to freedom. So like you want to still be in a free society, well then like democracy is holding you back. Like democracy is actually, it's lame. And so like if you want freedoms, you're gonna have to get rid of the whole democracy part. And so like part of the philosophy behind the tech bros is this idea of the network state. And like the network state are kind of these private libertarian cities where the ultra rich will go and live, and they'll have no kind of regulations or obligations to broader society. They'll just live in like this palatial Hunger Games style existence where the rich live, and like everybody will live outside of that if they live at all, really. But they'll control everything through this network of like libertarian cities. And they'll be able to exist in absolute ostentatiousness, absolute luxury, while the rest of us, like, I guess, live in a, dystopian, barren wasteland, I guess. But like, I think what they're trying to explain here is that like this idea of these special exclusion zones where the ultra rich go and they're free from any regulations or state oversight, really, and it's just like their own manufactured playgrounds, have existed throughout all the forms of capitalism, from industrial capitalist age in Hong Kong to kind of the special economic zone of the City of London or Wall Street throughout the financial times, throughout the financial age of capitalism. So like the network state is just the new manifestation of where this new ruling elite are going to hang out and call home, I guess. City of London is a crazy place though. Banker owner zone is nuts. Interesting. Take a shot every time you hear the word zone. Yes, she winked at him through the audience. Pretty cute. No, I read that before. Bank owned zone is nuts. I reloaded and the entire chat's been wiped. LOL. They're trying to erase it. We've all been silenced.
We kind of take for granted now that if you imagine a map of the world or the globe, it's divided up into 200 some odd units that are nations that are somehow internally consistent. You imagine them being a relatively smooth legal space internally, inhabited mostly by citizens of that nation that may be recent immigrants, but also maybe people with a longer history of settlement or residence in that patch of territory. But that there's a kind of a legibility to the world. You will look at the map and see the familiar logos in the outlines of the borders of nations from Iran to Nigeria to wherever. But that is actually a very recent version of the world map, right? If you look at the world map from the 19th century, you'll see a world in which large parts of the map are painted the color of the mother empire, usually pink for the British Empire. Parts of the map are still painted the color for the Portuguese Empire, the French Empire, and so on. And these are often kind of large, sprawling territorial holdings that were, in fact, very loosely administered in many cases. So there wasn't necessarily a lot of on-the-ground presence. Often it was indirect. It was being done through local elites. It was being done through local, more hereditary forms of leadership. If you looked even closer, what you would find is actually a great variation in the kind of political and legal arrangements that characterize the world of empires. My book does indeed begin with Hong Kong for a reason, because when Hong Kong was granted, under duress by China to the British, it was granted as a special kind of a space it was a crown colony, but it was designed to act as a kind of a free port so they could allow for trade from neighboring merchants, even from people from neighboring empires that could operate duty-free. Singapore was designed similarly in the 19th century, basically settled by an emissary of the British East India Company, turned into a kind of self-managed space through arrangements with local elites, sometimes through military domination, and then opening its doors to local merchants and thus sort of winning a kind of momentum and certain way a kind of consent from a local commercial class who was able to take advantage of the access to global markets that they could use through this gateway to global consumers. The world of empires was filled with these sort of concessions, hinterlands, treaty ports, extraterritorial enclaves that were settled by different European powers. So there was a real kind of patchwork mosaic of politics and of laws that characterized the world of the 19th century. If you look at the politics of reactionaries, whether they're capitalist reactionaries or more cultural reactionaries, often they're actually quite annoyed by the era of the modern nation state. We think of the right as being nationalist, But in fact, nationalism was a mixed bag if you were conservative or reactionary, right? Nationalism, yes, it brought new regimes of exclusion and new forms of military expansion, but it also brought the possibility for kind of redistribution, welfare, rights being shared across a national population. Ultimately, democracy comes out of, as a practice, as a conjoined twin in certain ways of the nation. People on the right have often dreamed about somehow rolling back this process of the emergence of a pretty stable map of 200 nations.
Yo, Hobo Joe, I'm back. We are listening to a guy called Gil Duran. He has I guess you could say a podcast. He just interviews people and gets them in. And he speaks a lot about the tech bros, techno-feudalists, surveillance capitalists, the people of Silicon Valley who kind of they're a large and significant force in global politics, but definitely in US politics now. And he kind of analyzes and critiques them heavily. And so he's got a guy on at the moment, Quinn Slobodian, who's written a number of books, but one specifically, Crack Up Capitalism. And he's kind of explaining how capitalism through its various stages has always had exclusive kind of economic areas that it's used as hubs for free trade, actual free trade, regulation free, just to allow people to move goods and commerce around to their own benefit, as opposed to and outside of the guise of a nation state or some other type of authority. And so he's just running through the history of that, and we're learning about Hong Kong and stuff. Ooh, my growing topic of interest. Well, listen, and if you have any questions, let me know.
And trying to figure out how to perforate holes again in that map and design spaces now that they could use for their own purposes, that would be designed according to their own desires, and that would most importantly get around that problem of popular sovereignty and the kind of the dreams that often accompanied the end of empire in the 1960s and 70s, the high point of decolonization, the writings and work of people like Frantz Fanon and Kwame Nkrumah, Che Guevara. These people are all speaking at a time when the nation was actually something that was seen as the endpoint of a very vigorous liberation struggle. It was precisely at that point, not coincidentally, that Milton Friedman and other free market radical intellectuals rediscovered a place like Hong Kong and fell in love with it, because it was a place that had been insulated against those demands of post-colonial sovereignty, had remained a colony. It had been insulated against the demands of democratic accountability. It was governed more or less like a corporation. The financial secretary was more important than the governor. Both were appointed directly from Westminster. It was a place that mostly saw the business of governance as about creating a stable and inviting investment climate for people who wanted to, by the 1960s and 70s, do textile manufacturing, do plastic flower and souvenir manufacturing, and doing the beginnings of financial services, especially as telecommunications made the possibility of a kind of a global workday for the financial world to be a reality. The storyline of my book is the emergence of the post-colonial nation, and then the kind of short-circuiting by way of something like Hong Kong back to an imperial age of the 19th century, and then the attempt to make now this very old-fashioned thing. What's more old-fashioned than a crown colony of Hong Kong? How can you make that look futuristic? Make this relic appear like a template for late 20th century and eventually 21st century capitalism. And the zone that they then begin to design becomes distinctive in the sense that it is subnational, it is territorially defined, and it is characterized by a different set of laws and regulation than those that exist outside of it. Those regulations include a certain insulation from democratic accountability, right? So that's why it's different from, let's say, the famous example is like a suburb of Atlanta seceding. When richer parts of sprawling cities decide they don't want to pay taxes for the inner city, they'll secede. They haven't created a zone exactly because they are still operating at some level with an idea of a democratically arranged political space. They've re-engineered it in a way that is better for their own perpetuation of their own wealth. But a special economic zone becomes that by the fact that it suspends normal forms of democratic practice and governance. So for those people who are, hearing about this for the first time or have not thought about it for a while, it's important to know the basic narrative is that even if Milton Friedman and a couple of his neoliberal buddies saw and fell in love with the zone model in Hong Kong in the late 1970s, and indeed then brought it back to Thatcher's England. People might know Canary Wharf, the second financial center now alongside the old city of London, the Square Mile. That was a direct attempt to export a Hong Kong model by taking power out of the hands of a local left-wing labor council, giving it to business people, giving them a huge number of pieces of corporate welfare and transfer of public funds, allowing for a new space that is not responsive necessarily to the needs of the community, but is very responsive to the needs of the financial sector. But where the thing really kicked off Besides these one-off examples, they tried to do it in New York too, didn't get very far, but it really took off in mainland China. When Deng Xiaoping did his reform and opening up period beginning in the late 1970s, the way that China opened up is through the zone model. So China did not open up all at once. It did not do a perestroika. It did not do a glasnost. It did zonification. So Shenzhen, right next to Hong Kong, was the first example. Literally ring-fenced off. When you entered, laws changed. You lost access to the social welfare you would have had back home. You lost access to the lifetime employment contract you had back home. What you gained was entry into a place where there was now wage labor for foreigners to invest, the ability to own land, and for some people, the ability to get very, very rich. This model was replicated up and down the coast of China eventually, in most parts of China. So most of the special economic zones that we have now in the world, of which there are over 6,000, most of them are in China. And that is indeed one of the reasons for focusing on them for me too, is I feel like even now when the power and
That's pretty fucking interesting, isn't it? Most of the special economic zones in the world now are in China. Hey? Who does capitalism better than the communists? That's a great one. I've always wondered what the history of the special economic zones were in China, and whether they're just manifestations or concentrations, hyper concentrations of particular forms of industrial activity that the Chinese have decided are like important. So they have their own special economic zone that deals with tech. So it's like the Silicon Valley in China or something like that, or manufacturing a certain type of good, like, I don't know, iPhones or something like that. I always wondered where they came from. Historically, it's been in that transitional period where they decided the only way to get to communism really was through capitalism. And so they opened themselves up to the free market. Very interesting. Seems like the network state's not that fucking crazy after all. It's just another way to allow the free market to do whatever the free market wants to do outside of any obligation to the general population and to social good.
Political economy is so obvious, we still don't have very many good narratives for understanding how that happened. We don't actually have a smooth story that we tell, let's say, to high school or college students about how the Cold War period entered the globalization period, and then suddenly here comes China as a peer of America's. I think the zone is a sort of a secret way into that story.
Isn't it the exact same thing Gina said she wanted to do in the NT with $2 wage, special economic zone? Hey? Yep. She's the type of person that would want to do that. Yes. That's for sure. Special economic zone. Allow me to have slave wages, please. You got it, Gina. And it'll be my economic zone. It's a very libertarian style of it.
Because you can show how through trial and error, gradualism, reformism that was more experimental than it was absolute, China was able to introduce commodification, privatization in these patches of land in such a way that they were able to work with their advantage in the global international division of labor and fine-tune it really in a way to fit demands of the world market.
So they were sort of able to do a reverse Hong Kong in terms of little patches of capitalism for laboratories of experimentation without the risk of interference or infection by American ideas in its government. And it seems to me that in a way what some of these new network state types or zone promoters are after is sort of a reverse of that, which is how do you carve out zones from democracy where we can experiment with corporate capitalist authoritarianism? In a way, what I see a lot of is these guys basically saying, people like Peter Thiel, Balaji Srinivasan, who's the main force behind the network state movement, saying essentially China got it right. It's about authoritarian capitalism is the 21st century, not this thing where we let people vote and have opinions. And so in a way, it's important for people to understand.
They're like China's authoritarian capitalism and they don't let people vote. Thanks, Gil. That was an enlightened comment there. What if we granted Gina her wish would lead Oz to be more like China? That's the goal, isn't it? What? We want to be like China in what sense? Dilemmas. We want to have a bustling economy that's not produced on the fabrication that comes with having something like Wall Street dictate what you do. Like you actually want to have an economy that's thriving and leading the world in innovation and technology instead of just a system of share buybacks. and company bailouts. I guess it depends what you're looking for from China. But if it's like allowing there to be slave labor, then no, maybe not that part. Just not the slave labor part.
That history in China, because it shows you the power of what a zone can do. In this case, it's interesting that a communist country is at the heart of global capitalism today, right? Everybody needs China for manufacturing, for technology, for all of these things. And so they've been able to create this hybrid system that gives them
So Gina should have her own economic zone. What, so she can have slave labor? Well, like, if that's what you think is good for the country, then, like, you know, I'm gonna roll with your opinion on this one, Dilemmas. Let's go with that. Let's give her her special economic zone so she can have slave labor and take her profits out of the country into some foreign bank account, maybe in Panama somewhere. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Capitalism without democracy, which seems to be the exact same thing that our Silicon Valley would-be overlords are after.
Yeah, no, so I think that's a really good way of putting it. And one can see this very clearly in the kind of things that they say, and as I reproduce in the book.
What, by letting billionaires exploit slave labor and take money out of the country? No, no, not at all. They set up what he described. I haven't researched it, but what he described is they let special economic zones exist that were outside of their socialistic economy, where everything was nationalized. They opened up little pockets that were basically the free market. And so people could go there and do business, and they could try out capitalism. And if they could make it rich in these little economic zones, then great. But they didn't take their capital and leave China. And like they might have had, they instituted wage labor as opposed to you working in a factory or in some part of the nationalized economy, and you had a job assured for life. You worked wage labor. So you worked for a capitalist and they gave you a job, and like they could fire you if they wanted to, or you could go and find a job somewhere else. So I don't know. I don't want China's politics or Gina's exclusion zone. Oh, like a sacrifice zone. Yeah, free market zones, like sacrifice zones. Well, like it seems to have worked for them. I was able to accelerate what's the word? The specific Marxian term for that would be, it allowed them to accelerate the revolutionizing of the means of production, incredibly advanced technological growth, and rise in productivity, which is given them the situation they're in right now, right? Just seems like the same idea to me, but China seems to be a model a lot of people want to follow. Well, like in the face of the fact that the Western world is in decline, because like I said, all it's done is focused on share buybacks and no real R&D, and China's led the way in R&D and produces all the actual value that society, like when I say society, let's just say the human race lives off, they now do all of that. Then yeah, I guess people do want to be at that party for sure. Am I wrong in seeing similarities? Like in Gina setting up a slave labor camp in the north, to China opening up to the free market in specific locations. If you think that the free market is akin to slave labor, they call it wage slavery, then yes, I think there are similarities. I do. But like, did they have no labor protections in those zones? I don't know about that. No labor protections at all? I have no idea. I'd have to figure out the history of it, to be honest. The leaders want the model so they can have complete control of the masses. So for Aussie sovereignty, wouldn't a zone like that help us separate from that global system like it helped China? Well, no, if we just give it to a billionaire again to basically get slave labor out of Australians, that wasn't the model that he's described exactly. It was actually about creating free market systems within a socialist system or a state capitalist system. It's producing like, yeah, free market cities, I guess you would say. So like, I don't know if those free market cities were predicated on labor, like, sorry, slave labor. I think they were predicated on allowing capital to do what capital would do in the free market, which is move according to the idea of a capitalist, which is they want to invest in order to turn a profit. So they try to get access to existing capital, so like things, resources, goods, merge that with labor, and then produce more money than they started with. And that's the idea of the capitalist in private hands, as opposed to that being done by the state. They had those nets around Foxconn buildings to stop suicides in China. Save the billionaires were taxed appropriately. Okay, so what you're talking about is like how they've had atrocious working conditions in places in China traditionally. Okay, got it. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, they've had atrocious working conditions, yes, and they have controlled labor. That's a fair call. But like they've done it through the state. I know that doesn't make it better, but it's not leaving it up to a billionaire again to extract the value from exploiting workers and then sending it overseas or just keeping it in their private bank account. It gets used by the state to then redevelop society. It gets pumped back into R&D. That's the difference, I would say, in the billionaire model versus the Chinese model, is that they are very conscious of how they develop society and reinvest the capital back into the means of production, as opposed to, again, just letting billionaires run away with the value that is produced. And like how people say tomato different, it's the same, but it's not. So wouldn't Gina's zone allow Oz to grow like China did? Well, no. Again, like, and this is all hypothetical, but like, not if Gina's just going to charge, like, you know, spend $2 a day on workers just so she can pocket all of it and not reinvest it. So no. Not at all. There is really no evidence to suggest that she would use that money that she creates from her economic zone, special economic zone, to actually better society, as opposed to just line her pockets. I suppose depending on whether the billionaire falls in line with the state. That was my joke before. Billionaires will spend their tax money on bunkers to survive the world they created by not paying taxes. That's why they need the bunkers. Pretty sure the Chinese government shut down those Foxconn plants until they fixed their labor issues. So Foxconn moved operations to Vietnam and India, where they don't care as much about labor laws. Yeah. And that's true. But like, let's just take Dilemmas' argument in good faith. And like, in order to develop the economic zones, they did have to exploit labor. You know, to kick it off, like to get it off the ground. And now they don't need to exploit labor as hard. So like, you know, they've moved on from the Foxconn model. But like, it was necessary at a point in stage of development. Again, I think the clarification or the point of contention really should be, like, is it just setting up an exclusion zone so one billionaire can exploit that? Or is it setting up an exclusion zone because it's good for society's development, to rapidly expand and revolutionize technology, understanding like the productive forces, like the way that you produce value? I think that's a massive distinction. That it's noteworthy, I guess. But how long did China exploit the workers until they were ready to develop more? Well, I guess whenever they got rid of the Foxconn thing, I think that was in like the 2010s, I think. They moved on from that model. So Gina's idea isn't dumb at face value as people make out. It's just people don't trust billionaires. No, it is dumb because she won't use that. Like the point of the exclusion zone, from what I understand as he's described it in the Chinese instance, is to develop the means of production. Like to invest in a way to increase technological output to reduce the dependence on human labor and advance the country to a point where you don't need to exploit labor as hard anymore. Gina's model is literally, I want to exploit labor extremely, and I want to set up like a southern plantation style of doing that. So like those two don't have the same objectives there. I don't think so. The plan for $2 wage is actually workable if the billionaire complies, like the Alibaba billionaire. Like, are you actually advocating that Australians should be paid $2 a day by Gina Reinhardt? Like, am I hearing this correctly? What if our government made this zone for $2 wages? Well, like, do they ensure that the zone develops in a way that benefits the entire country? Do they plan that out properly? Anything to make Oz great again? It's fucking hell. Yeah, bring back slavery, right? Not as long as it's good for the country, I guess. I don't know, man. Say the line, mystery. Fuck. I would take the argument in good faith if they acted in good faith, and if I didn't know better. I'd rather argue the truth than debate on their grounds. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm trying. Is the rent $2 a week? Yeah, that's a fair question, actually. I'll work for $2 a day if I don't have to pay for housing, food, or any other services like that. Any goddamn basic necessities, and they're at a proper standard. And I had no other real living costs. So like, yeah, I'd get $2 a day if I didn't have to expend anything on living costs. I guess that would be amenable. Just hypothetical for this discussion's sake. Going to be attracting the best and the brightest with those wages. Remove the Gina factor. If Oz did what China did, would you approve? Like, set up actual economic zones to develop technology, like invest in R&D, but like use the forces of capital. So I guess you'd say the idea of profiteering on private ownership of organizations, companies, let's say. Use that to stimulate growth and investment in research and development, innovation. Then yes, I guess. Yes, I would. Yeah, just have to work 16 hours a day. Yes, I would think that that's pretty good. Like, we don't have industry like we used to. We lost a lot of industry when we opened up to the world market and embraced kind of the world neoliberal position. And so, like, to bring back value creation in Australia, would I agree to allow having special economic zones that planned free market economics to ensure that they invested back into the exclusion zone as opposed to just pulling out their profits and fucking off with it? Yeah, I'd be happy with that. Like, they seem to have made it work pretty well. So, like, you know, I'm sure we could learn from them. You wouldn't have to even recreate the wheel if you asked them, basically, what's the formula here? A lot of the problem, I would say, with the Chinese model was that they were learning this stuff on the fly. You could probably get rid of some of the anguish if you could learn from them and how they did it appropriately. That's just as opposed to just doing the slave labor part or the exploitation, ensuring that you're reinvesting that money in good faith. If that makes sense. Nah, that's too much socialism. Voltaire in the house, how you go? It's too much.
Book. I mean, the book is a work of history. It's mostly driven by archival sources. So it's not so much me just saying, like, here's my idea of what's happening. It's me just recounting articles people published, conversations they had over the last 50 years to show the development of a kind of a counterintuitive line of thinking, which nevertheless exactly what you're saying, which is how can it be that self-described libertarians, self-described believers in freedom could become so fixated on something that is quite clearly an effort to realize authoritarian capitalism, a capitalism without democracy. Time and again, they make that so clear in the work they were doing. For example, in the creation of what I describe in the first chapter of my book, an index of economic freedom, which is specifically designed against indexes of freedom like that of Freedom House, which is very well known, which is focused on things like multi-party elections, the freedom of the press, the freedom to congregate, the freedom to protest. The people I describe in the book quite literally saw that and said, that's not freedom. That isn't freedom. Being able to vote isn't freedom. Why? Because democracies lead to people demanding more and more from the government. It leads to higher taxes. And taxes are nothing more, as they said, while they're designing this index of economic freedom, than forced labor requirements. For me, as a historian, my way of going about it is sort of like give people the rope to hang themselves with, right? Like I don't actually need to go out and condemn them because of my own moral outrage. I think we can actually just draw out their arguments as they exist. And what you see then, it is a kind of openness to global events in a way. That's one of the things that I think what you're describing is helpful because they were more sensitized to what was happening in China than many other people were. So kind of the mainline political liberals weren't that interested because they just saw lack of democracy, they saw oppression, the use of cheap wage labor, and people coming in from the countryside, not being given social rights, just being thrown into the grinder of sweatshops. But the libertarian and neoliberals in the US and the UK saw these zones, and they called them, in this extraordinary example that I have from the early 2000s, so Hayekian islands of experimentation. To them, China was the one that was pushing Hayek's idea of kind of evolutionary discovery of new forms of institutions that were better adapted to market competition because they were freed from the veto points of democracy, right? So that very person compared China unfavorably to the European Union. So this person was, a conservative in the UK who wanted to leave the European Union. He said, what do we have in Europe? We have this sclerotic mass of regulations that we got to by a kind of overdose and aggregation over time of too much democracy. Whereas what do they have in China? They're wise enough to sweep away the democratic veto point and let entrepreneurs make their own choices inside of these zones. And when they go too far, when they get too big for their britches, when they start challenging central power, you cut the cord. You close down the zone that they're working on. You do what they did with Jack Ma, right? You compel them to sell off parts of their portfolio. Send the signal down the party chain that they are no longer to be given favorable treatment. Indeed, a kind of like masterful oscillation between central power and decentralized power, where you let things happen at the periphery.
Yeah, Hayekian. Ugh. Hey. Oh, they're like, isn't it so good that like the only place in the world they can point to as Hayekian zones worthy of merit is in communist China? It's so delicious. It's so good. Wait, those commies could do it? We can't have free markets in our free societies, our free democratic societies? Does that mean we're wrong? No, of course not. We just need to change the game. We need to push harder. It's got nothing to do with our system at all. I'm saying a carbon copy of China's plan that Chairman Albo installs after he sweeps the next election. Anyways, that's where my mind went comparing the two examples. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you had a good year. You need to do better every single year forever. Growth, baby. That's the capitalist way. I'll say the line now for us. That's capitalism, baby. In order to have enough room for those profits, you need growth. And can you have infinite growth on a finite planet? As people like to say. I don't know, man.
Guide them sort of from afar, soft credit, whatever.
Woo! He said the line.
for special treatment, but then if the problems happen, you seize them and choke it out the same way you would with any sort of franchisee or whatever. Patri Friedman, who you talk about, were watching this stuff. They were watching the example of Hong Kong and the example of the Chinese Special Economic Zone, and were filled with admiration. So it's 100% certain that the things we think of now as sort of like exit models of right-wing libertarianism are based explicitly on East Asian models. So it's not for nothing that Srinivasian, at least for a while, was based in Singapore and has set up his network school in Malaysia. The kind of stuff that, for example, the Berkeley anthropologist Aiwa Ong has described as the kind of graduated sovereignty that exists by virtue of this zonification is a kind of laboratory for the alternative form.
Where's the bingo board? We need Spandong in the house. I didn't know you were here. How you going? Hope you're well. Where's the fucking bingo card?
Of governance that someone like Friedman is interested in, right? The supposed like Cambrian explosion of government forms is something that East Asia actually has been doing for the last 50 years, right?
We often hear in California have people criticizing the state, for instance, the slow progress of high-speed rail, saying China would have this done in 2 years. Yeah. But it's a lot easier when you can just bulldoze the people off the land and no one has any rights to stop you. It's much harder in a state where there's laws, there's rules, there's property ownership. They often leave out the
What the fuck is Gil talking about? Gil's trashing China hard. It's just like, they don't have any rules in China. And when they want to, they'll just take your land from you. Those communists. So good. Hey, I just got here. Welcome. Welcome to the afternoon session, brother.
Important parts of what makes China's rapid movement on certain kinds of things possible. But now, our plugs.
And that's halftime for the pod, which means across already. Market Roots guide, pre-order, win.
Back. You mentioned Hayek, and you wrote a book, Hayek's Bastards, which really kind of looks into the history of the ideology that has led to some of these ideas, zones, or libertarianism, which has now morphed into something else, especially in the era of Donald Trump. And Hayek genuinely feared that big government would become totalitarian at some point. And for a long time, I feel like there was this idea that there was...
He's a Dem after all. Yeah. I guess they can't get over like the China scare stuff, can they? It's just like, but they're evil, right? Like if they want to build a high-speed rail network, they just bulldoze people's houses, right? It's not because they have the ability and they put the effort into making sure they can build high-speed rail. It's not our system, no, that's stopping us from building high-speed rail. It's just because China's evil and an authoritarian. Yeah, let's go with that. Oh man, IKEA is made in China. Now I'm building some stuff right now. I thought it was Scandi stuff.
Was something called libertarianism, and that it was somehow about protecting individual liberty and blocking government authoritarianism. And a lot of people in Silicon Valley adopted the libertarian moniker, people like Peter Thiel, for instance, that was their politics, not right or left.
He'll trash the brothers of tech all day, but he has to stick to the main imperial party lines. Yeah, apparently the adversary is coming to get us. Look at them putting their national borders near all our military bases, the fuckers. They're perpetually living the Reagan-Thatcher Cold War era, lol, living in the past, literally. Yeah, it's the 21st century. Where'd you get that fancy microphone from, Gil? It wasn't from the US capitalist machine. It wasn't from the Western free market. It was from those evil communists who bulldoze your home for some high-speed rail.
But libertarian, although one might argue that libertarianism is inherently right-wing in certain very important respects. But along the way, it seems like this idea has curdled into something else, and that the fear of totalitarianism or serfdom has become active hostility toward democracy and a literal road to serfdom, at least for the majority of people in the world who are not wealthy enough to have ownership in some kind of zone that is free of democracy. Give us a little bit about who Hayek was, what his main ideas were, and how they have been used more recently to promote a very right-wing ideology of exit.
Friedrich Hayek was born at the turn of the century in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was raised and socialized as a member of the Habsburg Empire, and, would have rightly assumed that he would have taken a role at some point as a civil servant, as a kind of overseer of the Austrian Empire operating from Vienna, as most people of liberal education would have ended up. The war intervened, and the Habsburg Empire collapsed, and Austria was shrunk to this kind of like little miniature version of itself, due to his brilliance, was plucked out of this relative obscurity and brought to the very
Hayek Hitler looking ass.
part of academic prestige at that time in the 1930s, which was the London School of Economics, where he ended up crossing swords with John Maynard Keynes. He was brought to LSE by Lionel Robbins. And he became someone who represented the more skeptical.
This is the Mont Pelerin Society. These are the boys. These are the boys that like basically thought up neoliberalism. They got together chatting about how evil collectivism was. And it's the end of society if we don't do something to revive the free market, which was basically failing at the time to live up to expectations. And they're like, how do we restore people's faith with the free market? I know. Isn't Hahn an Austrian school guy? Yes. Yeah, I wonder where Hahn is. Hahn would tell us all about Mont Pelerin Society. Yes, he is. Good call.
Wing of the liberal economic establishment, in the sense that he feared the openness of the Labour Party and the openness of British trade unions to more collectivist forms of...
You know what I hate? The poors. Those guys probably. Yeah, because when the poors get together, they do collectivism. And they take away stuff from hard-earning rich folk.
Politics that were being, at that time, still spoken of quite highly in the Soviet Union. So the 1930s, is important to remember, was a time when many people were kind of in awe of the Soviet industrial expansion and growth. And it was not quite yet taboo, actually, for people even in the kind of center left to speak highly of the Soviet Union. And Hayek was very concerned about that from the beginning, set himself up as the kind of, in some ways, loyal opposition, though not always that loyal to what became known as Keynesianism. So as the welfare state came into existence in the course of the Second World War, he became the kind of skeptical voice on that. And I'm kind of not phrasing this in as stark a way as it's sometimes phrased, because if you read his most famous book, The Road to Serfdom from 1944, you might be surprised, as sometimes my students are, to find that there's quite a bit of what we would call the welfare state is in that book. He actually does believe there needs to be some kind of floor set for the very poor. He does believe that there can be some kind of taxation if it's being used for socially positive purposes. So it's not a radically libertarian text in the way that we now think of radical libertarianism. And that becomes important because...
Yeah, where is Hahn? Hahn would have something to say about this. Eh? Outrageous. Hayek wouldn't have said that, would he?
As he becomes more famous in the 1950s and 60s, and especially draws disciples in the United States, you get a kind of fight over the meaning of Hayek. So he himself lives until his 80s, so he doesn't die until the early 1990s. And on the one hand, he becomes...
Feed the poor so they don't eat them alive. We've seen what that looks like. You see that poor protester and on Monday trying to eat the police officer. Because he was so hungry. Oh, man. What a fake free marketeer. Yes, I know, right? He believes in taxes and a social safety net. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Eh? Hayek exposed. Dun, dun, dun. He needs a Snickers.
Becomes a kind of mascot for people like Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan in their campaigns for austerity and welfare reform. But then he also becomes sort of a fought-over figure within the intellectual worlds of the neoliberal and libertarian community, some of who are interested in his ideas of social evolution, as I alluded to earlier, this idea that we should think about the world as filled with...
Hey, sometimes I get hungry for boot. No judgment. Hey, no judgment. It's real leather.
Of peoples and communities that are constantly in a process of kind of Lamarckian evolution. And when some communities figure out habits that make
them...
He
totally skipped over Milton. Yeah, I guess so, right? He hasn't brought him up yet.
Plug better into the world free market, then those habits proliferate and reproduce and become more dominant. Habits and mentalities he did see as sort of connected to racial groups and national groups, but it wasn't a hard line. He thought there could be emulation, populations could learn over time, and he didn't have extremely reactionary views, in fact, on things like race science. Some of his people in his extended circle, however, did. What I describe as Hayek's bastards in that book are the people who were in the kind of larger orbit of Hayek, who in the 1980s and 90s into the 2000s took his ideas of communities that were evolutionarily competing and really bolted it on to very old-fashioned ideas of hyper-exclusionary race science. So someone who is probably the most famous figure there is Charles Murray in his 1994 book, The Bell Curve, brought out of the cupboard all of these dusty old ideas of IQ and intelligence measurement and tried to put together an idea of libertarianism in terms of economic capacity with an idea of race science and use that as a new way to justify things like immigration restriction, pronatalism for high IQ stroke the right racial groups, and opposition to what he calls the dysgenic tendencies being produced by the welfare state. So what people would know now as the alt-right or the more recent far-right is a kind of sometimes uncomfortable, but by now certainly consistent melding of ideas of economic freedom with ideas of racial essentialism and national essentialism. Where I think we're at now, and this is what I think is actually quite interesting, a rupture within the kind of libertarian and broadly speaking Hayekian community. 2020, I think it was, that Tyler Cohen, who is an important neoliberal thinker, he made a kind of a passing remark in his blog, Marginal Revolution, which I think is actually quite important, where he says the libertarian movement has split. What was the split? He said on the one side, there were people, and he was claiming it was people like him, who were interested in what you call state capacity libertarianism. So how can you get a productive relationship between governments and private enterprise, that government acts in a way that is not wasteful or driven only by...
How do you get acceptance? How do you get, what was that? Integration of corporate sector in the state? I know. It's called fascism, baby. Hey, corporatism. Give it a whirl. You might like it. Spandog, he just missed the Depression era leather soup. Don't worry, dude. We'll be drinking it soon. Hey, no kink shaming apart from the capitalist bootlicking. Damn it, now I have to check my mistress isn't capitalist before I lick. Reminds me of there's a channel debunking the bell curve I should watch. Interesting.
The demands of marginalized groups, but is operating in a way to keep the flywheel of economic growth spinning and even innovation spinning, and when necessary, going over the heads of the democratic populace. So your point just now about high-speed rail in California is exactly to this point, right? The two biggest books in the kind of ideas policy space from last year were Dan Wang's book, Breakneck, and Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's book, Abundance. And both of those kind of make the very point you're making, is that China was able to do what it has done because it did not get bound up in laws and regulations, and it organized the state the way engineers organize states. It sees a big problem, solves it without being too concerned with consulting every single person along the way. According to the Tyler Cohen model.
I just don't know if that's real or just propaganda. Maybe they haven't taken the time, but we've seen people, and like maybe these people are lying, but we've witnessed people here talking about how China works. They do a lot of fucking consultation when it comes to a big project or some type of economic move. It's not just like, oh, well, we need a high-speed rail network and your fucking community is there. We're just going to wipe out your community. Like this was the West Bank or something like that. Hey, am I right? Am I right? Yeah, like that's kind of a false idea that has been propagated about China. I think they do a lot of consultation, actually. It's not just the core, the Politburo of China, of the Chinese Communist Party, that controls everything. Every time they make a high-speed rail line, Xi Jinping decides where it's going and everyone just moves out of the way. They're actually quite decentralized in that regard. But like, I guess it's something that they haven't investigated yet.
That is still kind of in the tradition of Hayek. And I don't think that's totally wrong. It's not for nothing that someone like Matt Iglesias and Connor Friedsdorf, who were kind of in the abundance Vox orbit, were just this last week speaking about The Constitution of Liberty by Hayek as his extraordinary book. But there's another side of the Hayekian lineage that Cohen also referred to within that kind of George Mason.
The Hayekian lineage? There's another one for you. I hope you didn't throw up, Jag. All right, we're going to have to finish this tomorrow. I got to bounce. The Hayekian lineage. Oh, God. All right, thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today. Do appreciate it. Covered some crazy territory today as well, haven't we? Carly Waiti, Jordan Hancock earlier, Dilemmas, Jag, Indoctrinathan, Remag, Ravy Baby in the house, Rogue hanging out, KK, people getting censored, 4IS, not that you're getting censored, just saying, you know. Dilemmas. Who have I missed here? Who's been hanging out today that I've missed? Just here to watch a trash fire. Tay-Guard. Have I missed anyone else? Hope not. Spandon coming in late. Thank you for a wonderful distraction, my friend. You are welcome. Streams are cooking this year. Voltator, sorry. It's good to have you. And thanks for coming along. Yeah, but the streams are cooking up a little bit more, aren't they? Yeah, trying to stay on for longer. Sneaking in an extra hour here, there, everywhere. And yeah, we're getting some more people coming in. It's really good to have everyone hanging out. So thank you very much. Far Right Friday's back this week. You damn right it is. We are so close to finishing off that fucking season. Oi, we got to talk about this. I've downloaded. I have got access to super progressive movies. So we all got to have a chat about how we can watch this as a watch party together. I'm thinking somehow on Discord we can do this. But like it's something to think about. If you have any suggestions, please put them in the general chat. And then we can do a watch party of super progressive movie. It will be hilarious. I'm sure it won't drag on at all. The jokes will get kind of old soon, but like it'll be funny. It'll be funny. You'll like it. I'll message you. I got an idea. There we go. There we go. I love it. Have a good day, Wokies. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wookie was in here before, right? Drag on. Hey. Was that a trans joke? Oh, God. Trans tape is coming to get you. What? I'm not sure. They'll be fresh still at hour 2. Yeah, I know, right? How long do they push the same jokes over and over? Like, we've just been watching 3-minute episodes and it's pushing it. But I'm sure that'll be fine. The last movie I watched was a Christian Orthodox propaganda piece with Kung Fu. Damn. Fuck. What an interesting selection that was. Not for the movie, something else. Actually get through to young men. Oh, man. Oh, damn. I was getting excited, indoctrinated. All right, I'll take it anyway. I'll take it. Globalize the trends to farther. Oh, Remag, of course, you as well. Sorry I missed you before. Thanks for hanging out today. Thanks for chilling. All right. I'm out. I'll catch you on the morrow. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery.